Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth, maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Welcome in, everybody, to another day of LPL English here on the LPL English unofficial broadcast. My name is Yanni. I am joined here by Alk Battery. Day 41. Give it up for day 41 on the Rumble stage, as we have two more matches on tap, kicking things off with Anyone's Legend and NiP, and then Team WE and Thunder Talk on the back half.
Yeah, got a lot of I think a lot of people would probably say these are kind of nothing games, but especially for these four teams going on, we have obviously a lot of stakes to play for, especially when we talk about our format, which I feel like is a great way for us to talk about this immediately. Only Group Ascend, as we have finished off all of our Group Nirvana teams, but that bottom six going into those play-ins, big seeding implications as to what opponents are going to be looking to face against, and potentially a single best of 5 away from being able to play in playoffs.
No doubt, Alk. And for some of these teams, especially some of the teams we've seen today, maybe an opportunity for them to kind of build out their identity a little bit more, right? We talk about teams that we're going to see today, NiP and Thunder Talk, teams that lost their identity compared to Split 1 after all of the changes that were made, and they're still kind of lost, but the good news for them is they'll at least be playing in the play-in no matter what, so you do have some time to try to generate something.
Yeah, I mean, hey, why not, bro? Like, I think this last like week and last couple of games that all these teams have to play is most important for kind of building a, like, hey, this is our resume going into play-ins. Hopefully we're able to win our single best of 5, which is going to be the most important. As you can take a look at our standings, we have 3 teams in here in Group Ascend that are already locked. TES and AL are already locked for that top 4, cannot get any lower, so they get an automatic bid into playoffs. It's just that bottom rung of teams, that bottom 6 that really need to be able to prove themselves here, as well as, put up probably some convincing tape that they're actually going to be able to make it into playoffs.
No doubt, as we have 3 of the bottom teams coming in for the day, Team WE, NiP, and Thunder Talk, and they're going to have to show a little bit, right? Any bit of movement you can get up in the standings is going to be a big help. One thing that I see here is that Team WE still technically within striking distance of that 7 seed. That 7 seed would get you a match against Thunder Talk, who look totally lost, which would be really big for them. Obviously, we've seen the slide that Weibo's been on, so certainly some interesting implications, as you alluded to.
Yeah, I think that's really, really fun. We'll kind of talk about this as we go throughout the day, but, we have a lot of games ahead of us. Finally, we're done with Super Weekends. No more 3 series day, at least for now, until we get to Split 3. Still waiting to see what the playoff schedule looks like. I'm really afraid of 2 best of 5s in a single night, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Taking a look at today, obviously, our 2 teams, we do have NiP coming up first, and these guys, it feels weird, but, like, I need to see something from them, man. It has been a full split now. They've gone on, like, this horrendous losing streak in the middle of the season. Yes, they're up against some of our top teams, but also losing to WE, having maybe a competitive series versus top esports. Like, even with a top lane change and solo kill, I am still not sold as to whether or not this team is actually going to be kind of that playoff team that we were looking at in Split 1.
It's so crazy that we're talking about this team like this, right? Doinby was the Split 1 MVP, leaving PP God, got their plaudits for being on the All-Pro teams. I mean, and we just see where they're at now. They're 4-10, man. Like, it's just such a sad state of affairs. They've looked a little bit better with solo kill. That's not really saying too much because they were so dismal before, but, hey, maybe it takes a little bit of time for them to gel with solo kill, and then all of a sudden, hey, maybe they're somewhat competitive by the time the play-in stage rolls around. Obviously, they still have an outside shot to make top 4. They're not mathematically out of it yet, but they may as well be at this point.
I'm pretty sure if everything goes to plan tonight, they're probably locked bottom 6, but maybe we can find a different way. Maybe we can find a different way for them to win. I know there were some posts going over on Weibo and some social media about some of the more fashionable looks for our teams. I wish, no offense, Yanni, I feel like this would have been a perfect time to actually bring Slayer onto the show, because I know he's been one of the biggest people trying to fight for fashion wars here on the LPL, but as you can see,
I am not a fashion icon.
We got some of the best looks from some of our teams. Honestly, probably some of the best looks that LNG have shown us with, Hai Chao there with the shades. And
Climber's
we get the
looking
rest of some of our team.
Climber's looking pretty sick down there. I like the shades on Starry and Shanji. R.I.P. Shanji. Again, we have Ali with the with once again the whatchamacallit?
The Cyclops rays.
Yes, the Cyclops.
Yeah.
The Cyclops look. Shades on Feather look pretty good.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. They've got them all doing the same pose, guys.
Oh, Beishuan looks pretty. I think the
Leave in the middle left there as well. He's kind of stanced up a little bit, but he's a little guy. Every time I see that guy in Shenzhen, he is a very, very little guy. So, yeah.
Hey, listen, little guy, but big weight on his shoulders, because it's tough out here for him, right? They just put the ball in his hands all the time because of the team environment, and sometimes he's able to get the job done, and sometimes he can't.
Yeah. We do have Leaves' reaction. There was a couple of interviews going around. We got to see what exactly he thought of not only some of the fashion, but maybe some of the other teams around the league.
我感觉大家都是非常帅也非常飒的。我肯定评价我自己啊，肯定自信一点。我感觉大家都是非常帅也非常。
Feels that everyone is very handsome, and he thinks that his is the best. You know what? I think his is pretty good. Like I said, when we pointed out a couple of them, obviously we had some flame for a few of them, but as you mentioned, Leaf was definitely one of the better ones. So you know what? I'm willing to stake his claim of him having the best one.
Look, he said that he needed to believe himself, and I think, especially in this league, you kind of just got to bet on you. Because we look at how NiP have been winning some of these games. Honestly, it's not been pretty. It has been some of the rough games that we've been seeing, I think, throughout the league. This was, I think, one of the few games where we actually got to see Doinby put on a carry performance on the Akali, but a lot of resources. You even take a look at this draft. You have a Sion, a Wukong, a Braum, all to set up a Zeri. I feel like that's perfect. Most of the time when we have seen NiP looked competitive, it has been when Leave is not getting caught out in the mid lane, when he is actually able to have these massive team fights.
Yeah, protect him, give him space, and he will provide. He's going to have to bet on himself big time today, though, because it is a tough matchup on the horizon. But, yeah, this Zeri play was pretty incredible. As much as, Zeri is much maligned for what she did when she initially came out, it's nice to see her come back a little bit. She hasn't been a huge focal point in the AD carry pool, but I think any addition to the AD carry pro meta is generally a pretty welcome one.
I think people also are just really worried that when Zeri kind of comes back in and we have this emerging Lucian meta, they're kind of getting flashbacks to some older worlds where it's literally the only matchup played. But again, gotta say, thank God for Fearless, because we probably wouldn't be seeing those two champions if we're being fair. It would probably be more Varus every single game, but I think the fact that we get so many different looks at 880 carry pool and it kind of changes the flavor of the game does make it a little bit more interesting. As we can see this clip, this was such a good game for Doinby here. He's playing Annie. He has some great targets to go for. This should have been a 1 game for them in game number 1, potentially even a 2-0 going after this when we looked at that prior Zeri clip. But Doinby, 6-0, gives a massive shutdown over to Knights Talia. And then the game just kind of spirals out from there on out. I feel like NiP, they are so bought in on this. We are going to fight you. We are always going to have to walk up into you. And you're going to be ready to team fight, or you're just going to get rocked.
Yeah, and teams are so good at punishing in the LPL, punishing the over-aggression, right? And going for that one extra play and taking the extra mile, right? And NiP has been trying it to no avail, and as you mentioned, that 6-0 start, I remember watching that game back and I was like, man, how did they lose this game? And then I saw that play on the Annie. I was like, oh, there it is. That's exactly what happened. A generational bag fumble, to be quite honest with you. It would have helped break BLG's streak of running really, really hot. And unfortunately, they were just another team in their path, hoping to not be another team in the path of anyone's legend who will be standing opposite them today.
Yeah, AL should just be the dominant team today.
Yeah.
If we're being honest, again, already locked for top 4. all AL are really playing for the rest of the season, going up against not only tonight, but WE, as well as JDG in the future, is just to lock down their second place spot. Because right now, when you look at them in the standings, they're 11-4, 24-11 in game score. The only one that...
Oh, I can still hear you. All right, my goat, Alt Battery. Love that guy. Hopefully he returns to me in the future quite soon. But yeah, it's very, very favored for anyone's legend. Oh, you back?
No, we're good. We're good.
My goat, he's still alive.
Weird. As soon as I started talking well about Flandra, something just came over my monitor. Something just needed to
quick say some bad
really
things.
Shake it up. I'm not cursing this one, please. Tabe, please make this a 2-0 tonight, please. I'm begging you, bro.
Please, dude,
I don't need to see more tape of NiP just winning random games, guys. Like,
no.
Just let's look at this AL roster, guys, because this team. What else can be said about this team that we haven't already really talked about? Shanks looking like a really strong team fighter. Hope and Kyle kind of still proving to be a 2v2 and a bot lane duo that should be top 3 in their role. But so far, AL have found some stumbling blocks, and I feel like that part kind of comes in not only from some of their wacky drafts, but also, I think, specifically looking at this top side.
Yeah, Flandra has had times where he's... off tanks, bit of a liability, right? He's had some of these rough games, but Flandra on a tank, though, oh my god, dude is putting in so much work. Anyone's legend looks like absolute world beaters, but you're not always going to be able to play tanks, Flandra. Sometimes you're going to have to play these carry champions. You're going to have to put on the carry pants, and he kind of deserves all the flame that he's been getting.
I feel like, there's a lot of tanks. I feel like he also has been someone that has been a little bit more explorative. I actually really like his Aurora top lane, especially with how much he can actually be a bit of a lane bully and move around the map a little bit more. But when I've seen his Rumble, when I've seen, things like his Gwen, his Jace more recently, it hasn't been as impressive. And that right there, I think, kind of leads us to believe that when we've seen him on stuff like Scion, even his Sejuani top that he's been pulling out in some of these games, I really do feel like Flandra is best on some of these tanks where he can not only survive the laning phase, but also just be a nuisance later on in team fights, provide his team with peel as well as maybe a secondary form of engagement, especially when you have such solid team fighters on your back end.
Yeah, sometimes you need that secondary engagement because, as much as Xin Zhao, as an example, has been a beloved champion of Tarzan and in the league. Having him as a primary engage, it's a little bit risky at times, right? He's not exactly super tanky, unless you have like a Galio to protect him or something like that. So sometimes just saying, hey, you know what, we'll get engage out of Kyle, we'll get hard engage out of Flandra up top. This is perfect. This is exactly what we want. It puts a little bit more, pressure off of Tarzan that he can just kind of go in and get in as much damage as possible.
Yeah, especially if we just look at these two, like Tarzan versus Aki. Aki has had when we heard the rumors of potentially an NiP swap, I was really putting my hands together to pray for a jungle swap somewhere. I didn't know who they were going to get really, but I really needed to see some kind of jungle change because Aki unfortunately has kind of kept more of the same ways that we have seen from him in seasons past, where he's a very aggressive jungler. Now, this is the great dog over at AL. This is showing it's supposed to be Tarzan feeding Bali. I want to thank Rafa who was helping edit this one, but definitely feels like he's going to be having Aki on a leash tonight.
Yeah, man, it's going to be tough. But hey, you know what? Maybe Aki can surprise us. I'd be pretty surprised by that. But you know what? Again, we've seen anyone's legend, look a little shaky at times. They kind of shook off the cobwebs, after their early start to the second half of the split was not exactly ideal. They had very quickly lost as many games as they had lost in the first half, right? Pretty much out the gate. And, after that, they recovered, after that week 6 stumble and looked to be just, back to regular form. So we'll see if they're able to just quickly 2-0 this one, not have NiP mess around with any game score or anything, and have NiP try to drag them down to the muck.
All right, sounds like we have our 1v1 coming up rather quickly. It is going to be Shanks versus Solo Kill. So I'm glad that Solo Kill, he's just getting reps out here, man. He has been constantly thrown to the wolves when it comes to the 1v1s. And I think it's been good. He has actually been one of the more standout players so far for NiP. You know, came in the middle of the split. The rumors that we were talking about for roster change from NiP, it sounded like Shanji and Doinb didn't necessarily see eye to eye, and Shanji, unfortunately, stepping down. And Solo Kill, while having some slower games, I feel like really has kind of come into his own as his own individual when we've seen him pick things like the Akali top lane and even his Aurelia in the 1v1s.
Yeah, you know, it's a guy that's been around a little bit. He's spent a little bit of time on EDG over the years. He's played with Leave back on EDG youth team. Has had some, you know, higher end finishes over in the PCS. So is certainly a battle-tested player and a guy that, you know, for a team that had such a good first split and is still really looking for a piece that can try to keep them competitive, was certainly a fine enough pickup. You know, sometimes if you go with a younger player, it's kind of hard. You have to like balance development and winning, which has been something that's been quite difficult in the esports landscape, specifically for League of Legends. So, you know, I respect that pickup. It just hasn't exactly yielded fruit yet, but let's see if it starts here with the 1v1. I mean, his name is Solo Kill, right? This is exactly what you want to do in the 1v1.
Hopefully. We'll see. Again, if you're unfamiliar with our format, and if you're like, why the hell are these guys still talking? What is even this draft happening? We play for all of our best of series going in for regular season. We're going to be playing a single 1v1. It just is, you know, first to 2 kills, first turret, or, you know, at 7 minutes there is this ring of fire that comes in and suddenly there is a sudden death activated. So we've been seeing a lot of Jace. Jace thankfully taken off the table here. And unless it gets banned, I'm expecting at least one of these players playing some Varus tonight.
Yeah, Varus very powerful in the 1v1s. I don't know why. I have a gut feeling we're going to see something a little out there. Don't quote me on like what exactly it is, but I have a feeling that by the time they lock in their champions, we'll be like, hey, this is a pick we don't see often, or even a brand new pick. Thank God Pantheon is off the table. I think that champion is so fake in the 1v1.
Oh, Aurelius! Right. Oh my God. Right. We're getting a mirror match.
Let's go.
Now again, Solo Kill, big Aurelia player. I feel like this feels more like the Wonjong, even our, if you're from the LTA or North America, Sniper, kind of those kinds of players. We would expect to more see the Aurelia, but you know, before he came over, and especially when he's playing over in the PCS last year, Solo Kill was someone who kind of got a little bit frisky with the Aurelia champion in competitive, so we already saw it in the 1v1 before. Let's see if Shanks is up to date. Again, one of the criticisms I've had is he hasn't been necessarily the most mechanical player across the board for anyone's Legend, so hopefully he can kind of show up today.
Yeah, for what it's worth, over 27 competitive games, 20-7 on that Aurelia. Hell, maybe we even see it in a game. I've heard it's not. It used to be a free matchup into Yorick. Not as much anymore, but it's still apparently kind of good. So, you know, maybe we end up seeing that. I would, you know, as much as I hate playing against Aurelia, I love watching Aurelia because
it's great
really
in Tanar. Unfortunately, it's just like every other Fiora champion where you get to team fights and you're like, well, I didn't smash my lane.
Oops. Now
this champion's kind of useless.
Maybe he will smash his lane, but it's going to have to start with smashing the 1v1 here. A stark difference in items, Alk Battery, double Dorans and a longsword to a single Dorans and a Bramble Vest.
Wow. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Bramble starts, especially for, I think, Tabe coach teams here in the 1v1. I know that Tabe had spoken pretty in-depth about, you know, he's very up in the solo queue ladder. He's kind of helping out the one tricks and really, I think, pushing that onto his team to help him with side select. He's being a little bit more creative, especially with his drafts. Shanks has played Aurelia 5 times in his career. Last time he played it was 2023 spring. He is 1-4 on the champ.
Now, I might be getting a little older, but I wasn't even sure when I just watched on my screen. They were flying around,
God.
And they're still going at it. Ignites are burnt, and Shanks ends up on top in the end.
Well, that's not good.
Bramble diff.
Bramble diff? Yeah, Bramble's just OP, guys. Who could have seen this coming? But, all right, sure. I didn't think that would happen, but, you know.
I didn't either.
Shanks, he got his passive stacks. Aurelia is very broken. He even gets 2. He gets 2 turret plates. Okay.
Damn, bro is gonna beat him in the 1v1 on his own champion. This is surely cooked at this point, right? You're playing for Ring of Fire, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't. Oh, I'm sorry, solo kill. Like this just. I don't know.
Oh,
He finds a way out.
minus
no, bro.
1?
Oh, dude, he's so tilted. It's so Jover.
Ah!
It's so Jover. I knew it was over when he blade surged the first minion and just did not kill it.
Minus 2? No, he's still down like 1,000 gold. Probably like more closer to like 1,100 gold because he's still got the cannon minion. But okay, well, Shanks has a bramble vest. Now he has a pickaxe and a recurve bow. He kind of just dogs him now. He kind of just walks at him anytime he wants to land. He see how he's prepping the minion wave. This is usually like a very basic Aurelia thing to do. This feels like level 5 Aurelia player. They're like, okay, I've really started to get this down. Oh, he used his E to get a melee minion, but not the cannon creep? Dude. Alright, so look, I might have to revoke the Aurelia pass.
Yeah, I don't know where bro won his 20 games, but it certainly wasn't against Shanks in a 1v1. This is... Man, I'm left so whelmed. Like, we were so excited. Like, oh, yeah. And in fairness, that first fight was really cool looking.
Yeah.
But, you know, we didn't really talk about the aftermath of that, in which the loser would just be... like, it would have no chance. I mean, the wave is frozen.
Yeah, and literally solo kill is doing nothing. He can't do anything, because usually, I think a very good way of breaking a freeze, if you're a psychopath, is just run at the opponent, unironically. Run at the opponent, pull the wave if you can. If you're Rumble, you use your ultimate, really, to kind of clear it at length. But Shanks is not only freezing in a 1v1, but solo kill actually can't throw his life away, because he will just give over blue side, which we obviously do expect. I know that Cubby was making a couple of jokes about it on the last couple of shows, but we just assume everybody has been almost entirely, I think it is like a 99% pick rate when we have these side selects, that we're just choosing blue side almost every single time. I think I've seen one team, 2 maybe, go for it.
Dude, he's up 2,000 gold on him. This is tough to watch. Shanks missing a flawless duet, but
doesn't matter.
The one
Skill
out of
diff.
solo kill. Yeah. You know, let's be honest. I don't think much of this is going to matter. We're in the Shanks waiting room for a kill here at this point. He's 3 levels up. Obviously, solo kill is going to get some of the CXP back when he clears out this wave. But I don't know. This has been a pretty dastardly 1v1 so far.
And look at solo kill, bro. He went back and bought himself a Bramble Vest. He's like, damn, this shit's OP. I gotta take my pick now. And now Shanks is like, cool. So I'm 2 levels over. I'm a level over you right now. Sorry, he did tick over to 8. I have 20 CS less than you, and now you have a Blade of the Ruin King. How can I play this game?
Well, solo kill has pulled a Vamp Scepter out of the bargain bin. That's nice. Full build for Aurelia. You know, that's as the kids say.
I mean, Shanks is extremely. He's on 15 items plus power spike.
He's on his 15 item spike. Oh no. And another miss.
I mean,
cannon.
the joke is that, you know, if you're playing Aurelia, Vamp Scepter is your first power spike. It's your first mythic item. And then everything else after that is like a massive upgrade. Shanks and solo kill have been having a pretty tough time getting this this flawless duet down. So I'm gonna need you to step it up, brothers.
Right, well, let's see if that is the case here as we get a little bit closer to the Ring of Fire, and however closer we get to the Ring of Fire, I mean, regardless if, you know, Shanks is still super far ahead of solo kill or it's a little closer, I mean, it has to benefit solo kill because, I mean, you at least give yourself a chance to sneak away a kill, but given the fact that you're down 3 levels, you pretty much just get dove, ultimates come out, Shanks can tank up a couple turrets.
Shanks wins this, by the way.
Yeah, but he just deals so much more damage at this point. Solo kill once back in.
Ooh.
Okay, starting to get the better of Shanks, but Shanks does have both summoners here and will be able to heal up quite a bit.
Jesus. He's using all of his refills. He hits Blade of the Ruin King with 4 passive stacks with a Fervor. He just literally gets a quarter of his HP back. And now he has 1,500 gold. He can buy plated steel caps and completely ruin this lane. Yup. Solo kill is going to recall. He's going to finish his Blade of the Ruin King. Probably have to sell a D-Blade.
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, no.
He has 15 seconds. This should have been him hitting. No, brother, we're running back. We're running back. I don't care. Run it back. Go back to the fountain. Sell this deep blade. It's 80 HP. Literally no one cares. Pick up the Blade of the Ruin King. At least pretend like this is going to be even. Well, now solo kill. With the Ring of Fire spawn, he has another 15 seconds before it starts closing down. But he doesn't have ult. He doesn't have Ignite.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult. He does get ignited here, so Shanks will be down that summoner, but he is up 2 levels. They're both fully stacked. Solo kill trying to Blade Surge out, but he just doesn't have too many places to go. He's on the wrong side of the tracks. And after this barrier falls, Shanks will have won this 1v1, 2 kills to none.
Shout out to Shanks showing also some old love over to his former team, WE. Enough to emote. Probably the most competitive part of that 1v1. Great job to Shanks. Probably going to be, again, a blue side select here coming in for anyone's Legend. And so, kind of interested to see what they'll be able to use it, because it feels like for anyone's Legend, they've been kind of starting to experiment a little bit here in drafts. I know that in the middle of the season, I was really happy with where they were kind of looking. They had obviously been on that win streak, but a couple of tumbles here, and with NiP starting to at least take some games off of teams like BLG and TES, I feel like there's a very real possibility we can start to see maybe NiP try to catch AL off guard.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I do wonder what anyone's Legends thoughts are going to be, because, you know, there is a world where, as we mentioned, Flandre at times on carries has not been that great. You know, maybe they put him on carry duty today because they're like, hey, we're in a pretty safe spot. We're locked for playoffs. Obviously, you don't want to give too many games away. You'd rather keep a top 2 spot rather than get knocked down to like 3 or 4 even. But, you know, getting him more games. Obviously, this guy's a veteran, but like still just to try to keep himself sharp, because you're going to need him to play carries, I think, in order to really go deep in these playoffs and win and, you know, make it to MSI, right? I think he's going to need to be able to do both.
I think MSI is a very lofty goal for this team right now.
Is it, though?
You know, maybe. We'll see. But when I look at both of these teams, especially when we come into draft, I think the fact that really the priority from what we've seen on this patch is Taliyah Pantheon having those semi-globals. Taliyah just lets you do really ridiculous things, and is also just like the itemization she gets access to is really disgusting. And Taliyah's not really a champion that we see much from NiP, so that and Azir are going to be 2 champions that I'll be watching as should be massively favored towards AL.
All right, let's see what we got. Well, at NiP, they're like, well, we don't play it. We're not on blue side. We're going to take it off the board. They're also going to take that Nefiri off as well. I believe Tarzan undefeated on that Nefiri so far this year. Yeah, 9-0 on it, so may as well get it out of there. We're also taking Lucian away. It is, you know, a flex technically, but more so aimed at Leaf.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I think the last time we saw Lucian mid from Doinby, that looked pretty terrible. So hopefully we leave it in the past.
Oh, please,
maybe there were
dude.
future. Lucian was coming back.
I can't
All
see
right.
anything. It's frozen.
We can't see the draft. I hope everybody at home can help us.
Oh, okay.
Predict the draft.
That
Okay,
was,
we're
that
back.
was us just a couple seconds ago. Okay.
All right, cool. We're back. So AL, they go for the first pick Rumble. Again, we had some rumblings about whether or not Flandre is going to be, you know, the guy to be on carries, but makes sense when we talk about them playing here in game number 1. But I think the Varus pick is kind of a trap. Despite it being so good at being able to cut away at some of the team fighting potential from AL.
See what they're going to put together for later on. Obviously, you have options to go into the poke bot lane, or you could always throw a tank engage with that Varus. We're seeing that Pantheon get locked in for Aki. So even without the Taliyah, you know, this champion with his global is still pretty incredible and a very high priority.
Yeah, I think it also just makes sense for a player like Aki, what he wants to be able to do, which is just skirmish early, maybe even cover for some of his side lanes, especially in Doinby. So we'll see what AL are going to be able to answer with. I am assuming that they're just going to be picking up jungle on 3, which they end up doing with Jhin and Xin Sao. So poke their opponents in some of these instances, and hopefully with some of the stronger laning phases.
Hop back? Hop back? Is it just me? I've heard it's not just me, but I don't know. Alright, anyway. Second half of the picks and bans, and Bessa getting taken away. Alistar also off the board. We're going to take out the Poppy as well, trying to make sure that this Galio and this Pantheon are not disrupted in the slightest. See what the final ban is going to come out here for Anyone's Legend. Oh,
hey!
Is back, baby. Let's go.
All right,
you can't
all right.
keep this dude down.
Yeah, sorry to everybody. Hopefully we can get some of these technical issues down pat. It's obviously affecting us as well, so thank you for being patient, and hopefully this is something that we can resolve as we go on. But we're getting into the back end of drafts. We see a large focus on supports coming out, especially with 3 of the last 4 bans going towards them. And I like this Nautilus. I just feel like NiP are so low damage. Like, that you can burst one target, but when I look at AL, who are you really going for? Like, maybe Flandra and Hope on their 2 picks, but I'm assuming Flandra is going to get access to Azonia's Hourglass at some point, either third or, if it gets to that point, kind of an item break point. And then, are you going for Xin Zhao? Not really. There's just so much, like, there's a lot of lockdown. So that I feel like this is setting up for some kind of Doinby counter pick, because this Galio can go topside. You're playing in a Rumble. It would make the most sense. And we did just end up seeing an Akali come out for Doinby most recently, but I feel like you really need damage from at least one other role here.
Yeah, it can't be his typical supportive style. We're seeing that Akali get hovered, and it will indeed be the lock-in. I really like this because this does mean that your Galio is able to protect your Pantheon, protect your Akali when they go in, try to keep them upright because, as you mentioned, a little bit of low damage coming out from them, so getting that extra damage, making sure that they can stay upright to try to kill some of these critical targets is going to be really important. And for the side of Anyone's Legend, I mean, a big burden's coming out for Hope and Kyle here. These are the guys who are going to be really starting the fights, making sure that some of these targets are locked down, and when you put a lot of that on your AD carry, you know, it does make life kind of difficult.
Yeah, I mean, hell, there's still so much damage coming in from AL. I love the way that their composition really kind of stops a lot of what NiP want to be able to get done. Now with this Akali coming on through for solo kill, I still have so many questions, man. Like, you're playing into Rumble. Maybe with an Electrocute build, we can see them be a little bit spicier. I just worry that
took it 2-0. It was the end of week 4. Everyone was really good on Anyone's Legend. Flandra was on the struggle bus on that Rumble in Game 1. We're seeing Rumble in Game 1 again. Has to contend with the Galio. So at least be able to farm up without an issue, but really shouldn't be under too much expectations to be able to actually kill this Galio in the top side.
I just, Galio is going to be so strong. Just being able to grab this. So, okay, I got baited by seeing the champions on the actual screen there, but hopefully we can kind of see what solo kill will be able to do on this Galio. He has to take up a lot of space this game, and I'm still not sold here. I'm still not sold on this NiP draft. I feel like, yes, you've given Doinby a little bit of laning prowess with the Akali, but his strength has almost never been playing laning phase. It's always kind of been being able to move, shift over, maybe drop a wave here or two, and be really, really impactful in team fights. So NiP, they need to find angles, they need to be able to find ways to get into fights, and I think kind of, I guess, escort their mid laner into these team fights. Otherwise, they're just going to be up a creek with no paddle.
Yeah, this is something you talked about earlier too, about how, you know, Shanks, not the greatest laner in terms of like lighting the world on fire, but, you know, with a player on the other side like Doinby who tends to roam around a lot, try to help out elsewhere, that this would be very favorable for Shanks. I wonder if Doinby is going to fall into that trap, because sometimes you just need to play for yourself, man. And when I look at the champions on my team, I hope he knows that he's going to play for himself this game.
Yes, if Azir can just get some items, man, you're literally so safe. You have a Leona, a Jhin, a Xin Zhao. Everything kind of feels like it's set up for them. So jungler starting on same sides of the map. With Azir getting early push, I think there could be an angle for Aki to maybe look for something early on. He is going for a bit of a modified clear, giving himself an option onto either of his solo lanes. Seeing that battle for level 2 go on here between our two bottom lanes.
So NiP are going to win that battle as Kyle is going to be the one engaged on, but Fluid's Legend do end up hitting level 2. A fourth shot goes down as well as a roof, but he still wants in. The cleanse gets used, has to flash away, but going to follow up as Hope, and the fourth shot lands. It's first blood going over anyone's Legend, and now they're going to look for PP God next. He's got nowhere to go as Hope will finish him off with a fourth shot too.
Let's go. All right, well, when we talked about for NiP, this bottom lane maybe trying to get some action done. Again, big question for skill shot control was for Leave, and now here early on, AL, their bottom lane, already rocking up to the 2v2. Incredible stuff to see, especially from a bot lane duo that went from 0 to hero within the past 6 months, honestly.
Yeah, and for NiP, one of their big hallmarks is this bot lane that's been quite good, despite the fact that the team has not. And when you lose the 2v2 like this, pretty devastating for your chances to win a game.
Yeah, the cleanse coming out before the ignite is probably the most damning part of it, and then losing all of your summoner spells. Now you want to see both junglers, again, could be pathing down bottom side, and if eventually you see that swap around 4 minutes, as we see here at 3.5, I mean, Xin Zhao is going to very easily be able to make something happen, if not clear or make sure that he is panning around Flandre, saving him from this dive. A single Scryer's Bloom is actually going to spot out Aki. Flandre's got to be careful. They should know that Tarzan's going to be in the area.
All right, it's time to rip it. You really have nothing to lose here. Things have already gone bad. He engages on Tarzan, lagging behind. BB gets forced to flash away. Aki takes big damage on the church shot. The knockup goes
Leave
on
is
the
dead.
Leaf, who's got no summoners. I mean, this is just a disaster right now. Flandre's going to flash after Aki. What the hell's going on, Alk Battery? Anyone's Legend are just crushing an NiP.
Yeah, like, PP God is level 2 still. He walks up, tanks the turret. He can only tank 2 autos, and they don't even have enough damage. Flandre getting the scrap shield does enough. He ends up living. That's another 2 kills going over to anyone's Legend, and hell, they are the expected favorites, but...
Oh, Kyle.
Oh, my God.
Kyle is dead. What the... Okay.
All right,
You know,
gotta give a freebie.
first-
Gotta give a freebie,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, you know
still,
what? They're back
this
in the game. They're feeling good.
Sure.
Maybe not.
You are still so ahead. It is 4.5, almost 5 minutes. You are 1,500 gold up. Hopes is going to be able to push this out. He'll be able to walk it back. Half of this wave will be missed by solo kill, including the minion wave that ended up going down when he had left the first time. So still impressive stuff coming in from anyone's Legend, and I think quick on the, very, very quick thinking coming in from Tarzan about, hey, I was going to go back towards mid, maybe try to screen, find something around Shanks, but I just saw Pantheon bottom lane. Let's protect this lane, protect them on the dive. Really great job coming in from anyone's Legend early on.
Yeah, it was a really smart move there. Tarzan, who, has been the soul of the team, has been so integral to their success. One of the smartest junglers to ever play the game, as many have said. Just making another nice move there, and it's only a 1,200 gold lead, but when it's 5.5 minutes into the game, only 1,200 may as well be a goddamn mountain to climb at this point, right? With 700 gold going the way of Hope. And this dragon is up. I do wonder when this is going to get taken. It feels like anyone's Legend is in a really good spot to just start another fight, win this fight, take objectives, and then bring the game home from there.
Yeah, one thing I might note is that they don't have a ton of damage down on mid right now. Doinby just uses teleport to get back in the wave, but he's already getting shoved off of this. So they'll be lacking mid priority, so it seems like AL instead are going to try to answer through this lane, through this bottom lane wave. Aki and PP God are going to show.
Yeah, Doinby is going to try to chase him down. It's shoved into the turret, perfect execution to get out. So ends up being much ado and about nothing there, but Shanks doing well to keep mid control.
Okay, so using the flash and the ultimate, obviously not great. They're going to try and see if they can make this die. But the minion wave, not great. Deadly Flourish is down.
Yeah, he's cooked. No shot. Fourth shot coming through. Hope is now 3-0. And these ninjas are in footy pajamas, man, because every move they make, they're just slipping.
Yeah, it does not look good now. There probably is going to be no Dragon start here coming in from anyone's Legend, but the fact that they've controlled this bottom lane so well, even Hope getting a topside plate for himself during all of that swap and Flandre surviving, I think is such a massive boon. And I mean, you're looking at it, the play in mid never worked. They left Leave by himself, but somehow didn't place enough vision for him to know that this was going to be happening, or maybe not without enough information there for himself. So instead, AL, they're going to rotate their bottom lane. Again, Leave is going to be picking up this wave by himself, but at least this time, not a ton of the AL members will be there to try to dive him. It's going to be an early start and push for anyone's Legend to try to get onto these grubs.
See how adventurous he wants to be down there if he's seeing ghosts. Meanwhile, they're looking to make NiP into ghosts. Kyle coming through as well as Tarzan. They're pinching solo kill, who is quite low. First couple of minions are going to go down and flash forward with the taunt as well. Pantheon ultimate coming through too. They managed to make it a 1-for-1 for right now, but then set their sights on Aki, who is going to do well to try to protect himself, but he manages to get rooted. Takes some more damage, but will be able to walk out as it looks like grubs are on the menu for AL.
What is... So Leave, instead of moving down, okay, yeah, he just missed an entire plate for himself. I have a lot of questions. I feel like Leaf should have been hitting this chart the entire time. He does not have enough movement speed to ever get close to mid, especially not having any boots. Doesn't have the Yomus early. So he should be really focused on hitting this, as right now we're seeing an NiP. I'm just surprised there was no Galio ultimate. As soon as the Deadly Flourish is used and there's no minion wave there, that should be, you know, Galio trying to escort himself way back out of the mid lane, the top side here.
Okay, they're going to try to make a quick play onto Aki here. He gets knocked up and he will go down, but Galio coming through with a big 3-man taunt as well. Good damage and the perfect execution from Doinby getting that kill. Tarzan getting a little low, but Hope is still relatively healthy. He'll get hooked up and they swat Doinby down. Tarzan looking to walk out, but Leave is in the area. Solo kill will take that one for himself. Gotta feel bad if you're Leave.
I mean, you just used a ton of summoner spells. Leave, walked all the way from the bottom lane, moved into mid, used his ultimate, and then didn't get any kill credit. He got local experience, all the while Flandre pushes in a bottom wave. It just feels like NiP are not on the same page. They are not executing mechanically either, so kind of a double whammy of all of the worst things that could potentially happen. I'm currently looking at the minimap right now because Flandre doesn't have teleport. This fight is only close, by the way, because this wall that's sitting around the river entrance doesn't fully push other players thanks to the Azir ultimate. But I'm looking at Leave in the mid lane right now. He's walking. He's walking. He's going to get no kill credit for this. Most of his team is going to die during all of this play. And then Galio just taking the kill just feels like cherry on top. Worst thing that could happen. 500 gold to shut down as well. I mean, AL, look at how strong they are. We are at 10 minutes. We have completed first item for Tarzan and for Hope. That is a massive win for them.
Hey now, don't look now, but solo kill 4-1. He's got his first item too.
True.
He's dangerous. Went into the business for himself in that fight, and you know, that maybe is just a communication diff, right? Leaf saying, hey, don't kill that guy. I got him, but did not have him. Tarzan is going to clean up the rest of the grubs here as they were left behind for a little bit, but he's going to make sure that his favorite camp is secured.
All right, well, 3 grubs for AL. Very good on the side lane, especially for NiP, who are a team that, I mean, for right now, look like they want to be a team that kind of moves from side lanes inward towards an objective, towards the mid lane, and AL can just kind of play on 2 lanes. Very easy to gain push on a side lane with a Rumble, have Azir and Jhin kind of sit in mid lane so that they always have priority. They can even move the Jhin around, especially with this Yomu's build that we've been seeing recently.
Oh, PP God is in a lot of trouble. Aki is coming through, trying to keep them away. They're going to land the hook on Kyle, and Kyle going to go down to Leave here. Comes on from Solo as well. They're on to Tarzan as NiP make a nice team play there to grab a couple of kills.
Yeah, that's exactly. You can kind of see that AL were a little afraid. They're like, okay, we know Aki is here. We know that Leave is sitting in mid. Is this fight on PP God real? And it doesn't even have the Galio heroic entrance. So Solo Kill's able to walk on through. They did get the teleport out from Doinby, but I think considering the fact that you're able to at least pick up 2 kills, as well as the first dragon of the game, finally we're getting some semblance of a game from NiP. It's not just going to be an all-out slaughter from anyone's Legend.
Yeah, and that's something that we really expected out of this game from Anyone's Legend, especially with the start that they had. But even before that, right, this has been a team that has had a couple of fumble moments, but overall has been one of the cleaner teams in the league. And, you know, we're just really wanting them to play something super clean from start to finish, which is not something we've really seen in the LPL. Obviously not something the LPL's been known for over their entire time, but,
Yeah.
you know, when you see a matchup like this, you're expecting, like, you know, suit and tie, total domination. AL gets the job done maybe before Baron even spawns, but that is not the case here. Getting pulled into the muck that NiP can do to you sometimes, and now NiP with burgeoning strength, and maybe solo kill will actually have a larger impact in this game.
Hell, he's really tanky, but I think the reason why we've kind of seen that level of performance from AL and kind of the noob killers or noob stompers is really just the fact that, I mean, even you look at the core of this team, right? Like Shanks, Hope, and Kyle, they were on WE in years past. That team was not particularly impressive, but they got Tabe last year and kind of made a push with Kroko. Eventually they picked up Ala, and that kind of turned the fates around for that team. But even Tarzan and Flandra, all 5 of these players are not really known as like mechanical, highly proficient players, and really feel more like systems players where if they're given a strong outline, if you give them some okay champions, they're going to be able to perform and execute a pretty decent game plan from start to finish. And I think that's where actually AL have started to crumble a little bit, especially when we see them play against a team like Top Esports, who are going to look to try to hands check you at all times. Even a team like NiP, who, again, we said the name of the game for them is push, try to find any kind of advantage, try to find a team fight. And I think that's also why we see Aki and PP God constantly together in this game.
Oh, they're going to walk right into this, but guess what? The Galio coming in to try to save the day. Taunt lands on the backside. There's Doinb2, but Flandre rolls out the red carpet for them as they start to burn away. The health bars are low, but it's so hard to take them down. Leave can't grab a kill. Rook goes down on the Nautilus.
No,
Now
Leave.
Shanks gets on top of Leave. And just like that, okay, at least NiP get one on the back half, but Aki's going to get burned alive too. That is a 4-for-1 in favor of Anyone's Legend.
Just right there. Again, we're fighting in a choke versus a Rumble, a Jhin. This feels like absolutely a Hail Mary of a play coming in from Ninjas in Pajamas. Even Leave there, trying to get damage, but now you're at the very least you're corralling yourself in the red the red bull pit. Like, you now used cleanse, so any engage coming in from Kyle is just going to be deadly. So you see the start of this fight. Doinb is on a flank. Maybe with PP God and the rest of the team, this actually turns into a relatively decent fight. But I'm seeing right here, the best part of this for NiP was the fact that Leave gets this massive chain of corruption down. But now you've put yourself in this position. Half health Azir, very easy to fly in on. Obviously Curtain Call alongside the Azir ultimate just makes it so much easier for AL to fight. NiP, 1 step forward, 2 steps back now, and there's no objectives for them to really lose during this point, but it's about getting mid-priority. You're losing waves, you're already down gold from the early game. I think you're really starting to accentuate some of these weaknesses that we saw from them.
Leave has to feel particularly sad about that fight. Not sure if you saw, but aimed that arrow, knocked it back for Kyle and Hope, and the synchronous flash from the both of them just to dodge it out when it looked like it would have taken them both out. Would have put at least a little bit more gold in his pocket. Could have changed the complexion of the fight, I don't think so, but certainly would have felt a little bit better as the Rift Herald gets taken by Anyone's Legend up on the top side in exchange for the turret that Solo Kill picked up. First turret of the game.
I feel like, part of this game would actually feel a lot better for NiP if they actually were able to get any of the grubs, because AO have not really been able to take very many structures. They've gotten some good chip damage down. Obviously, we talked about top lane when we saw that Hope and Kyle made that early swap, but now with 3 grubs, you're letting an Azir get to level 13, get closer and closer to what looks to be a Rift Maker here, second item from him. He's going to have so much HP already with the Leandries on top of that, so he's just getting more gold. He's getting chauffeured really into a lot of this gold and experience lead that he'll have over Doinb. And, I mean, right now it's been solo kill on a side lane, but I mean, that just doesn't matter right now, right? Like, you're playing as NiP, you're playing this composition where your solo lanes have such big impact on team fights. You really need to kind of push your lanes and then try to force for an advantage somewhere from the side of NiP.
Yeah, try to get a sneaky kill, right? This is something that they're pretty good at, right? Where a Pantheon can show up out of nowhere, where a Galio can show up out of nowhere and quickly turn the numbers on a fight. Anyone's Legend clearly want this dragon. They're going to drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane here for further control of this bot side river as Doinby continues to just side lane up top.
Doinby's picking up this wave. This is fine. AL, they haven't started at the dragon. I really feel NiP should not be trying to contest this, but I can see that there's a little bit of trepidation there. Doinby is now waiting with teleport. He is coming on through with a massive flank, as well as his Pantheon ult.
All right, we're going to go all the way in. Taunt coming down, but Hope is free hitting right now. Aki is going to fall. Doinby on the backside, going in on a Flandre, but pushed away by Shanks. He's in and gets a kill, but won't be able to take down Shanks as he falls. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Hope is going to open up this curtain call as NiP have a couple of numbers, but the snipe by Hope. Leave with a sidestep, trying desperately to get away from Hope, and he will be able to. And when the dust settles off battery, it ends up being a 4-for-4.
Yeah, and even the mid wave here, AL getting small margins in this fight. I'll be honest, I have not been impressed with Leave on Varus. His spells, accuracy when it comes to throwing out the Varus spells has not been great. Even as Ezreal. I think his Ezreal is actually not all that bad, but I really like when he's able to just right-click his opponents. That has been by far away his best style of marksman. So the fact that they don't really have access to a strong Varus in this game, he's barely halfway through the Murabana at this point. I feel like you're looking down a 7-0 Jhin, who is almost 2,000 gold. It will allow for NiP to potentially start at this dragon, but you look, AL are already back in position, and you're missing a ton of summoner spells. You're missing a lot of those big teamfight ultimates that we wanted to see from Ninjas in Pajamas.
Okay, well, Leave might be called out here as Tarzan is just going to run him down. Kyle gets credit for the kill as they're ready for this dragon fight. It's secured by NiP, but a nice equalizer coming out from Flandre. Even if the team can't save him, he'll be damn sure that they can avenge him as PP God goes down next. Doinby caught up against the wall and he falls. Solo kill, finding it hard to try to get away from these guys as Kyle is going to stun him. Tarzan's going to go in and they will dive this turret because they don't have enough damage to do a damn thing to anyone's Legend. A 4-for-1 for AL.
All right, well, NiP, they got the dragon, but not looking good. More kills. Look, 2 item Azir at 19 minutes. Yo. That is all you really need to know. Even the fact that the CS is very close kind of tells a bit of a different tale, but fantastic find out from Tarzan. Knows that his flash is down at the time being, even in the cleanse, just not worth it. And Flandre, despite getting taunted, he takes a lot of their time from NiP. You can see right here, the Galio engaged, the Rumble ultimate is just cooking all of them. I think the observers are trying to show us Doinby in this failed ult too. Oh my god, no. That is painful to watch for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, he had a failed Shuriken flip near that in that red buff fight earlier too. Just the wall was a little too thick and he wasn't able to do anything there. He is not particularly impressed on the Akali in this game. And Shanks with the 2k gold lead, Hope with the 2k gold lead in the bottom lane. It's just been the mid and AD carry who have just put in so much work for AL, as well as Tarzan. He's had a great game too.
Yeah, Tarzan is definitely making some stuff happen. Obviously, we talked about the bottom lane dive that we happened around 3.5, 4 minutes. So AL looks like their next objective is going to be starting up this Otacon. A single ward should have spotted Hope starting this up, but Doinby doesn't have teleport. He is on the other side of the map right now.
He is sprinting his way up. We'll see if he's able to get there by the time the fight actually breaks out. That answer is a no, as Kyle's going to get engaged on first, change the corruption.
Oh!
Shanks on the backside serves him up, and now they're going to turn on to Aki here, who gets knocked up, and he is caught between a rock and a hard place. Solo kill goes in, and he put himself on the wrong side of the wall, but hey, maybe him and Doinby can make some magic happen. Doinby initially getting knocked away and getting knocked up and going down. The perfect execution. He's the one who gets executed, and that is an ace for anyone's Legend as they go back to Aki.
We are just restarting the Otacon. Yeah, this game is cooked. Poor laning phase, a couple of misplayed fights coming in from Ninjas in Pajamas, and AL, they've just scaled very, very easily into their team composition. Just a massive production from all 5 of these players here. I feel like Kyle and Tarzan were able to really be that duo that runs around the map, gets information, puts down wards, and is also able to just snap engage on the opponents. And I feel like the Flandre global taunt effect is in full way here, as every time they see him, they're like, guys, we can kill the Rumble. He just takes way too long to be able to take down with the Leandries and Riftmaker.
Oof. Well, you know, when it was a 2-0 in the bottom lane, you knew this was going to be a hard game for NiP. And then they tried the turret dive, and it went even worse for them. That's when you knew it was going to be impossible, and now anyone's legend to put the cherry on top. Tarzan has gone a little too far in. However, he is doing a great job to survive as Hope will show up. That equalizer goes down. Tarzan finally falls, but the health bars are just so damn low. And guess who joins the fight? It's Shanks to grab a double for himself. Hope will get the last kill here. It is another ace for anyone's legend. 31 kills in 22 minutes. They're just having a ball out here.
I want to thank you, AL. Please just make this game quick, because we have seen them lose against the most random teams of all time. They lose a series to FPX, 2-1 in favor of FPX. They lose a series to JDG, who still looks like they're on a bit of a wobbly kind of start to their, or back end of their season. You know, a series up against Weiba that looks dominant. They lose to BLG. AL have not quite definitively been that second place team here in the back end of the round robin for LPL, and hopefully with games like these we're able to put away the 9th place team in the group. I feel like this should be a very quick and sobering game here for the NiP.
Yeah, it is so tough to see that this is how far they actually have to go to make an impact in the LPL in 2025, right? Especially because, you know, this was a team that they lost to anyone's legend, and then they lost to TES after they had such a good start to the split and split one, good start to the year. And after that, I mean, the meta change and everything, they've just tumbled down. They're not able to reclaim their former glory. And, you know, at the end of the year, maybe we're just like, hey, you remember when Doinby got player of the split, you know, when he got the MVP for split one? You remember when NiP was a team that we were like, this is a big playoff team, like they could do some crazy stuff. And it's just a remember when instead of a wow, they are.
Hell, I mean, that's basically been TT's narrative here on the broadcast for like 6+ weeks at this point. So, not too surprised. I think NiP going into playoffs, though, was more of like a, you have to be better than this team. You have to be exactly this good to be able to get past us. I felt like they were definitely like a team that kind of preyed on some of the less experienced teams. But I feel like, especially for Group Ascend, the fact that they got 18 games, a bunch of best of threes, 2 series versus each of the Group Ascend teams has really, I think, leveled up all of these 10 teams. And hopefully it kind of means that, you know, some of those bottom end teams that we were looking, like FPX and WE, are actually making really confident strides here in the regular season, whereas TT and NiP have just not really been able to get over that hump and, I think, push further here in the series.
We'll have to see if they're able to do anything in Game 2, because let's be honest, this Game 1, as you mentioned earlier, was cooked. Early on, it is super cooked now. Baron coming up here at the 25-minute mark. You know, for those who may have not been watching too much League of Legends this year, that got pushed back. So, see if anyone's legend can pick this one up fairly easily. Use it to push and finally end the game. Yeah, please. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to keep it real for a second.
You have 3.5 item Azir, 11 and 0, 3.5 items Jhin. Please, if we can't take Baron, this is already very good. Doinby's getting engaged upon, but he should be out with perfect execution. Teleport from behind.
Yep, here we go. Curtain call coming out, and down goes Doinby, but here comes the Galio. Big double knockup. Shanks has gone golden. He's going to be able to flash away from the taunt. Kyle will fall, but here comes Flandra on the side with that equalizer, cooking him up. Solo kill dodging out on the roof of Flandra, and Shanks want more. They're going to look to chase him down. Double taunt from Solo kill. He'll be able to at least walk back into his base, but there's not going to be much to walk back to. As anyone's legend will ping the Baron.
No minion waves. Let's just go Baron. Let's go take this one. We're probably not ending this game for another like 3 or 4 minutes. So, Dragon spawns and Yanni. This is exactly the kind of level of play that I think we should expect from our second place team. AL probably not going to be able to get first, as Leave, you just used both of your summoners, buddy. Sorry, man. You're just gonna die. 35-17. Like, I'm looking at the series score. You can see for AL it's 11 and 4. For Top Esports, 13 and 2. I don't see Top Esports losing any more series the rest of this split, at least here in the regular season. So AL are really trying to make sure that they can keep that second place spot.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be able to if they continue to play like this. You know, obviously at times, especially earlier in the game, it was sloppy, but you know, from there, every single fight has been relatively clean, going 4 for 1, 4 for 2. They had that one where they went 4 for 4, but in the end, it didn't really matter too much. And these flanks from Flandre and these equalizers have been pretty primo. 4-3 and 20 is his scoreline. He's not going to get a lot of love for that, but you know, as we said, those equalizers have been good. But some pretty scorelines for Shanks and Hope. Hope 12-0 and 15, man.
Dude, like, look at them. Both of my carries are 4 and 0, right? Or 4 items, I should say. And then there's a completed Zonius here for Shanks. Hope even has a completed Mauve Malmortius. This guy literally is going to take no damage from NiP. And hell, Lee finally hit 3 items, but I'm playing against a crit marksman. I'm so afraid. I'm down 5,000 gold to Hope.
Just a little bit of damage put down onto Kael and paid off in spades back at PP God as 2 inhibitors have fallen. As the minions will pour into the base, these Baroned up minions going to be very hard for NiP to actually clear out. Tarzan's going to flash forward, not going to get much there. Doinby going to try to make it to the back line there. He gets knocked up. He's still going hard for Hope there, but Kael will save his carry. Meanwhile, on the other side, Flandre cooking up solo kill. It's going to be Shanks who gets the credit for those. On the backside, Aki falls, and game 1 goes to anyone's legend.
Oh, hell yeah, it goes to AL. 40 to 17, 17, almost 18,000 gold lead. We take those. I'm really proud of the AL boys. Made that game look very easy from start to finish. Executed on your 2v2. You end up winning the Grubs fight as well. I think while NiP were really trying to invite some chaos here in this game, they just mechanically were not on the same page as each other, and a lot of these fights looked so sloppy.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's kind of hard to have that, too. It's really surprising because this is a composition where I don't want to say it's easy to execute, but your game plan is very obvious on what you want to do, right? You've got this Pantheon, you've got this Galio. Like, hey, let's let Doinby do his thing on a side lane. Let's let him get deep into a fight, or let's let the Pantheon get deep into the fight to kick things off after, you know, a Nautilus hook maybe comes in, and then you go from there, right? You go and you bring in the Galio, and they just never had that fight actually happen. And it's pretty disappointing. You know, they got off to that rough start, and it just kind of feels like their entire game plan fell apart.
I would be so happy if it was like, okay, Galio's ahead, but the rest of my team is going even, fine, you know, like that's I think very reasonable. You looked at AL's team composition. Yes, eventually, like they would be able to kill someone like a Galio, especially the Azir, but I mean, just the fact that the 2v2 went so far below expectation here for NiP. This is some of the problems that we have been seeing from them all split long. It hasn't really felt like when we look at Ninjas in Pajamas, they're really that stand out, especially in the first half of the round robin. They were like, okay, with this Noxus map, we're going to be fighting. We're going to be fighting every 3 minutes. You're just going to have to pick a better team to try to fight us early, or we're going to just try and run over you and constantly bowl you over with our wombo combos and some of our strong champions. Now, when the game is a little bit slower, I feel like this is really questionable for NiP, and even with solo kill coming on through, I feel like unless they're going to be doing exactly what we saw from them in game number 2 of TES, game 2 versus BLG, get us ourselves a Scion, feel like we're going to be having a very quick night, especially for the people out in Shenzhen.
Yeah, and this is something that, for NiP, we're not seeing anything new from them, right? We're not seeing like, hey, you know, they're developing some sort of a style, some sort of identity, right? I mean, there was only, at one point, that 4 for 4, where anything looked relatively okay. I hesitate to even really say that. They just did not have a great game at all, and nothing that we can be like, well, they did this right. Like, yeah, solo kill got a bunch of kills on Galio. Like, if that's what you're hanging your hat on,
yeah.
Like, well, at least that happened. That's not something that you can build on. That's not sustainable. That is not going to maybe make you a threat in the play-ins whatsoever.
Yep, that's the post-game graphics. Literally 71
assists.
gold. 71 gold there was the highest difference for NiP in that series, or in this game.
100 total assists. Look at that.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. That's a clean number. 40, 17, and 100. Good job from AL. Getting a lot of stuff done, but overall a rather flawless game coming in from anyone's Legends. Exactly what we expect, and especially as they go forward, AL having to play, I'm pretty sure tomorrow as well, actually. if I am correct. Because they
no.
have... No.
No, NiP has to play tomorrow. AL will play on Sunday.
Oh, true. True.
NiP has to play tomorrow after getting spanked in game 1, and then they got to play against IG. I mean,
That's
it's gonna
pretty
be tough.
rough.
What was the last time an individual team had 40 kills? Has that happened yet? This split? 40 is a big number for an individual team.
Individual team, probably. If I look over at our league, the average number of kills is 30, and our highest amount of kills is 64. And that was an NiP versus Top Esports game. That was the game that went 54 minutes. It's game 2 of TES versus NiP. Makes sense that ended up being both our longest game as well as our most bloody game. But 40 is a hell of a lot.
40 for an individual team? 40 for an individual team feels like a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That is certainly going to be a lot of kills and a lot of decisions that maybe have to be made by the MVP voters. Alk Battery, I mean, I'm just totally in to give it to our boy. Yeah, I'm in to give it to our boy Hope. I mean, when you got a scoreline like that, I mean, like, when you're double killing the bot lane, you know, you can't. I'll give it to him.
I don't know, man. Like, he goes deathless, which is probably going to add, a little bit more to, like, the fuel of wanting to give him MVP. I know that we were making a joke about if you don't die in a game, you're probably getting MVP if you're on the winning team. But when we looked at these two, we came in, and I have been the biggest Leaf shill on the broadcast, far by a large margin. I gotta be honest, Leaf's positioning hasn't been great. I know in the draft we talk about that Varus is not really a champion that we really want to see him on, but you look at the stats, he has the highest DPM of any player, especially in his lane. He's number 1 in AD carries. He has the best damage percentage of any player. Again, a big focus on this NiP roster. He has some of the highest gold per minute stats of the entire league, which I feel like are a bunch of stats that you really want to be able to see from your marksman player, but especially for a guy that I know we talk about as being kind of like this weird in-between. He's gotten individual games, maybe some series, but hasn't really had a full starting year here in the LPL. Finally, he gets his spot here in NiP. I feel like as a kind of a novice player, he is starting to make his name and starting to, I think, slowly build himself out. But you're playing against Hope. This guy has been, I think, the best AD carry in the league. Just kind of in combination with both stats and also just the eye test that we see, but he's been less flashy than some of his counterparts.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, I do wonder how much of some of the issues that Leaf has had as of late is due to the immense pressure that's on him in this particular team, right? It feels like he is really the only guy who can carry. Some of their NiP's best games have been putting Leaf on these champions that he has room to operate and kind of building the team around him. Not something they did in this first game, and guess what? It did not work out. I mean, obviously, things were not great from the start, and that could be put on his shoulders a little bit. But on the other side, Hope had a phenomenal start, 13-0 and 18, a sparkling KDA, and a well-earned MVP.
And if we're not including the placement stage, currently he is now tied at 7th place with JJ and the Shy. Now that he has 7,
okay.
So
solid.
Good job for Hope. And yeah, that's the end of our first game coverage. Sorry to everybody for a lot of the technical difficulties. I'm hopeful that obviously that us here on the production end can try to get this stuff hammered out as we go out throughout the night, as well as just in general making sure that you guys all have a smooth broadcast watching experience.
Yeah, thank you for sticking with us. We really, really appreciate that. Before we skip away, we would like to shout out our Coffee and our YouTube subscribers who help us level up the show. As many of you know, a lot of the initial payments do go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and our content creators. And if you subscribe to our Coffee, which is linked in the chat, you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We're going to go and kick it to a short break, and when we return, we'll hit you with some MOBA Trainer before we get into the Game 2 draft between Anyone's Legend and NiP. See you there. to actually do that, and I keep forgetting to do so. And I know that after this
It's okay. You don't want to pay. You don't want to put money in your own back pocket. That's okay. That's fine. Again, if you use
I know
that,
I'm gonna forget.
yeah, if you use the code, as you can see below, LPL20, it not only helps out the MOBA trainer designers, but also helps out the LPL unofficial English broadcast. So if you want to start leveling up your game today, make sure you go ahead and not only install MOBA trainer, but also use our code LPL20 for a bit of a discount. Pretty nice. The unlimited puzzles, I think, is the big draw, because you can only do 3 or 4 puzzles a day, unless you're just sitting in Dodge Trainer like a degenerate. But
there's
if you
a
want to
lot
get through
of
that
them.
map.
If you haven't seen, like, there's like what 5 different trees or something like that.
Yeah.
And they have a ton of puzzles within them. So, I mean, you know, you're not going to be able to knock those out in a day, but you'll certainly make yourself a lot better at League of Legends, get you thinking on that higher plane, and maybe, hey, we'll be casting you on the LPL one day.
Unfortunately, looking at our demographics from Twitch and YouTube, we got a lot of Korean watchers. We got a lot of Southeast Asian watchers. Not a ton of Europeans, which feels weird. Yeah, I would think that the time zone would be good for them, or at least better than what it is here in North America. But a lot of our viewership is actually based, surprisingly enough, either U.S., like West Coast based, or closer to like the Southeast Asia, the Koreas, the Japans of the world.
Yeah, that just makes sense. I'm like thinking about it as much as I can. I'm like, yeah, time zones are a heck of a thing. You know, I'm sure we have people in, over in the East Coast maybe watching VODs afterwards.
Yourself watching this game, commentating tonight.
Yes, East Coast, 6 a.m., baby, ready to go. Got work.
And we're only in game number 2 of the first series.
I got work in 8.5 hours, baby. Like, I'm so ready. Please, anyone's legend.
Are you so ready for WETT to go to 3 games?
Okay, that at least I'd understand. If AL and NiP goes to 3 games...
Sad things, exactly. Yanni, don't break anything.
I didn't break anything. I was just out here screaming, bro. Like,
yeah. All right, well, we've got the feed. For everybody at home, we are still waiting for draft to start. This is NiP, so technical delays and difficulties. This time it's on us. Maybe it's just the Shenzhen Arena in general. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Yep. NiP, now after losing that game, they are going to be going over to blue side, so kind of a difference in priority. I think the fact that not only is Akali and Azir gone now here for Shanks, but also I think you've gotten rid of at least one of these really powerful picks in the Pantheon.
Yeah, we'll see what the rest of the bans are. We'll see if they just keep them relatively the same. This time Lilia is going to be taken off the board here. Champion that we don't see that often, but when she comes to play, she's incredibly powerful, big disruptor, and is very difficult to disrupt herself here. And we'll see what NiP wants out of their first pick. You know, I don't know, man. It seems so hard to think of what they could go for very early. Maybe you want to just go aggressive for Leaf here on the bottom side, but I mean...
Pick Vi. I mean, Vi made it through that entire first game draft, didn't get banned. It's one of Aki's second most played here in the season. And if Pantheon's already taken away, like, I think Vi just gives you such a clear direction. And I feel like that's exactly what NiP really want when you look at this team and how they tend to operate.
Yeah, you're right. They're going to go for that Vi first. See what the response is for anyone's legend here. I'm curious to see if they're going to run back Flandre on a carry, as they did in the first game. Remember, we did mention that this could be something that they would index towards to just try to, you know, flex his muscles a little bit. Essentially the gym, right? You know, you go out, you hit the weights a little bit. Maybe by the time playoffs come around, you could put Flandre on a carry against some of these upper echelon teams. It will be good enough. Wukong will be locked in.
All right, so Tarzan gets a good team fighter for himself. I wonder what mid they're going to be setting up for. Is this going to be maybe another, like, are we setting up for Victor? Are we trying to get Rise? Victor into Vi sounds pretty miserable to play. And this is a champion that has unironically just been so disgusting to try to play against in the past couple weeks. Even earlier on in the season, we saw, I think, the Shy end up kind of playing into it. I just think that giving Flanger one of the best hyper tanks in the entire game, as well as just frontline, so that Shanks and Hope can kind of get their damage down, really, really good coming out. So already I think AL have really strong frontline. They have the ability to kind of slow down the pace of the game here, and NiP trying to pick what they want. This is going to be Victor coming in from Doinby, recognizing that this game is going to be slowing down, and definitely feels like the most conventional control mage we actually have from Doinby here, because he doesn't really play Azir either.
Yeah, it'll be his 6th time picking this champion, and it does feel really weird sometimes. Like, I do get having the scaling is going to be really important, but passing up on the strong mid-jungle duo of like a Vi and Talia. I know he doesn't play it a whole lot, but I mean, it just feels like it's up Doinby's alley. Like, even when they were hovering the TF, I was like, hey, that's actually like kind of interesting for the way that Doinby likes to play. Sure, it's not really great, but I don't know. It kind of disappoints me. I mean, like, obviously Victor is still a meta champion, but just to see them not opt into this strong mid-jungle duo, it is on the laundry list of reasons why they're 4-10, I think.
Yeah, Talia all-time right now on this patch is 71-57 in games, 55% win rate, absolutely insane. If I just, like, isolate that for LPL by itself, Talia is, where is she? Where is this? She is 67% win rate, 14-7, absolutely nuts. So when you look at NiP, they're going to be a bit of a slower team. They're going to be trying to walk into AL. I feel like even with this York going up against the Sion, it feels a bit greedy. We'll see what NiP are able to do, as you can see that AL, large focus on this bottom lane. Kai'Sa and Zerigon, now with Jhin and Varus taken away. The next best AD carry that we're going to be expecting coming out from Leave is either going to be some kind of combination of an Ezreal or a Lucian. Oh, Lucian's banned too.
Yeah,
and now they banned Ezreal.
Just got banned too.
Oh, now they're gonna pick MF.
Oh, I know how much you hate Misfortune, man.
Oh, Misfortune is not great, but you have so much set up with your team. I think that there's no combination of supports that you're really going to be able to take away. Maybe if you get away the Rel now, because Alistar is already banned. Rel Corki is very strong as a 2v2, but even with that withstanding, NiP now are kind of playing in this really weird situation where they can maybe try to scale on 2 and 3 items. Are going to be very, very strong, especially with Victor and this York and the solo lanes. But my worry for this team right now is going to come down to not only can they get through the laning phase, but also their setups around objectives. When you look at AL, it is so much easier to play.
Yeah. And right now, NiP's comp, it kind of confuses me. Like, I love what they want to do here. They're like, hey, we're going to go and we're going to, once we get on a turret, we're going to absolutely destroy it. We're going to have 2 strong solo laners as the game progresses. I actually really like this Poppy pick because it gives them some disengage. Nico will do the same thing, but it just feels like when you have a Yorick on your team, having a Vi and Tristana just feels like it does not mesh well, because you're going to be fighting a man down most of the time, or then Yorick's going to be joining you for fights.
Yeah. York is actually, I will say, surprisingly really good here, I think. Yes, it's good into the Sion matchup as the game goes on, but particularly early. I think having the cage actually provides a little bit of value when we're talking about trying to play against a Talia or a Misfortune, who are particularly immobile for the most part and also can kind of throw a spanner in the works. My issue is kind of like we were talking about and starting to get towards, which was this is a team for NiP that are so focused on trying to fight that I think while giving solo kill agency in a side lane, I just don't know if it's going to matter when we're talking about a team that is really trying to play team fights super mechanically proficiently. And hell, you have a lot of setup now. You have a Tristana, you have a Nico, you have a Victor. Is that necessarily going to be enough, though? I don't think so. As Mimi has decided, we are going to go behind my monitor setup.
Oh, yeah, I see your camera shaking a little bit.
Hello.
You're getting ganked by Rengar.
I'm getting ganked by a cat, not Rengar. This is a different kind of Vestayan. Away, be gone, demon. And she just jumped back on the other desk. All right, cool.
Nice.
All right,
cats, man.
now that we're back.
It's just a cat diff.
Yeah, it's just a
why
cat
I make
diff.
sure my cats do not join the room, because I know my princess will be just fine, but I know my little snuggles will run amok, turn off my monitor, not my monitor, my tower. She's done that in so
Nice.
many games of League. Like, oh my god, dude.
Look,
Cost me so much LP.
I run by the idea that, if don't let someone else ruin your day, ruin it yourself, and I've done that plenty of times. I've kicked the power supply on my own PC plenty of times. And the one that's attached to the power surge. So hopefully none of the teams have that happen to them here in game number 2. We're getting ready for NiP versus AL. AL already up 1 game and looking to try to close out this series. All right.
I think the peak of NiP games is watching the Skybox and their hooded figures, because things generally just go downhill from there once they hit the Rift.
Not always the case. Don't be a hater, man. They've won 13 games this split, okay? That's almost as much as WE and Weibo. They just haven't really been able to close out series. Leave them alone, man.
That's true. They have only lost 22. They're only currently -9.
Yeah.
Which is actually, like, I really hate to say it, but is not as bad as you think it is when you look at this team. I think just because of the difference from Split 1 to Split 2.
They are
They're
literally, if you only did game score, they are 4 games behind 6th right now. So,
yeah, you know what? That's not too bad.
That's how stats work. Anyway, we've got our game starting here. It's going to be junglers on opposite sides. Early ward from AL actually is going to be spotting Aki while he is doing his red buff. And so, big point for NiP is going to be making sure that they can actually hit 2 and 3 items, making sure that they get those Victor Evolves, and more specifically, leave on this Tristana. This Tristana champion should be one that is really deadly on 3 items. You become like this massive monster, especially having access to things like the Navori Flicker Blades, having constant uptime on your Q, and just in general, she really kind of, I think, is one of the best users of an item like Yuntal Wild Arrows.
Interesting thing to note is that Leave already burnt the barrier to get himself from a double up. So, all right, good job, Hope. Just point and click them. And force the summoners out. Maybe you could do more of that, and things will be really good for the AL bot lane once again. Jungler for the side of NiP. Aki slowly moving over to that top side. Meanwhile, Tarzan does have a couple of camps after he started red and went all the way down.
Wait a minute. He actually swapped it up. This is really smart from Tarzan here. He went for red buff, went to his bottom side camps, and now he's actually flipped his pathing here. Great ward from Solo Kill is more than likely going to spot Tarzan out, but I don't think Aki is necessarily going to be expecting that he's going to be on this side of the map. They had a ward on Tarzan's Raptors, so they don't know exactly where Wukong is, but I don't think he's going to be expecting him to be on this side of the map. And, I mean, he has a Talia on his side. Like, yeah, maybe Yorick will have priority, but they should have a much more deadly 2v2 coming in from anyone's Legend.
Yeah, Doinby has yet to use the teleport yet. Aki is going to move in first. It looks
there we
like
go.
Straight toward the mid lane here. Shanks will be able to step away with that vision that he was granted. The crab has been started up by Aki. Don't think Tarzan's going to get there, so he'll just take the recall.
I think that's incredibly smart, though. He literally just saved his mid laner's flash. And potentially there's maybe another play here as Aki is going to maybe make a deep roam in. But even Shanks now puts down a ward. He's stopping the invade. Aki will at least see it, but I mean, good enough coming in from AL to protect some of their solo lanes, especially Flandra very early on in this Yorick matchup. Can't get pushed around versus, or as the Scion. So, kind of the only lane of priority that we've been really starting to see is NiP's bottom lane. Again, you're playing double ranged into this Misfortune, and Nico in particular is very annoying to deal with. So, hopefully for Leave and PP God, they can kind of continue to try to use this priority and leverage that into some objective leads.
Yeah, make sure that Hope isn't really able to do much in the early game. Try to keep this Misfortune's power as low as possible, and they're going in for this fight. Tarzan's going to show up, Leave going to hop away. Teleport coming in from Doinby just to protect it and make sure that his bottom lane is all good.
All right, well, Doinby just loses a wave in mid. Doinby, Leave, and PP God are all going to share this bottom lane wave. Potentially even a Raptor stolen away, so, a pretty big investment from NiP in terms of the resources that they were able to use there. And Tarzan, I mean, he even still has the smite, so why not maybe even get a dragon for themselves here to try to split open this map. So, I mean, teleport alongside camps and a wave, I think I'd take that if I was AL.
Yeah, I mean, Aki couldn't go for his chickens there because he just didn't have his mid laner, so I don't know. I think that's been, you know, Doinby, at times, he has been helpful to his team to a fault. You know, that teleport, as you mentioned, that big investment, I mean, it was just better served to go mid lane at that point. I think everything was going to be A-okay no matter what. I think that might not be okay. Our Shanks, he is forced to flash away, but he will be able to survive.
Okay, but pretty good chunk coming in from Leave and the rest of NiP. We're going to try and stop Aki here.
That was nice to stop Aki's Q. He was already forced to flash. Now they're going to chase him down. Going to knock him back over with the seismic shove, and Tarzan gets first blood.
Wow. Okay. Well, that could have gone very well for AL. They just traded the mid out from the enemy mid laner. Like, get the flash out from this Talia. Then maybe you can try to make a redive with either Aki waiting over the Raptor pit, but PP God on the bottom side of this play and Leave going back down towards this lane ends up making that Aki can't even get out, even loses his flash. So all in all, it's a 1-for-1 in Summoner's trade. It's going to be that first kill going over to AL, and they're a team that really wants to be able to kind of push around their way. AL are very explosive early on into this game. Some of the scaling elements obviously still go over to NiP, but outside of just the champions by themselves, AL have been a much better team at being able to slow down a Summoner's Rift game and really kind of play the objectives out very smart.
Yeah, and having that flash down from Aki will make this game a little bit slower. Not going to have as many angles. As we all know, Vi with a flash ultimate once he hits level 6. Very deadly, able to get on a target from very far away. Not going to have that option. The dragon is up. AL is congregating around it. Doesn't look like they'll head toward it just yet. Comes up in about 50 seconds as Tarzan is going to go in and sneak a red buff for himself.
Yeah, I mean, look at the map right now, right? Like, Aki is taking enemy, or taking the topside scuttle. He's probably going to be doing the same here, but he knows his Raptors are respawning, so he's going to head back to that. They have no idea where Tarzan is. Tarzan has been so good about making sure that he gets resources, that he's able to kind of sneak away, take one camp here, maybe grab a second one here. He's going to go for another one because he doesn't know where Vi is, but, I mean, Shanks is about to finish recall. Tarzan has to be very careful about this. He's actually getting his whole bot lane to rotate now.
All right, well, Kyle and Hope do show up. Doinby will be chased off the mid wave here as Tarzan will cross onto his top side as he's got his red buff available and his Krugs. He's also level 6, so having that Cyclone available going to be a big, impactful skirmish-based ultimate. So it looks like he'll just go for the grubs that have now spawned. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Aki will go and take the dragon away as the bolt time gets placed. Thrown down, PP got taken very low with no follow-up damage.
I love how aggressive that was, though. Like, maybe if there was another auto, if maybe they had a little bit more damage onto PP God, but, I mean, they just said, look, you don't have heal, or you don't have flash, you don't have the ultimate, so, oh, well, let's just try to rip it here. So, it's going to be a trade of the objectives. I still think that giving 3 grubs over to AL is a little risky, but as we've seen with almost every team that gets Yorick, you're almost never able to get priority unless you're forcibly making it for your team here, and now we'll kind of start to see Aki get some of his camps back, but still going to be an advantage going over to Tarzan, where he'll be able to at least trade enemy blue buff here.
Yep, and as long as he's able to do that, things are just fine in Tarzan's world. His red buff and his top side are still up, so he'll be very happy to collect those later as Aki continues to just bleed out on sides of the map. Still has yet to make a play with his ultimate. Hasn't had it for that long. Went and secured an objective, but there hasn't been anything really for him to do, and if you're not giving him angles to be able to make plays with his AD carry and his support, who are quite strong at this point in the game, anyone's legend is totally happy with how the game is progressing.
Tarzan is in such a good spot this game. Depending on how he plays, could very easily get himself, I think, an MVP this game.
Oh, yeah.
Just being able to move around the map, and I think most importantly, play with so much information. That is one of the easiest parts of your job if you're on a winning team, especially, is how good it is and how clear you can try to get information out from your teammates. And with them being able to push PP God out of mid, it meant that Tarzan knows, like, hey, PP God can't be here. There's not going to be a collapse from their lanes. Aki loses another blue buff. He has his entire topside. Tarzan actually elects to ignore his topside Krugs. One, because he just knows they probably don't matter, but also recognizing that they probably want to make a bot lane dive now. They know that Doinby's down here. They now know that they're going to have ultimate from both of their bottom lanes. Hell, let's just set up a situation where Doinby has to be very careful about ever showing on a bot wave.
Aki aware that that could be the case. So shadowing Doinby here. It looks like Tarzan will just recall and spend a little bit of gold
that is
here.
Nico. That is Nico.
Oh my god, that is Nico.
Yep. That's okay. I was just looking at how Aki was taking jungle camps, and I figured PP God's probably not sitting there hitting his head against a Gromp.
No, not at all.
So,
not at all.
yeah. Either way, I mean, we don't really have an objective really to talk about for the next few minutes. We have Dragon spawning in 2.5, and if we take kind of a small items check right now, we'll say that NiP are starting to get to that part where they get a little scary here in this game, although AL have such a stronger first item spike, except for maybe Shanks, but Shanks' kit in general is just very, very strong. He's going to have a Ceres most likely here to start, but I'm looking at Hope. He's getting closer and closer to that Bloodthirster, and that's going to be the most annoying part of the game to play.
Yeah, once he gets there, it's going to be so hard for NiP to actually take him down because they have such a lack of damage, and here we go, looking for a little bit of a fight here. PP got forced to flash away, but Tarzan is chasing after him. PP God's Pop Blossom going to get land the knockup, but Leaf hopped over the wall, and now he's stuck. He had to use his ultimate. Now he's got to burn his flash. Will then be able to hop away once more, but a big error there for the AD carry of NiP.
I love how fast that play was, by the way. I mean, even with Doinby being able to get another wave down in bottom side, like, as soon as PP God shows and he uses his E, that's the go button from AL. Kyle flies in, Shanks uses his ultimate. That was a big investment. 4 ultimates used there to kill 1 person. But then you even get 2 summoner spells as well as the kill. And then you guarantee that you have vision control. You can just see right now the map completely littered, especially along the bottom side here, for anyone's legend in ward. So I think a really strong sense of engagement coming in from this AL team, and still showing that they have the chops to be a top-level team here in the league.
Been quite good so far. They're up about 1,000 gold at this point, just 12 minutes into the game. Dragon up in about a minute here. We'll see if anyone's legend wants a piece of that. And they team fight pretty darn well with Kyle, Hope, and Tarzan's ultimates. Aki just lying in wait.
Aki, let's channel some recalls, brother. We got 3 camps, 4 camps if you count the scuttle. Let's get a move on.
Do him before Tarzan takes him away from you, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon spawns in 40 seconds here. Maybe there's a play, but like they're wasting so much time, and now Aki shows.
Oh, goodness. PP God's just dying on the side. Now we're going to get a full engage onto Shanks here, but he flashes away and he finds the kill. And now Kyle is going to peel Aki off him. The charm going to come out too, but Shanks, he's running out of
dead.
range. He finds a double kill. Doinby actually can't take him down, and Shanks is able to make out like a bandit. What a play by anyone's legend, and NiP caught napping. What
is Aki doing? He just wasted so much time. Now it's going to be AL. They can't start up this Dragon just with the way that their HP bars have shaken out, but those are massive picks and a huge waste of time coming in from Aki. Tarzan even, hell, he gets to go back and do all of his camps here. So NiP, they try to make a play. They thought maybe someone would answer Doinby on this bottom lane wave, but not really expecting that AL would be able to make such a big pick. PP God yet again getting picked on pretty far away from his team.
Yeah, this is just a slowness to react. Like, sure, once the knock-up happened, Doinby and Aki were sprinting over, but I mean, I think you have to be a little bit more proactive than that, and not being able to close out on a kill in the end is just the cherry on top of the crab sundae that has been served to NiP so far. The gold lead has not grown that much for anyone's legend, but will be doing so soon, I'd imagine, with the way they're getting strong. Shanks picking up those 2 kills. Bullet time landing flush onto Leave because he had no jump. Dragon going to be secured for Tarzan here, and in 40 seconds, this Herald is coming up.
But look at this now. Like, Leave can't ever contest mid waves. They're trying to make a play onto Aki. Great vision coming in from Kyle and from PP God to try to stop this Rakan. He'll just be able to jump over. So now teleport comes in from Shanks. Doinby has no teleport to match. This Rift Herald in 20 seconds should be AL's. I want to see if NiP are going to be focusing on getting gold and how they're doing it right now. As Doinby hits level 11, has his completed Rod of Ages. I need to see him have a really big impact in this game as he's been farming on a side lane with a lot of attention from his team.
Yeah, he really needs to be the guy, and on this Victor, you know, that's what you expect as you get into the late game. The problem is if you're down so far before you, by the time you actually get there, it's really, really hard to overcome that deficit. As you said, everybody congregating on the top side here for anyone's Legend as this Rift Herald is up and they're ready to fight. Couple big ultimates up. Hope the only one without his. Flandra will have his in just a couple of seconds. And you know that a Scion can join from very deep in the bot side river.
He's already making his way over. He's just dropping this wave. He's like, look, I don't care about this turret going down. York can catch that for all I care. I'm just going to try to shove ourselves into mid and then make it very difficult. You see right now, Aki's like, well, hell, I got to finish some camps right now. We don't have mid prio because guess what? There's a misfortune there. I can't really move in because look at where Kael is. This is such a good start here for AL. They have played this game incredibly clean. I think they've also just been so snappy with their engages. And now 3 grubs, Herald as well. Very little push on the bottom side here from Solo Kill. NiP need to find something early here. Otherwise, I think this game just becomes untenable. Again, they still have some scaling. 3-item Tristana is going to be a beast. But you also need the damage to be able to kind of fight back here. And you're looking now, Seraph's completed for Shanks. This gets tough.
Yeah, where are you going to get these opportunities? NiP's been stifled all game. He's going to eyeball Shanks there with Aki, but not able to actually make it engage. And Shanks' flash will be up shortly. So if he's able to just survive until it comes up, it'll be much harder to actually take him down. As once again, Doinby getting some attention here.
Yeah, he just doesn't care though, right? Like Shanks literally goes to another lane. It's Scion. We are never ganking this guy. So look at where everybody else from the side of AL. They push in mid. They move right into bottom side. They are playing to their side of the map that they're allowed to. I don't care, guys. It does not matter. This guy's playing Scion. Cool. We've now wasted so much time. We're getting a turret on the bottom side. Potentially even diving Solo Kill here.
Yeah, this could be big disaster. Tarzan and Kyle going to pull this wave. Waiting for their wave to come in. Meanwhile, Leave going to engage in the mid lane here. Take a lot of damage, but deal quite a bit back. Teleport coming in as they're going to pull the trigger onto Solo Kill. The knockups are there. Solo Kill trying to survive, and he will be able to do so. And now Doinby is going to look for Shanks, that Arcane Storm, dealing good damage, but not actually able to lock him down.
Wow, you want to know how Solo Kill actually lived there? He used his last rites, and it was on the Wukong clone, so it counts as dealing max percentage HP damage. So he actually heals. Really smart stuff, but AL, look at them. They're pulling them around the map now. There's a pretty big investment from AL across, though. You see that there's no flash for Flandra. Tarzan also got rid of the heal. They had to use some of their ultimates to make that play happen, but for the side of NiP, you're now saying, okay, like we had Doinby teleport for that play, didn't get anything on the return. We need to get a little bit more gold into this Victor. 4 minutes before that Rod of Ages, and Leandri's on the way. I think if NiP can get to 2 items, and hell, you look at the objectives, they're pretty even, all things considered. So as long as they're not in a huge gold deficit going into the next 5 minutes, I feel like NiP are going to be looking to try to start a fight and try to get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, anyone's Legend have been really dominating this early part of the game so far, but haven't really been able to actually get too much more off of it, right? They still haven't knocked down a singular turret yet because it's just so hard to actually get these waves to push against Solo Kill, against Doinby. And even in the mid lane too, you know, Leave is able to clear out these waves pretty quickly when they send him there. So anyone's Legend really needs one more attempt here on these dives to actually be paid off. And then they might be able to break the game open from there, and it looks like they're going to try. So on this red buff, it has been started up by them. PB God just going to send his scout in there.
But look at how much vision and how much priority is just gained for AL. Like, they get to take a timer because Misfortune Strut gives her so much movement speed, and then they put down all this vision. They know some of the timers for Aki's camp, so this just lets a jungler like Tarzan continue to exert his will and pressure all over this game. Continue to take jungle camps away from Aki. Almost up 40, plus having the Rift Herald, and they still have grubs. Any one of these structures is going to fall, and now they have Dragon up like this is mostly a formality coming in from Anyone's Legend. This next setup, this next 4 minutes from them should be very deadly. And they have the potential to take 2 separate turrets here. As NiP, they're going to make their move now. Doinby's going to catch mid-wave. Tristana and the rest of the gang are going to move up into Sion and try to do something.
All right, they're going to walk over this pink ward, so Flandre is very aware that they are there. Will shout cowards as he runs away. Meanwhile, leaving solo kill. We'll split the gold on this turret. Going to see Rift Herald get dropped in the mid lane as the bot lane turret goes over to Shanks. So Anyone's Legend will go from having 0 towers to 2 in the blink of an eye. Maybe look for a second crash as well, as Doinby is the only one here.
Shanks is looking. He's going to send the wall over. It's just going to be them taking another turret here. And they can still move over to the dragon. So AL say, anything you can do, I could do better here. And AL, instead of focusing the dragon, recognizing that that's not really the real objective here, stopping them from using Otacon, stopping them from potentially forcing is going to be the play right now for us. We have no ultimates in our solo lanes. Let's just make sure that we have at least some vision that we're feigning control on the top side.
Dragon started up for Anyone's Legend as they look to cap off their 3 turret play. With that, about a 3,000 gold lead, give or take. NiP not able to get much on the other side, but showed the power of their comp when it comes to turret destruction, with solo kill and leave taking out that top one, despite the fact that it looks like it's still standing.
All right. Flandre teleported down to this bottom lane wave. Solo kill will have a teleport advantage in about 15 to 20 seconds time. They're going to start up this Otacon. Kyle in the area. Shanks in the area. There is no ultimate from Shanks. And Flandre currently stuck under his turret. So they were seeing if they could maybe squeeze a summoner spell, maybe get an engagement coming out from Anyone's Legend. But instead, it's just going to be a full farm fest. It's going to be them trying to pick up more of those items. And we talked about how important it was for NiP to get to 2 and 3 items, but their opponents are a little bit ahead of the curve here. You know, it's a 2,000 gold lead here for Tarzan over his opponent. 1,000 for this Talia. So already very difficult to kill with both Leandri's and this Seraph's Embrace.
Yeah, Tarzan going to spike really hard on 2 items as well once he gets there. So that'll be something to watch out for in these fights. But Doinby hitting that 10th stack of Rod of Ages, so now he'll be the full level ahead of Shanks. Will be something to note as he crests toward level 16 and gets the final point in that Arcane Storm. As things are still going steadily okay for NiP. They're not out of it yet. They're getting to those items, as you said. Really important for them to not let the gold lead get any worse.
Honestly, commendations go out to Aki and PP-God. They had a really rough start to this game and have really at least been able to slow down their bad plays and getting picked out. So it makes it very easy for NiP to kind of scale and slowly take part in this game. Finally, we're going to be seeing a turret here for solo kill. It's going to be the Otacon started. It's going to be Sion ulting just to make sure he's here. Solo kill does have teleport. How much more, and can NiP contest?
4,000. It's getting lower as the Weaver's Wall comes in to try to split the gap here. 2,000, 1,000. And it goes over to Anyone's Legend without any contest.
I feel like if we were just posturing there and mostly just trying to make sure that solo kill gets this would have been fine.
Wait.
Solo kill actually can find this.
Oh no! Shanks! Shanks is in trouble. He's going to get the shield coming out from that Seraphs and will be forced to flash away. So no summoners on the mid laner for Anyone's Legend.
That's amazing. That's exactly the matchup that we were talking about, that, you know, it's really hard for AL to really deal with on a side lane. PP-God gets out with his life, and again, if NiP knew that they were just buying time for solo kill, why not just have Leave sit in the mid lane? Like, as soon as you have 3 or 4 members, maybe you show Aki in the area getting like a Q prep so that AL feel like they always have to be on their toes. Let Leave sit in Fog of War and then just move mid, get down damage. You have this explosive charge. I think minor mistakes coming in from NiP really could have min-maxed some of these situations. And I know I sound like a nerd when I'm talking about this stuff, but like, it's those small advantages that are really going to... It's the reason why Tarzan is almost 1,500 gold up on his opponents. He's able to steal a camp every now and then.
Yeah, any way that you can squeeze out value out of this composition to try to get to 3 items faster to make sure that Anyone's Legend has less of a window to try and break open the game and tilt it heavily in their favor is something that you're really going to need as NiP, a team who, you know, is really scrounging and scrapping for any singular win that they can get. it just goes to show that they still have a lot of work to do. Record notwithstanding. Obviously, we know they got a lot of work to do, but it's just the little things like that that just show that they are not really a team that's ready to be with the big boys.
Well, let's see how they are able to close this game. Surprisingly, we went from a game that had 40 kills for one of the teams when average is like 31, 32, to a game with 4 at 25 minutes. So AL trying to at least try to bore Aki and the rest of NiP to death. And we'll see if they're able to make this rotation. We've got Dragon spawning in a minute. It is still this Otacon, so any first kills that come out for AL are going to have massive influence if everybody is stacked on top of each other. And I'm trying to take a look right now. I mean, Shanks can very easily make the rotation over with his ultimate, and the only shining star coming in is, hey, Doinby's hitting 2 items, or 2.5 items. Leave is going to have those Navori Flicker Blades up and available, so these solo lanes starting to get to that point that it becomes untenable for AL to play with.
Going to be quite hard. We'll see what the move is from anyone's Legend, as it felt like that they were on cruise control early on, Hulk Battery, and then it feels like they were cruising a little bit too hard and have allowed NiP a window to have this game be playable for them. Dragon up in 2 seconds. Seeing a couple of members mid lane here. Tarzan looks to head to the bottom side. We're seeing a lot of pings on these Dragons, so it looks like both of these teams are ready for a good old fight. Aki has started the Dragon. He's currently on Vision right now. The Dragon is
Shanks will be late. Shanks will be late. It'll be him taking control of the mid wave, and we need to see how AL actually take control of space and set up Hope, because a lot of these bullet times have just been him walking up and just straight up ulting onto one target here. He's getting leashed.
Lever's wall coming through. Leave is going to be cut off for right now. It's Aki and it's Doinby onto this Dragon. It's secured by Tarzan, and Kyle is going to flash forward. Is going to knock up Doinby, but Kyle's got to get out of there, and he's going to go down. PP God going to look to buy some space. Does find the Pop Blossom, but ends up going down. Meanwhile, Leave trying to hop onto Flandra there. Solo kill, and his ghouls are going to chase him down. He's stuck in the cage, and he's not doing just fine. His health bar is whittling down, but here comes Tarzan with the knockups coming through with the full time. Doinby's gone golden, but he's getting ripped apart. They managed to find Tarzan as Flandra's dead body is trying to find Doinby. Meanwhile, Shanks and Hope getting very low. Flash forward, a solo kill is looking to finish him off with the Maiden, with the ghouls, with the double kill. Big play from Solo Kill.
He just puts down the prison, and this is what we were talking about from draft. When you're playing in these corridors, when you're playing with these immobile mages, AL just get taken down. Leave with 7,000 damage in that team fight by himself and set up for success. Him and Doinby finally being able to rifle off rounds, and this should be the Baron going over to NiP, who have finally scaled into this game.
Egg timer has gone off. Anyone's Legend were not prepared. And the Baron will go the way of NiP. Slow and Steady may win the race here in this one, Hulk Battery. As I don't even know if this Chemtech Soul will be enough for anyone's Legend to find a win.
Shanks' Weaver's Wall, positioning-wise, have looked very sus. Like, we're not actually cutting anybody out. Sion never actually got control of the Tri-Brush to stop PP God from getting into this play, and then Kyle sent it on the idea that maybe he'd be able to stop either the Vi or the Tristana, but Tristana getting all these resets for her jump. This right here, the fact that it pushed him back over the wall is absolutely degenerate coming in from the Yorick. Aki ends up going down, but Leave untouched in this fight. He gets another reset, jumps over the wall. He doesn't know where Hope is, tries to find this, and then a huge prison from Solo Kill completely wins them this fight and finishes it out.
Yeah, Solo Kill with 2 big prisons in that fight, as you mentioned. You called it earlier, Hulk Battery, and you even harkened back to it at some point in this game that was going to be really big for these immobile carries over on the side of anyone's Legend, and you could not have been more right, as finally he gets some KDA for himself, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Now 29 minutes into this game.
Leave won a single fight, and now he is 3,000 gold over his opponent.
Man.
He was 500 gold even with his enemy AD carry, and now has a full completed item. Hope has 2.5 items right now. Leave has 4. This Tristana is a scaling beast. Little bit of ways from that really strong laner that we had saw in years past. Weaver's wall is going to come in.
Okay,
I don't know what Shanks is doing here.
Shanks is completely alone. He is going to go golden. Maybe some hope here to make things a little bit easier. Speaking of hope, his ultimate not able to actually land. Shanks getting very low. The shields is no longer burning, so be alive for now, but not great coming out from anyone's Legend to solo kill. Up on the top side, doing his thing.
You can see how hard it is for Kyle to actually find any kind of play. Anytime he wants to go into the quickness or the Gren entrance, Lee just hits him with a buster shot. And that right there, oh no, leave!
Oh, leave, big mistake here, but Hope went back in and ends up dying, and it ends up being a 1-for-1. Teleport coming in from Flandre. As anyone's Legend know that they do not have a whole lot of opportunities, and they're going to try to use him here. Doinby trying to walk away. Victor, ever since he embraced the Arcane, able to walk away a little bit easier. Now looking for a turnaround as Kyle going to hop back over to Shanks. Aki maybe looking for a way in, is going to go over the wall. Doinby up in the face.
No.
Is going to go golden. Bit of a mispositioning here. Getting a lot of good damage in as solo kill is alone with Shanks. Shanks has nowhere to go. The knockup is there, but it doesn't matter. He's going to fall. They do find Doinby on the other side. Kyle trying to slide away as solo kill is wreaking absolute havoc. Tarzan caught on the wrong side of the tracks. He's got to try to contend with Aki for right now, and he's trying to get closer. Knockup, not there for Kyle. He gets absolutely stuffed. The taunt onto solo kill, but it doesn't matter. The Maiden did so much work, and now the minions there too. Flandre forced to flash away to get out of jail, and somehow, someway, Kyle able to sneak out the back, but it's another fight win for NiP.
AL are trying to chase, trying to see how much more they can actually squeeze from these fights so that they can set themselves up in time. But now, AL, death timers desynced, ultimates as well not on the same page, will now lose access to this Chemtech Dragon in a few seconds time. Tarzan is dead for another 20, his third item being a Guardian Angel here. AL, the team fight isn't all quite there, and while we had questions for NiP in the early game, AL did not advance the game in a more meaningful amount, and so now they're going to have to come to reckon with the fact that NiP are going to outrange them, outdamage them, and potentially outdo them here in game number 2.
Just felt like at times anyone's Legend was a little too afraid to push the envelope. They had all this control, and they were happy with that. They were like, you know what, we'll take control of your topside jungle. We're not going to push any further because, you know, generally speaking, if you do that, it starts to get a little dangerous, but they allowed NiP a bunch of time to hang around. Now 32 minutes into the game. Baron coming up in about 1 minute and 30 seconds once again. The first Baron didn't yield too much for NiP, but I'd imagine the second Baron, if they are able to pick it up, will bear much greater amount of fruit.
All right, well, Hope has instead opted for the rapid fire cannon, wants to try to at least match some of the range, especially for first poke comes on through. See how NiP are able to kind of balance this one out. They have started to complete more of those items, and I mean, it is so difficult for AL to ever get into the backline. I think we saw that, how split up this topside fight around this part of the map was for them. And just having Shanks, who just having a very uncharacteristic game here. He looks so lost here on the Taliyah.
Yeah, and you know, he had that nice play in the bottom lane, right, where he managed to escape the clutches of Doinby and gets a couple of kills, and you're like, yeah, Shanks is going to have a great game for himself, and since then has been absolutely silent, as you mentioned. For anyone's Legend, I mean, they do have team fighting tools, but again, you know, PB Leave has been so good at disrupting Kyle from getting in. It feels like he almost has to be the third one to go in. It feels like it's got to be Flandre first and then Tarzan. Maybe he uses the buster shot on one of them.
Now that it's gone, though, this should open up a window. Part of the reason that it's been so hard is Kyle has not really been able to find a fight. They're going to make a pick on a solo kill. They're giving up Baron for this, though.
That's a big-ass solo kill, going to heal up quite a bit. Shanks is going to throw as many rocks as he can, but guess what? Your shield is starting to go down. The minions, the Maiden, doing a whole lot. You need to kill him, and you finally do. The Maiden will bleed out. It means that Shanks will be able to escape, but as you said, that Baron will go over to the side of NiP, where Flandre is going to drop his ultimate down, trying to go after somebody here, but the Baron-empowered recalls mean they will be able to escape.
All right, AL, they try to make a cross-map play there. They invest the teleport out from Flandre as well as the Scion ult. The Seraph's Embrace, not going to mean as much unless there's a pick happening within the next 2 minutes, so AL, they're trying to get whatever they can, get a little bit of gold, push out onto these side lanes. Every 5 minutes is going to be a really important fight for anyone's Legend. If they can grab this Chemtech Soul, I don't think it's going to matter all that much, but just a soul is a soul, right? At the end of the day, having that flat damage resistance and damage amp when you're below 50% HP is really broken. So I'm really hoping that if AL have any chance here in this game number 2 of closing this series out, that we're going to be able to see from them some pretty strong team fighting. But they're down 5,000 gold here. And this is the NiP that we've been seeing throughout the past couple weeks. Yes, they've been lost. They've been losing a lot of games, but I mean, that game versus T, yes, they showed a little bit of tenacity. Then that game against BLG, I think showing off a little bit there. There's a lot of hope for this NiP team now that Solo Kill has really kind of reconnected with the roster.
Yeah, it's so crazy how different they look, right? It's a very Jekyll and Hyde team because, you know, game 1 against anyone's Legend, I mean, it was a goddamn disaster, man. It was 40 kills to 17, and then early on in this game, too. And then, you know, as you said, giving plaudits to Aki and PP God for, you know, stopping the int, we'll call it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they turned it around. NiP played really disciplined, you know, willing to give up so much and knowing that it's okay. They're still in the game as long as they don't give away that big fight, that they're still in the game, and they never did. So in a pretty solid position. I know you mentioned getting Soul for anyone's Legend, how it might not even move the needle. I think what it does is it allows Elder to come up, right? And that means that, hey, maybe you can stake the game on an Elder flip. Might be staking the game on a PP God pick here. Shanks is going to go all the way in. Shanks is going to have to go golden. There goes the Pop Blossom. PP God going to do the same. Aki gets into the back line right on top of Hope. Health bars are getting low. Doinby's Arcane Storm looking to rip him apart. Flandre trying to join the fight, but he just can't. Hope in the face of everyone, but Hope gets extinguished. Is Kyle with the bomb on top of his head. Will die. Leaf will hop over again, looking for more. Tarzan just an auto attack away from popping that GA, but he continues to rifle away as the rest of his team will bring in this Baron up wave Ulk battery. 2 members down on anyone's Legend. It is a 5v3 as NiP looking for the death push.
They've got the Maiden as well with this Baron. How much more can NiP go for? It's this top side of anyone's Legend. Is going to try and make the defense of a lifetime here. NiP, they're going to be dissuaded. It took a single mini wave. They said, okay, never mind. You put too much of a fight. We're out. We're going to leave. We're going to go right down to the bottom lane. We're going to take our dragon here. And that'll mean that NiP will also put themselves at Dragon Soul Point. That means that we are now going to the 7th Legendary Dragon. And NiP, they are fighting for every single chance here to win this game. Again, NiP, 9th right now in the standings. Game wins for them don't matter as much, but most importantly, put AL within striking range of BLG and eventually JDG once they get through their slog of games.
And who knows, Ulk Battery? I know it's a pipe dream perhaps for NiP, given their upcoming schedule, but hey, maybe, just maybe, if they can find a way to win another match, they could find themselves maybe in striking distance for 7th. They're only 2 full games behind. That's a lot, especially for what they've shown so far this split. But then again, the individual games against some of these top teams, as you just alluded to, who knows? Maybe they'll be able to put it together for a couple of series and play 2 out of 3 really, really strong games.
We'll have to see. Need to see NiP closes out. Should be a fairly easy one for them to close out, all things considered. Solo Kill is just so deadly ever since he hit 2 and 3 items, and no one from AL have really been able to deal with him all game long. Finally, the top tier 1 does fall. It's going to be the teleport coming in from Flandre. I think AL, barring some massive team fight, looking to be around that Baron in a minute and a half time. And if that doesn't end up winning us the game, then hell, it's going to have to be this Soul Point.
Exactly. Anyone's Legend, as you mentioned earlier, a team that really fights with their head, not with their hands. Gonna have to do a little bit of both here. Your mechanics are gonna have to be really on point in these fights in order to make up for the gold deficit that you have, and your brains are gonna have to be really, really big and have a ton of ridges, unlike Shanks in that last engage that did not go their way. It feels like if Shanks gets one good Weaver's Wall when everybody on AL's around, maybe, just maybe, they have a chance to get a man up really quickly and then maybe take some of this map back.
Oh, look at this fog of war. Great toggle coming in from the LPL observers right now.
The goats.
You can see that AL, they can feel a little bit desperate. They know that they're down a significant amount of gold here in this game. Seeing if anybody from AL is going to step up high. Okay, PP God gets forced out. That's Baron spawning in 25, but I think NiP can very quickly move back into this side of the map, take pressure through mid. AL are going to recall. They're going to give up a large portion of this because they don't know. Now they know solo kills on the bottom side. It is so tough right now for AL, and if they give up Baron, that might just be the game because the Dragon is still so far away right now.
Here we go. They're going to just try to buy time for solo kill. Flandre going to be forced to use his ultimate. Solo kill is going to be able to shove this wave in. He is waiting to see who's going to show up for anyone's legend. Nobody has so far. Meanwhile, the Baron has been eviscerated by NiP. So again, it's going to be a Baron for solo kill trade here. The question is, are you actually going to be able to get him? Because guess what? He's got a Thornmail. He is tough to kill. And they won't be able to do so.
And now they've just lost out on so much of their map. Solo kill recognizing as soon as they're not showing around the Baron, hell, they're going to be somewhere around here. So Baron lives. That's a massive part of the kit here. NiP are going to continue to cut off mid and top waves and then set themselves up. Dragon Soul in a minute and a half. Finally, the finale, potentially, to this game. One that has started off so slow. One that NiP have been slowly nickel and diming their opponents around. And it is going to come down to these solo lanes. Obviously, Leave with a big part in this game, being 5,000 gold up on his lane counterpart at the time being. And now having a Guardian Angel, this game only just gets harder right now for AL to play.
I think it's a great way to put it off battery. Nickel and diming them. It's been death by 1,000 cuts for anyone's legend. And right now they are damn near exsanguinated. As NiP looking to finish them off, but anyone's legend looking to force the fight. The Pop Blossom comes through. Doinbe's Arcane Storm doing a lot of damage, but guess what? He's on the wrong side. He's going golden, but here comes Aki trying to get a priority targets. Hope going to get a good ultimate off, but I don't think it's enough. Aki's starting to get very low, and the Guardian Angel will get popped.
But look at Leave.
He's full HP. He's got a Guardian Angel. He's got a gun, and he's ready to use it, although ends up being a fight win so far for the side of anyone's legend. They go 2 for 1. But the question is, can you keep it up? Leave is still so damn healthy right now. Flandre will be able to knock him up, but now Leave is going to hop over the wall. Leave is forced to flash away, but he manages to find Kyle anyway, and now he's looking for more. Flandre, it doesn't matter how much health you have. Leave has the weaponry. Tarzan going to be forced into the GA. Leave with another nice sidestep here, and now he wants Shanks, but he gets interrupted on the hop, and now he's forced into his GA. Solo kill, still so damn tanky, and Shanks is dead. A nice Flandre ultimate, but the Buster shot will keep Leave and PP God alive for right now as the base is in tatters. The minions are pouring in. They do find Leave, but solo kill trying to do the most right now. The ghouls are chasing down Tarzan all the way to the fountain. The base, the Nexus turrets are still standing for anyone's legend.
Oh my god, wow, such an incredibly close fight. I mean, still, look at how much gold is here for NiP. They get an inhibitor topside, multiple kills, the turret as well. Now 10,000 gold almost in the lead. And Aki, I mean, right now, PP God and Doinbe, they're going to move in. Aki's not that far behind. AL need to make this timer count right now. It's going to be a 4v5 teleport advantage for Shanks in 10 seconds. And Leave is not going to be here at all.
Doinbe knows Zonia is either for at least a couple of moments. See how this fight progresses. They want to go in. Knockup is there. Onto Doinbe. They don't really have the damage. Here comes the teleport. PP God's Pop Blossom lands onto 2. And that means Kyle is going to die. Hope is caught in the cage and goes down. But there's the ultimate from Tarzan. Good damage. Solo kill. Trying to sustain himself through. But he falls too. But look at the base Hulk battery. Look at the base. The minions are pouring in. You can see the pings on it. Anyone's legend can't take this dragon. Shanks has to go all the way back. The first Nexus turret is going to fall. The second Nexus turret still on half HP. Shanks has to do emergency cleanup work here as Leaf makes his way over to this dragon. Doinbe has started this up. PP God still in the area, still relatively healthy. Tarzan wants to get in. He does have the smite available. 5,000 HP, 4,000
Buster
HP.
shots coming up.
He's going to slide into the pit. He's going to go for it. He's going to secure the soul, but he is going to give his soul for it. And now Flandre caught in a 3v1, trying to use his ultimate, but he's blocked by Doinbe. Can't find the knockup on anybody. His Leaf is just rifling away with auto attacks, going and going and going and going and going as Doinbe and PP God continue to keep Flandre locked down. And he will finally finally fall. There are no Nexus turrets left standing. There is no Tarzan for 40 seconds. There will be no Flandra for a long time.
And look at all the inhibitors on the bottom left. Those are your timers. 2 minutes before a Nexus turret respawns. 2.5 before an inhibitor does. And it is just 3 waves. Hope and the rest of AL. How much work can they actually get done? Leave. I feel like you didn't really need to go for these Raptors right now. I think you should be looking to pressure. Kyle trying to find a flank play.
Go. You have to do it. You have to try to kill Doinby, but he goes golden. Leave has no mana left. It's very hard for him to get in here. That Arcane Storm dealing good damage, but here comes the cavalry, right? Here comes Aki showing up to the party. Solo Kill is in tow. Weaver's Wall coming in just to try to buy time. Tarzan is up. Flandra in 15, but remember there are no Nexus turrets left standing. Doinby, Aki, Leave, Solo Kill, the entire squad. PP God now bringing up the rear as Shanks is down to half HP, and the Chunks onto the Nexus turrets. We are going to Game 3. NiP get the job done.
There's that passion. There's that fire coming in from the legendary mid Doinby himself. A slow, methodical game, some mistakes in the early game, but we did actually see AL, I think, develop, use their 3 grubs. Really smart job, and I think commendations, again, go down to these solo laners. Leave eventually having a pretty easy team fight for him, but Solo Kill played the map really well for a player that is so new, especially. Doesn't have a ton of experience, played a little bit on EDG, obviously has that experience from playing on the PCS, but how much split pushing are you actually getting done, especially as a new age player? So congratulations to NiP. They found a game win here, which does tie up the series, obviously, but not the kind of AL that we were expecting coming in.
No, not at all, Ulk Battery. I mean, they had that early lead, and they absolutely squandered it. There wasn't a damn thing that they really did with it. Again, other than just take some vision. Again, you saw, we'll take some jungle camps here. We'll nickel and dime you early, but you need to give the knockout punch to this NiP composition. They were never able to do so. And then once NiP got big, they were able to rifle away over and over and over and over again, just like Leave's auto attacks.
I think it's so impressive that we actually get to see NiP play an actual game. Like, we didn't see them go for, like, these really dumb, like, donkey fights where we're just, like, deciding, hey, we're going to go to an objective and we're just going to send all of our ultimates at you and miss. I will say PP God felt quite invisible this game in a large portion of it. I don't think he was an active participant in the driving of the win. But just solid frontlining, good target selection coming in, and again, just utilizing a really, really great draft for them. We weren't expecting what AD carry Leave was going to be on. I thought maybe it would be the Corki. They banned out the Ezreal on their side. He ends up picking up a pretty important win, I think, on this Tristana, and, I mean, kind of being that scaling threat for the team.
Yeah, and did a great job of keeping Kyle out of those fights. I mean, Kyle may have had a fine enough scoreline, but if you watch this game, his impact in these fights were minimal. We did not see one huge quickness all game long, and that was because Leave really kept this guy locked down. You know, especially for a pick that we've seen mostly mid lane, getting taken to the bottom lane, you know, obviously a natural bottom laner from years past, but nice to see Leaf pull it out, deal 54,000 damage to Hope's 18k. I mean, you know, Solo Kill is certainly going to get a lot of plaudits for maybe pulling away some MVP votes. I think it has to be Leaf for what he did throughout the game.
I think it's Leave or Solo Kill. Funny that we actually see this MF for Hope. He's only played it twice, and we actually haven't gotten too many AL Misfortune games. I wonder if that's maybe necessarily the laning phase for these two, maybe giving Hope a little bit more agency as to where he's allowed to actually click on the map. And it's kind of a very similar pattern to when we saw Ashe actually start to drop in priority when she got nerfed towards the beginning of the year. AL were one of the first teams, AL and TES were one of the first 2 teams to just say, look, we want our AD carries on something a little bit different. We're going to move them away from the Ashe. We're going to slowly start to phase it out, and they dropped it very, very quickly. So good to see as a punish, and hopefully to something that AL continue to revisit, because Misfortune is almost always going to be in the meta, especially in a fearless system. But when we talk about this game, and I think just LPL in general, there are just some games where it is much, much cleaner. And I don't want to take anything away from Hope and Kyle. They play this game okay. Shanks, on this Talia looked pretty bad.
Yeah, these Weaver walls were really poor. I think his best Weaver's wall was the one that he used at the end of the game to try to buy a couple extra seconds before the Nexus turret went down. I mean, it was not great. I mean, sure, being able to move around and land your Qs and do solid damage is fine, but we didn't see too many seismic shoves either. Not really anything that you would expect from a high-level player, right? You expect from a player of his caliber, you expect from a top 2 mid laner. And needs to have some better games on that in the future and needs to go back to the drawing board for Game 3.
Yeah, a lot of questions here now for AL. I mean, so many champions now gone. I am getting a little bit worried, although I think Doinby has started to assuage some of those worries about his champion pool. The joke is that he never gets access to Ryze and Galio, and he will, or for AL, I think a big thing that we talk about every series, selection of blue side, right? Now that they've lost the second game, they're more than likely going to be heading over to the blue side again. So in terms of first picks, I think Sejuani Yone gets a bit more priority. We haven't actually seen that combo very often from Doinby, and Doinby has been going for more of those like tank build Yones, especially when he's playing these melee champions. So I wonder, how much more we're going to be able to really see out of a player like him, and if he reaches for the Annie, which I think is very surprising. We haven't seen either of these guys really reach for it.
It feels like that could be the option for this last game for either of them, but I would think it'd go over Doinby a little bit more in the wheelhouse of expectation. One thing I'm really worried about is that, NiP played the scaling comp really, really well, but you don't really have any other champions in the current mid lane pool that are like, yes, great late game scalers, like clear Doinby late game scaling champion. So that does mean you have to be put on one of these other champions where he either has to either play lane for himself or be utility focused, and instead of a late game scaler doing a lot of big damage. His Arcane Storms did a whole lot that game, so I think that hurts NiP big time going into this third game.
There's a couple of options he still has left. I think his Aurora in particular is something that maybe we end up seeing. Again, Annie, probably going to be a very big contest going into this game number 2. We'll see if that ends up slipping on through the ban phase. But yeah, his effective champion pool, I think, is going to be under a little bit of scrutiny here for Doinby. We'll see what he's able to pull out and what the rest of NiP are actually able to do, because now I feel like a large portion of Solo Kill's champions are gone. We've gotten rid of the Scion, the Rumble, Gwen's permaband, Akali's gone as well. So what else are we going to be able to get for our guy in the top lane?
Yeah, we're going to really
there we
start
go.
digging down a little bit. Well-deserved MVP for Solo Kill. Like we were saying, we were really pushing for Leave to get this one, but we both said we would be happy if Solo Kill got it. So you know what? Good for him. Again, really big stuff. That one fight that happened down in the bottom lane was really what put NiP in control of this game.
Yeah, he has been so solid for this team, and I really want to applaud him before we send it to break. Solo Kill, despite Shanji eventually leaving this roster and him being replaced, Solo Kill has, even on his first debut games, he played a Gwen game and a Scion game, and he looked by far better than whatever Shanji had put up previously. So I'm glad to see that this guy is not only getting a chance, but also proving himself and potentially pushing NiP back into that playoff contending spot for this squad, as well as being a team that we had high expectations for coming into the year.
We'll see if Solo Kill and the rest of NiP can shock the LPL and take a win over anyone's legend as we head to Game 3. We are going to take a short break. When we return, we'll kick it to the Game 3 draft for the final game of this series. We'll see you soon. to tie it up against Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend had that great early start where it looked like the game and the map were theirs, but again, they never were able to put NiP away, allowed them time to scale up. NiP's composition does what NiP's comp does best, win the game late.
I mean, hell, they had that Tristana again. Tristana, kind of a sneaky AD carry, because when you think about Tristana, if you're like an old head or if you're just like used to watching old League of Legends, Tristana obviously fell off a cliff in terms of priority a bit ago. But she always used to be like this duelist that like very early on you hit a level 2 spike, boom, you can find an all-in. You know, things have changed, items have changed, Ignite, durability patch, these kinds of things. But now, especially with having access to... Yeah, true. And now having access to Navori Flicker Blades on 3, you just become a monster in team fights. So... glad to see it's actually getting at least a little bit of representation. I know we've been seeing it throughout the split, but this feels like it was the best game to showcase that actually in full form here in the game.
Yeah, I think Tristana is one of my favorite champions to play, and I just think Flicker Blade Tristana in a team fight, it's so good. Your Q is always up. You're hopping around everywhere. You're doing a bunch of damage. Luckily for Anyone's Legend, you will not be able to see that champion there. I'm sure they're thanking their lucky stars that they won't. Now we'll see what happens in this game 3. You know, this will be a little bit, you know, I want to see Shanks on a champion with a little bit more me power, I think. I think the Talia was just not that great. I'm really interested if he ends up picking up the Annie instead of Doinby and just going like, hey, I'm going to be the one to like start these fights and make it a little bit easier.
Can I get a legal definition? I might have to hold the legal definition on the me power. We'll circle back to this when draft is over. We're gonna get in here. AL is now on blue side again, something that we had talked about being a consistent theme throughout the series. But Galio already went through. I assume that this next ban is going to be a Rise coming in from Anyone's Legend, but they are on blue side, and especially for Shanks, it would be one of his most played as well in this split. So. Wouldn't be too surprised that being on the table, even with Neferi taken off.
All right, a couple of bans coming out so far. This Lilia has been hitting the ban list a couple of times. That'll be gone. We'll see if NiP opts to take out the Rise. This is something that could be played by the side of Anyone's Legend. I assume that will be banned.
Wow.
It will be taken out.
That's tough. I know you have to ban it, but like you're playing against you have Doinby on your team, right? Like maybe you make a little bit of like a prayer, like surely they forget about the champion, right? So.
Exactly, bro. I don't think AL was ever gonna forget.
Yeah, in terms of first picks though, you could go for Skarner. I think that Sejuani, when Yone is still up available, is definitely really strong. And Sejuani is a flex pick for both Tarzan and Flandra, but instead going for the Poppy, the ultimate flex pick. The champion that gets access to that support position as well.
Yep, could be played damn near anywhere, and already I like the hover out from NiP here. I would love to see them just slam down the gauntlet and say, hey, we're going to do what we do when we can't play scaling comps. We're going to put the ball in Leave's hands. We're going to give him the Soul Scaler. We're going to pair him up with a really nice support that's going to be able to buff him up like a Lulu or something like that, and then have him carry us to the promised land.
I like this idea of waiting to see what your support is. I would really prefer if they actually didn't pick Nocturne. Pick some kind of tank. Pick something that's going to give you some agency. I like this from Aki. Takes the Sejuani. Lets you build out that robust front line that Azaria is going to want. And when you know that there's a Poppy here, there's a couple of options that we could see from PP God. We've already seen him play the Braum with Azari in their matchup versus BLG. And I think you now know that with potential Silas on 3 or potentially on 4 here for AL, you have to be careful about really strong ultimates like the Lulu giving over that growth.
Jace also going to be locked in as well, so let's see. That really kind of narrows the pool on some of these available champions like you were talking about, right? Even if you want to throw, Doinby on this Yone if you want, I think you can kind of get away with that. I do worry here with the Zambessa lock-in. It does mean that Shanks could very easily take that away too and find himself on top of the Zeri very quickly.
Yeah, that's dangerous, but I need to just really quick refresh myself. I don't think Ambessa's ult, like the the ratio on it is that insane. Because that's when it gets a little disgusting to play. It's
Yeah.
80% bonus AD. Okay, maybe it's a little strong. Maybe it's a little strong for Silas. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to get into the back end of the drafts here, and I think for NiP, they're going to continue to look towards the AD carry. Maybe they get rid of a Callista here, knowing that that's still something that could potentially come down the pipeline. Corki's also an answer. I think that AL showing with this Poppy support, I think there's a very real possibility we get a Jinx angle here for Hope and Kyle. So either that or the Kaisa. Two champions that I think they seriously need to be worried about when you have a Zeri on the enemy team. And then support on 4. Are we going to be seeing support on 4? Or are we going to be getting Doinby's champion here?
Not quite sure. We'll have to see after this last ban. I think Braum might be the ban. You called it out earlier as something that PBGOT has played alongside the Zeri. I think into 3 melee champions. It's something that anyone's Legend needs to be very aware of. It could certainly cause a big problem in fights. Instead, they'll get rid of the Yuumi. Thankfully, we don't have to see that champion. 6 years ago, yesterday.
Yeah, I still think Braum is so strong here. Just Braum versus their team. Okay, we're getting the Karma. Is technically a flex. Is technically a flex here for Doinby. Could play the Karma mid. I really don't like PPGOT on Enchanters. When we have seen him on things like the Nami, even the Karma, he didn't look as clean. And we're going for an aggressive bottom lane. AL going for an all-in composition here with Silas, this Renata plus Callista combo. You have this Poppy for early game. They're going to very much be looking to dive bottom lane. And so I want to see how NiP are going to respond. I do not think this is a Nami angle. I actually think that, yes, you might take a worse matchup versus the Renata, but I really feel like Braum is going to give you so much more to be able to play. Even Melio! Yes!
Yeah, sure. Why not? I thought that this was pretty much a dare to force the Karma into the bottom side, but instead they do retain the flex. They're going to give Karma over to Doinby, which definitely feels a little bit more like a Doinby champion, right? You know, going to be able to present this utility for his team, be really good for leave, and again, just try to play to that win condition of this late game Zeri, give him plenty of protection.
Wow, and Karma, the lane matchup in between Karma and Silas, this should be miserable for Shanks to play. Anytime he tries to find an all-in, empowered tether. Boom, I've got you rooted, and I'm healing off of you. I wonder if this is also going to be tank Karma. I mean, hell, Doinby can literally build a garage sale of items and actually be incredibly efficient this game. I mean, Iceborne Gauntlet versus some of the melees. You can go for Moonstone Renewer to really kind of get that shielding bonus. I want to see how Doinby cooks this one, because there is a very real possibility we actually see AL lose this game up against NiP.
Couldn't agree more, because what they've put together is a little wacky, but it works out very well. And guess what? If this Ambessa gets ahead, if solo kill is very, very strong, well, guess what? Now you're buffing up this Ambessa, right? To, you know, in these early to mid-game fights to carry yourself to get to the leave late game. I mean, this is very, very dangerous and something that anyone's Legend has to be acutely aware of, because they're the ones who put themselves in this position in this game 3 to stare down Doinby's Karma with these 2 big carries that will benefit greatly. Let's see if they are able to get the job done, Alk Battery. Not a lot of good ultimates for Shanks to take, as we're all in Summoner's Rift for the final game of this best of 3.
That is the big thing that I was looking at is... Hell yeah. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
Last time, by the way, I totally forgot that we had the Jaios coming on through. Do you know who the last... So, I'll spoil it. Doinby was the last person to play Karma mid. It was this year. You remember who it was up against?
I don't.
It was against Shanks. It was in playoffs of split number 1. So, he did end up losing that game, but he was playing against Talia, and he was going this cringe Karma build with, like, Seraphs and a Malignance. Don't do this. Don't do this game, Doinby. You have Grasp of the Undying. Let's get a Rod of Ages. Let's kill these guys, please, man. Like, this is actually a really good draft from NiP. I don't know how we got Silas coming in on 3. I need to see a lot more, and we're seeing Flandre at first strike here, so they want to be as aggressive as possible.
All right. Let's see how things shake out. Both junglers are going to start on the bottom side of the map to kick this game off. All battery clearing away from these bot lanes. And, you know, if you're the NiP bot lane, probably a little concerned at that prospect. Obviously, you are double range, but Hope and Kyle have a little bit more power than this Melio can provide early, although the disengage is strong.
Yeah, I don't think we are ever seeing a Poppy gank towards top side. I think we are going to see what Tarzan has done best on this champion, which is be an early game menace and be a little degenerate here. He actually didn't get that ward spotted, so he knows that the wolf was just finished by Aki. He knows exactly where Sejuani is going to be, and they're setting up for a 3-wave crash onto this bottom side. This needs to go well. Now they've gotten the flash out from Leave. This is exactly the setup that AL want to have.
Absolutely perfect as Leave continues to get whittled down. It's time to shove that wave in. Let's see where Tarzan's going to go. He was pathing away, but is now heading toward this bottom side to make this play happen. We're building up this wave nicely, but it looks like Tarzan will just head back into his own jungle. As Aki is also on the way down, reverse clearing for that Gromp that he's not going to find.
Yeah, he went back. He's like, you know, I actually don't know if Poppy's down here. I need to make sure, like, at the very least, he's like, okay, bot lane, is the wave crashing? Yes? Okay, I will make sure that I'm in the area. I don't even think he was reverse clearing. I think he just, more importantly, wanted to make sure that Tarzan was not diving them on level 2, level 3. So instead, Tarzan is going to take his leave. He's actually in the same amount of camps, but the fact that he stole one away will mean that he'll be at least up 4 CS here, and eventually going to be a pretty big game changer.
Uh-oh, PB God has no flash. Keep that in mind. Is able to kick Hope away a little bit, but good damage put down by Hope. And he takes quite a bit himself.
All right, well, hey, still have the bailout if they really need it. And instead, wow, Tarzan is literally ignoring all of his topside camps. He does not care. He did his Krogs, his Raptors, and he's right back to the scene of the crime. But he's going to get spotted by all of this vision. So Aki has a chance to be able to steal a few more jungle camps away. And the wave, not quite there yet. All right, leave PP God, I believe.
All right, they're looking to make the play this time. Tarzan ready and raring to go. They're trying to find a way onto PP God here, and they do. It's going to be first blood going over to Hope.
All right, that's exactly what we wanted to see, but it wasn't on to leave. I think most importantly, if you're NiP, you're saying, okay, unfortunate that our support died, but hell, our AD carry is still up and catching waves. Now Tarzan, he got spotted on that ward. They know Poppy is somewhere in their jungle right now, but it's going to mostly be him trying to steal away another camp here because he's opened up a vertical jungle. He's completely given up his top side just to make sure that his bottom lane's in a good spot. And probably going to be, honestly, I wonder if they go for a swap here. It would be kind of terrible for Tarzan, but I mean, you're already in a really weird spot here and maybe want to fight back for at least some of these camps.
Yeah, you're already putting yourself on the utility bot champion anyway. Obviously, trying to hit 6 as soon as possible because it is such a useful ultimate is really important to Tarzan as Shanks is going to go all in Doinby for a little bit of damage here, but Doinby will get a grass proc on the back end. Dragon has just spawned with 2 members of NiP on this bot side. See if they want to opt into that one. Not quite sure that this is quite the time. I think you're content to allow Leave to try to just farm up as best he can.
Yeah.
But you need to find a way to do something to make it a little bit easier on him.
I think it's really fine to fight here, though. I mean, Doinby's trapped under his wave right now. But he's going to have level 6 soon, which means he'll still obviously, he always has access to his ultimate, but I think just getting another point into one of his basic abilities is actually pretty game-changing. We'll see what they end up deciding on. And I wonder what Doinby's items are going to look like. He's gone for early boots of lucidity. You can kind of see how much vision and how much attention needs to be placed from both teams onto Leave and PP God. Eventually, Leave is going to have a massive front line. He's going to have a Sejuani, a Karma, and a Melio peeling for him. I don't think you would ask for a better situation to play Zarian, aside from straight up having a Scion on your team. And maybe a Malzahar in some kind of position there. So here for AL, they're putting not a ton of priority here. I know Tarzan wants to be able to visit this bottom lane. He just finished his Raptors, but my brother, you got some topside camps. You can take your Wolves. They're still level 1 here.
Looks like Tarzan's not particularly interested. So Aki will stay down here. We'll be able to spot out Tarzan. Tarzan's going to go in on Aki here just for a little bit of damage as anyone's legend still largely controls this river. Nice handshake onto PP God. PP God will be forced to flash once again.
Yeah. That's just spell. That is skill shot discipline
everywhere.
right there. Aki's going to be able to get out. Shanks is dealing a little bit of damage to Doinby after he already used his teleport, so not great coming in from the mid jungle of NiP, all things considered. But yeah, that right there from PP God is why, as Melio, spell shot discipline is at a premium. You cannot be using your fire kick in random spots there, because this happens here with Leave. Wow. That could have been the kill there. Ends up not being the Rend, or I think the Rend did come through, but not enough damage onto Leave. He's going to have to recall. He's going to be missing out on this. They know Tarzan's in the area, so big win here for AL.
Yeah, PP God going to be completely zoned off as well. A lot of Fog of War has no idea that anyone's Legend has begun to back. Not going to be able to land the Q either, so these recalls will be had, and that huge wave is going to be lost. Grub's up in 25 seconds as we pay attention to the top side. And Flandra bring up just a very small lead right now. As if you're an IP, that's pretty okay, right? Your solo kill is still going to have a fair amount of strength to try to carry you through this mid game to get Zeri into this late game as NiP starts the dragon on the bot side.
Doinby gets canceled. I don't think it's going to matter all that much. Might be an extra wave that Doinby's actually going to be missing out on this bottom side, as this is going to be the trade of objectives with AL at least pushing a lot of their pressure on top side. They haven't actually started the grubs. Maybe a little afraid right now with Flandra not having too much ability to actually move here in this lane. But when you have this first strike, it's all about like small economic wins. You're taking really small burst trades as well to try to get that extra damage amp. And then hopefully you're able to kind of slingshot your way up into the matchup where you're like maybe half an item ahead on your opponent. You're really looking good on like 2 and 3 items.
Flash charge to stun the Melio. Remember, PP God has no flash. Another nice handshake to keep him there. The question is, can you get him? No, you can't. Meanwhile, Leave in the mid lane, almost taken down by Shanks. He's got that ultimate in his back pocket. Is anyone's Legend going to take their dominion over this top side?
All right, AL, they traded the flash. I actually really like that from PP God. Even with the wall slam coming through, he actually delayed the stun.
Wait, we're going to find Kyle here. He gets pulled in by the Fate's Call. Goes in for the knockup. Should be able to walk away with Tarzan on the backside. Oh, what a stun by Aki!
Oh god, Aki.
But Kyle still alive.
Okay, Aki, we don't do enough damage, brother. If we had Art Steal, maybe. We've got double Giant's Belt. Let's reel it back in. It's belt overflow if you're a TFT player. But we get to see a bit of trading. What happened in mid is really just Shanks trading ultimates with enemy AD carry. I think not too much to really write home about. But I really wanted to talk about that play onto PP God, because if he doesn't land the fire kick onto Tarzan, I think he gets stunned for the entire duration, and then he's just dead. So clutch play coming out from a player that we don't really know too well for playing these enchanters all that at a really high level. I think this is really impressive though. NiP have been able to stall out this game. They're 1,200 gold down, but you look at where the gold is right now. It is entirely on to Flandra, and he has been a player that I have had so many criticisms about for how he takes his individual lead and actually influences the rest of the map, because he actually hasn't been able to get too many turret plates. He hasn't really been able to really throw his weight around. And that is why I think him playing on champions like Rumble, things on like even this Jace, I've had some question marks.
These question marks are going to have to be answered if anyone's Legend want to take this 2-1 victory. No objectives right now to speak of, so it is going to be a little bit difficult for Flandra to exert that sort of pressure in a team fight setting. But maybe around one of these next objectives in a couple of minutes, he'll be able to. Aki up on the top side here, chilling out with solo kills. Solo kills ultimate, that public execution will be up in a couple of moments here, but Aki is taking a lot of time just to sit here.
He doesn't have too many camps, so I get it. He doesn't really want to give over free information to his opponents. Shanks. Okay. Aki, he doesn't know that there are more. He only knows that Renata Glask is in the Baron pit, but like, if he knew there was a few members from AL that weren't really in position. I feel like he's tanking that Silas-y. There are so many times with like Silas, Leona, with their like long range abilities. You're like, if I would have landed that, I think I might have been in a lot more trouble.
Yeah, it's always a weird one because you're just like, yeah, I hit the ability. Let's go. I'm ready to go. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. This was a bad thing. Luckily for Shanks, he will not go all the way in. He does have the Sejuani ultimate in his back pocket. Want to see him hopefully use it well on this cooldown, perhaps try to get a little pick going. So look at the teleport on the bottom side of the map, and now Hope and Leave going to go at it for a little bit. PP God there, though, to scare off Hope.
All right. It is thankfully going to be the on-hit Callista. I'm sorry, Pace. One of your abominations of builds has been your lethality Callista. I don't want to ever see this again, please. But he is going to at least be able to be vaguely competitive with this Zeri. I wonder if this is going to be a Runon's game with how low range some of NiP are. And I wonder if there is going to be a Serpent's Fang this game. I really feel like Tarzan or Flandra should be looking at these two items. Just depends on who you feel applies the passive a little bit better. Personally, I feel like Tarzan would be a better applicator of this kind of item, just because usually the person that he is going on to is going to most likely be Leave a lot of the time. But has the Sundered Sky first, and AL, despite having an item advantage in some of their lanes, you're looking at NiP slowly starting to scale. This Zeri is under zero threat that right now. She has been, aside from the early lane ganks, not pressured at all. And the first dragon of the game went over to NiP. I have to see AL actually use these grubs in a meaningful way. Otherwise, I think that NiP have gotten better of the trade.
It's shades of game 2, right?
Yes.
Where Anyone's Legend had this early lead and really weren't able to do anything with it. Now, they do have a chance to right their wrongs. They're going to try to pull the trigger here onto Aki, who gets bursted out, knocked up, and falls. Here comes the hostile takeover. This is going to land on the PP God, but not going to do a whole lot more than that. Teleports coming in and going out as Flandra will leave. Doinby is here to join the party. Tarzan trying to take him away, but solo kills on the backside, trying to deal with the Shanky's forced to flash away. Tarzan in the front line taking a lot of damage himself as they go back on this dragon. 3,000 HP, and Tarzan is getting lower, but they're trying to do what they can to keep people away. Solo kill in the back, and the dragon goes over to AL as Leave is low. Big damage coming through, and PP God trying to slip out the back, and he has to run away. Doinby doesn't really have a lot of blinking health bars here for Anyone's Legend, but no one who can come up clutch for the kills as Flandra gets the turret on the top side.
Really great play coming in from AL, and if we get a replay of this, I just want to watch Melio this entire fight. Again, it's what I was talking about earlier, where whenever you don't have this Mega Fire Kick, you are a susceptible target, and the rest of your team becomes easy pickings for the rest of Anyone's Legends. And I like that from Flandra. He recognizes, like, look, I'm playing Jace, we just killed their jungler, I've got 3 grubs, let me teleport top lane, grab myself an even larger lead if Solo Kill is going to put himself in this position. So now, 2,500 gold up right now on his opponent, just from the level lead, a full level over this this Mbessa at this point, and Leave just wasn't able to really get damage down. You have the Yuntal Wild Arrows, you're doing 0 DPS versus a team that has a Proto Belt, even has a Blade of the Ruin King. So I think Leave needed to pick his battles, and an NiP, as soon as Aki dies there, just give up the dragon. Let's go and look for some other plays around the map.
Yeah, now Anyone's Legend have a real chance to blitz NiP out of this game with this Herald available on the top side. Their large gold lead as well. Once they pick this up, as it looks like NiP is going to let it go, the next turret that falls could spill more gold into the pockets of Anyone's Legend, could really put NiP out of the game. Anyone's Legend doing well to right their wrongs of game 2, 15.5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, they need to accelerate this game, because we're at 15.5 minutes. Zeri is 1.5 items, and we just got all of her summoner spells. Hopefully there's a punish coming on through. There is no fire kick here, but we're seeing a potential play on the top side. Tarzan's going to wait for this next wave. You can see what they're doing. Push through mid, move into top side jungle, and just choke out NiP. Solika has to play so careful. He'll finally spot Tarzan here. Doinby and Aki are going to come over to help this wave. It's going to give Shanks some time on the bottom side. But as I was saying before, NiP need to make sure that they get to 2 and 3 items, because that is really where their bread is buttered.
They were able to do so in the last game. Would it be their survivability or anyone's legend in action is a question. Anyone's legend certainly looking to put more action here as Leave gets chunked out so hard. Finally seeing Flandra move around toward the team here, get good damage in. This turret is quite low. Anyone's legend should be able to pick this one up without an issue. Shanks over on the side as NiP can do nothing but watch the structure fall.
Leave taking 60% of his HP there, even through the Melio shields. That has got to hurt there. So, exactly what we wanted to see, though. The poke from AL, particularly from Flandra, needs to be massive if he wants his team, the rest of AL, to close out this series. And we kind of need a confidence booster, because I'm not going to lie, AL's end of the season, very easy. Obviously, they're going up against NiP right now, but they have 2 matches after this, WE and JDG. JDG won, little bit up in the air. JDG are going through their hell week currently, having to play 5 series in 8 days, but we are expecting for AL to keep their 2nd seed spot, especially with their strength of schedule going forward. So I think the fact that they even lost a game here is going to be a little bit worrying for them, especially if you look at the standings and Billy kind of in striking distance, potentially looking at a 2nd place.
Yeah, it's really a black mark on the end of their season, and as you mentioned, BLG really rising. Still not sure if they're in the honeymoon period with Beishuan, but that team is incredibly strong. So is Flandra, up about 2,000 gold. Flash away and sidestep the Sejuani ultimate. They put so much pressure on him that anyone's legend push in the bot lane and push in the mid lane.
They gave up so much for this. They put 4 people. Doinby teleported for this play. I don't think Leave is dying here, but I mean, they just gave up the entire map for this. And what? For a single top lane turret with objective bounties? I'm sure. They changed objective bounties. They made them a lot richer to try to grab, but I think this is a miserable play
it's gonna take
for
forever to get
NiP.
it.
Yeah, and they're still not able to grab anything. That's more damage on the mid inhibitor. AL are going to push for a 2nd tier 2.
They lost so much. This was horrific, Alk Battery. I mean, congratulations. You got it. You got the bounty, but now you're down near 6,000 gold. Not an equitable play.
Nope. And now they have position over the dragon if they really want. They know that you're never going to have a teleport to be able to match them, especially from Doinby. Shanks actually just teleported back out of the map to maintain some presence here on the Rift. Flandra as well. I mean, the solo lanes are trying to do a little bit of dirty work here for the team. You see Hope. He is so dangerous. I mean, the fact that he also has upgraded boots does not help anything for NiP. Looks like it's going to be Leaf picking up a Runons here in this game, so a little bit less damage. And all right, that's 2 items. Can they reach 3, though? 3 is the big magic number. Infinity Edge for Leave is kind of that big breaking point, kind of how we saw them win some of those games up against BLG and Top Esports a couple days ago. I need to see NiP really step it up and slow down the game in the same way that they found themselves in game number 2.
They do have the ability to, Doinby with his mantra Qs will deal solid damage, will be able to kind of chunk out these waves. Aki with his ultimate can really stop any engage from anyone's legend, but anyone's legend, they need to keep the pedal to the metal here. Otacon up now on the bottom side of the map, where they have a couple of members right now. Remember, those 2 turrets down as well. They can start this up whenever, and they're going to rip it right now. Anyone's legend, definitely not a team for inaction after what happened in that 2nd game. They are ready to take this series. NiP on the way. We have a back from solo kill, which means he should be ready to teleport in. Otacon down to about 6,000 HP.
But look at Lucian and Emilio. They're nowhere nearby.
Yeah, not even close. It gets you punted out. Aki, not even close. Otacon secured. And anyone's legend getting all the objectives.
I think that that's fine, though. Again, Otacon is a win more objective. Yes, it gives you a ton of blood petals. And look at AL. They got 40 out of nowhere. So they get more experience. They get more adaptive force. This is a hell of a buff for them. I think that's the more important part of Otacon recently. The damage is great, but you have to get a takedown. They also have to be clumped next to each other, which is not going to be super... it's pretty conditional as an objective. But, I mean, now they shoot up to an experience differential in a lot of their lanes. And really... what I need to see from AL is pressure around this Baron. Still 3.5 minutes before that's up. Dragon spawns in 3 minutes. NiP are just buying time. I really do think that this Otacon doesn't matter right now.
AL needs to catch someone. That's going to have to rely on someone on NiP mispositioning, right? Tarzan's going to have to go make a play. Kyle's going to have to hit another really nice handshake. Going to trade turrets. Bottom tier 1 for top tier 2 split by Hope and Flandra. Flandra's lead has shrunk a little bit, but not enough to really make any large dent. Everybody else on the side of anyone's legend with a fairly solid lead.
Well, that was another objective trade across the map. It's 1-for-1 in turrets, but objective bounties go over to NiP. So, I mean, they've kept this gold around 5,000-6,000 in a deficit. It's not great by any stretch of the imagination. I don't want to say it's cool
Not
to go
by
down
any
6,000
means.
gold. I think if you're expecting yourself, you'd prefer to probably be a little bit higher up. But I think you are very happy right now. Now I need to see how they're getting gold into Leave.
Just funnel everything, shovel everything. Doinby, no more CS for you, brother. Stop taking them. You got 213 too many. Give it all to Leave. Give someone a solo kill even. He's still gonna be useful. He hasn't really had the game that NiP wanted. He hadn't had that really any attention paid to him because Tarzan was constantly hovering around that bot side, trying to keep them completely out of the game. It's a strategy that has paid off so far, but again, we're still waiting for anyone's legend to really drive the knife through the heart of NiP. 2 minutes till this Baron, a minute 30 till this Dragon. It will be sole point for anyone's legend if they're able to pick it up. There's still a lot of shutdowns on anyone's legend, so if NiP get a pick, Leave gets a little bit of this extra gold, right? If he's able to find Flandre, he's able to find Hope, that will be huge.
All right, Leave is recalling. He picked up another mid-wave, probably going to get BF Sword, and close to his cloak. Let's see his item purchase. He got a BF Sword. Okay, he is 1,200 gold right now away. He needs to wait. Please, NiP, do not throw the game. We do not need to contest this Dragon in 50 seconds. I think the more important part is going to be around this Baron. You have so many tools. Doinby's looking to finish his second item. Please tell me he's going to have this, because if they can actually do this, I think that they have a massive means to be able to do this. It's going to be damage, karma. All right, I should have known with the Malignants, but was kind of holding out hope. We're going to see the Horizon focus coming on out. So all eyes on Leave at this point. And NiP, please give this objective up. It does not matter. You are a team that has so much scaling potential with a Karma and a Zeri with Emilio. Please.
You can see they're already shoving everything into Leave right now. He's able to take the wave. He's able to take the chickens. You know, I'm sure he would go and take Krugs if he didn't need to hoof it all the way up there.
He was thinking about it. He
was
was about to dash over that wall and pick up some of that bot lane wave, but you know, Doinby's like, hey, come on. I need some of this.
No, you don't, Doinby. You got 2 items. You got your Oblivion Orb. You're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. Yep. You should have gone plates in mid lane when you were playing the ranged and melee matchup.
Yeah,
so.
And guess what? You didn't. So now you got to live with the consequences, Doinby.
Yeah.
Down 200 gold to your lane opponent.
All right. He picked up another mid wave. That's 2 mid waves completed here by Leave. They're posturing around this Baron. I think this is very fake, guys. This is very fake. Another mid wave collected here by Leave. Let him last hit this red buff right now. And then we're just waiting. We're just getting vision. I like this from NiP. Again, name of the game, slow everything down. Stop AL from being able to find picks. Stop them from being able to progress the map. They've taken all of your outer turrets, but have not been able to siege on the base.
A similar position to the last game, Alk Battery. 4 kills to nothing in favor of anyone's legend. 25 minutes into the game. Baron's been started. They're not going to allow Leave the opportunity to go back and buy these items. But Baron, it's a slow burn for right now. But remember, you do have the Callista skewering up this Baron. It's going to be really difficult for NiP to try to take this one away.
Can he steal it?
All right, Aki, he's going to go for it. Didn't have a hope or a prayer. Shanks looking to maybe get in there, but NiP are going to be able to walk away. So anyone's legend, the Baron is theirs, but they get nothing else.
Okay, their waves are pushing from the side of AL. They're going to push another mid wave here. That was only the Melee ult and the Sejuani ult, so nothing actually lost there from the side of NiP. Infinity Edge done for Leave. All right, NiP, if we cannot win from this game state, If we cannot win from this position on Zeri, we were never meant to win this game, unfortunately. AL, now is the time to be able to execute correctly. It is 2 items here for Hope. He's actually going for what looks to be... Why does he have a he has a BF sword and a pickaxe? Is he also going... What else builds out of BF sword pickaxe?
I'm thinking, man. BF sword pickaxe usually means Infinity Edge. I mean, this wouldn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I'm, let's see. Okay, BF sword. I'm taking a look. A lot of damage down onto Leave already, but as long as he's collecting these waves, look at what they're doing. Doinby PP God on top of Leave, send every single shield his way and let him carry the game.
Yeah, and guess what? Anyone's Legend do not have any lockdown. It's
Bloodthirster. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I forgot that it builds that way. It's so weird now. Anyway, yeah, you know, they don't have any lockdown, right? It's like Tarzan gonna have to find a cheeky angle. Leave. We've talked about his mispositionings at times. Tarzan gonna swing the big hammer. It's a swing and a miss, which means Leave gets to stick around and clear out this wave.
All right. NiP are very happy. AL, their waves are not synced right now. Look at where the top lane wave is, and look where all these different minion waves are. Bot lane's just now crashing. Mid lane is only just now reaching the mid-tier 1 on AL's side. Top lane, again, nowhere nearby. Leave pops the ultimate, and a single shock blast from Flandra puts him at 50% HP. That's a huge investment from them. And Dragon Soul spawning in a minute and a half for AL.
Very worrisome for NiP, and AL will finally break the siege of NiP's base, as the mid inhibitor turret will fall. Shanks continuing to put up the pressure there as the rest of Anyone's Legend head back to this bottom lane to do it all over again. Don't really have a ton of range here. Hope is just trying to land a pot shot or two, along with this cannon minion getting a couple as this turret gets whittled down to half HP, but Anyone's Legend will back out.
Yes, they're going to put down Vision now. They're going to be able to take control of the bottom side jungle. Not very many wards actually placed down here by AL. We saw 50 seconds before this dragon spawns. Such a huge fight. Leave right now is trying to pick up any kind of gold that he can. I'm sure him and Aki are having an active discussion as to who is allowed to actually last hit that jungle camp. But it seems like he wants to... If I'm Leave right now, he's saying, look, I have one more minion wave potentially, and I'll have shield bow. But he's going to be late to this objective. And look at where everybody else is right now. Solo Kill is literally TPing 10 feet outside of his base just to make sure that they're here for this play.
25 seconds until this dragon is up. You have a little bit of heal cut in the form of Doinby and Aki if they decide to hit him.
Oh!
Leave chunk to have HP. Tarzan finds Leave, and the ghost of Leave pass could be problematic. His positioning's been poor. He hops over the wall.
Oh my God, Leave!
Finds Zeri moment. Leave is still alive. Shanks off to the side. Leave is forced out. Shanks wants in. Doinby trying to keep them away as the health bars start getting lower and lower. Another big Q coming through, and AL have to lick their wounds with they head toward that dragon.
Yeah, Tarzan's still alive. Flandra's full HP. Doimi's going to have to teleport. Leave's going to be nowhere near this. And can Aki finally smite steal versus Tarzan?
He's got to be the hero. He's got no flash.
That's it!
But guess what? This dragon gets melted. Ocean Soul for Anyone's Legend.
Oh, this makes it so much harder to play. Even with, I just want to look at this fight. I mean, Leave getting chunked out. It's Zeri Q plus first strike and then the flash engage. Great ultimate coming in from Aki and the focus from Solo Kill as well to stop Hope from winning this. Leave dashed over the wall and was one auto away from killing Leave. That could have been the game changer and potentially ender for AL. But Leave survives, and NiP finally find 2 kills here.
Oh, Shanks.
Shanks?
Yeah,
He's
Shanks
just dead.
He's not going to be able to get away from this.
Wow.
He's going to flash. That is a big cooldown.
Summoner spells now missing for everybody. The only 2 people that have flash in this entire game is going to be PP God and Flandra for AL. This feels like the perfect situation for Anyone's Legend. You have Ocean Soul, and you have a massively far ahead Jace. Level 17 at this point, and a massive nuisance here in this game.
He is huge. He's got 4 items. He's been dealing good damage all game long. With this Baron up in 25 seconds, AL just need to secure it, and then they can start the siege again. We saw how effective it was. It wasn't a, oh, we're going to break everything. It was a, we're going to wear you down type siege. But now NiP has a little bit of positioning on the mid-wave here. Leave playing really far up. He's got no summoners. We all saw what happened last time, but Tarzan, flashless now. It's going to be that much harder to get to Leave.
All right, you kind of see that they're trying to play on this top side. They do not want to let AL walk into this top side around the river, especially with this Baron up.
Oof.
Leave again, third of his HP gone, half now gone with another Callista Spear landing. Shanks needs to just use his ultimate and just trade it out, because at this point, with level 16, his ultimate, that Kingslayer is just going to be on such a low cooldown as well. So AL, they finally able to push on through. There's the ultimate used by Shanks. He's going to finally be able to steal either Aki's ultimate or even solo kills. Try to find access. Aki, no!
He gets knocked up. Down to half HP, has to use his ult defensively.
Okay, that's the cleanse now gone, though. So Hope no longer has any Mikhails in his back pocket. NiP, they're going to try and move forward. Lee needs to be very careful around this wall. Tarzan's looking.
He gets caught again. He gets cleansed, but knocked up, and he's going to hop over. Leave. Once again positioning himself against that wall.
He doesn't have flash, but he has barrier now, but there's no Melio ult, no Melio heal, and a massive shock blast from Flandra starts to send the rest of NiP home. He's going to pick up all these honey fruit. Vision still here for AL. The Baron being started. Aki has smite. He has no flash. It'd be a one-way trip for him.
It's going to be so hard against the Rend as well, but he's not going to even try it. They said we can deal with the siege once, we can deal with the siege again. A risky proposition given the fact that Ocean Soul lies on the side of anyone's legend, but NiP will look for a different fight.
All right, well, I guess now with Baron, AL are just going to be pushing for the next 2.5 minutes. They have to. They have all of these grubs. You still have this Baron. They're going to now push on two waves, but a similar thing that we were talking about before, AL, their waves are nowhere near each other right now. You look at mid lane, it is just now crashing. Leaf picks up all of this. He's going to get level 16. NiP on the bottom side now. Look where this wave is. Not hitting onto the turret at the same time. Without these waves being in the same position, it is so easy for NiP to bounce between mid and bottom lane and just protect their structures.
You saw solo kill on the top side to go shove that wave out. Now he's going to try to deal with Shanks. Meanwhile, Leave, Aki, PP God trying to do what they can. The shields from Doinb, the shields from PP God doing so much work to try and keep AL from getting into the space, from cracking another inhibitor turret.
All right, Leave takes another third of his HP from a single shock blast. AL,
Finally.
they're going to force themselves in. They get the inhibitor now, a minute and a half before Elder. I cannot believe 6 kills in a 34-minute game. NiP just got their first 2 kills on their side like 5 minutes ago around around the Baron / Ocean Soul point for them. What an insane series. The fact that NiP are even looking vaguely competitive. Coming into the night, we knew that this was going to be an AL favorite series, but they have looked a lot slower. Some of their drafts have also not been as clean. And so AL find themselves in such a good spot. Still 7,000 gold ahead. Ocean Soul, Otacon, Void Grubs. They have every single objective you could possibly want. But NiP are still holding on in this game.
Yeah, and the thing for anyone's legend here is that they're going to stake this game on a potential Elder fight, an Elder flip. Like, this is a big surprise, especially for, you know, as you mentioned, the buffs that they had the whole Rift in their hands. Sure, you got that middle inhibitor, but it's not going to do that much for you. Still have 35 seconds of Baron, but I don't think they're really going to be able to use it.
Okay, yeah, all this Baron is really useful for right now is making sure that you have priority, and with the inhibitor down in mid, that is going to be way easier. AL, I'm looking at the side lanes though. NiP, they are just deathballing right now. They are dropping so many waves on the sides. Top lane pushing for AL, bottom lane pushing for AL as well. But look at Leave. 5 items, Bloodthirster completed. He has to be able to carry them, and he has been such a large portion of this team's damage. 30% damage share, the highest out of any AD carry. highest DPM, and needs to prove it here in this third game of the series.
Here we go. Elder's been started. It's going to be a tough steal, remember, because of Kalista. Aki needs to do something he hasn't been able to do before. He goes all the way in. He's taken low. 2 people are put it out of the fight. And Leave is alone. Pops the ultimate, but it has to dodge out and ends up getting hit with the hostile takeover. 2 kills go over to Hope. And the final hope of NiP may have been extinguished as the Elder Dragon will be secured. Shanks is running at Doinby and pops him. Leave has to get over the wall, and they find PP God, and Leave is the only one standing. He's gonna need a classic miracle to make it happen. He's against the wall. He hops over. They're chasing him out of the base. Flandra, Shanks, Hope, take him down, and anyone's legend put the game away.
Tarzan's Poppy finally comes on through, knocks multiple members of NiP away, and is going to close out this series, silencing the fans in Shenzhen.
NiP, they hung around, they hung around, they hung around, and this time anyone's legend were able to hit him with a knockout blow. I know you have the Melio in the back pocket, but 2 times Leave caught out by the Poppy against the wall.
Ah, man, so tough. I mean, that is a game where, again, it's those small things that matter. Against a team like AL, they are not going to let you breathe if you have those small mistakes. Tarzan with the snap engage constantly. I know this was a relatively slow game, all things considered, but I think Flandra and Tarzan trying to jockey for position in terms of MVP, probably going to give it to Tarzan just for how influential his Poppy was early game and then that very last fight. But what an insane game coming in from them. And NiP looking a lot more competitive. You look at their last 5 matches, this one included, they've won every single game 2 going into it, and now they're potentially like evening up some of the game score. The series score is not looking good, but really their competition is with them and WE.
Yeah, they are still finding ways to take games off some of these really, really good teams in the league. And I mean, you know, we were talking about this before the broadcast about how consistency is really, really sexy in the LPL. Is it maybe these top teams not being as consistent? Or NiP consistently good against these top teams, consistently able to take individual games off? I don't think it's that one. I really don't think it's that one. I think it's more of the top teams being inconsistent, but it does mean that NiP, on their best day, may be able to find a way out of play-ins.
I think it's very realistic. I mean, you think about who they're probably going to be facing. If we locked in the standings today, NiP are 9th place right now. They would play against WE, which, to be fair, I think that's a very realistic fight for them to look at right now. So if they do end up playing against WE, because if you don't know, 5th and 6th would play against the top 2 teams of Group Nirvana. 7th and 8th would obviously play against each other. 6th and 10th are going to be playing against each other. 7th and 10th, 8th and 9th are going to be playing. But just the thought that for NiP, they could go up against WE, who they have lost now twice in the regular season too. I don't know. I feel like that can... they win 1-1. They ended up splitting the head-to-head. Sorry about that. That could be very close. That could be NiP not playing playoffs, which I think is surprising when you think about this roster in comparison to WE. Remember, NiP, they came into this, they were first seed out of their group in Split 1. They had a really close series, all things considered, going all the way to 4 games versus AL. They immediately bomb out of playoffs, but then they come in, and there's some expectation for them to actually perform. That is not the case for WE, who we'll see after this. They're the next series coming on up, but WE were supposed to come into this series, or come into the entire group, and just look like dog water the entire all 18 series.
Yeah, that's what we were expecting. That, hey, wow, surprising this team even got to Group Ascend. Congratulations, enjoy 10th place. No, they're 5 and 10. They've been very inconsistent, very streaky team. But when they're hot, I mean, they were really, really solid. They were winning some really, really good games, and I really like what that team was putting together. Again, we're going to see them a little bit later as we take a look at the post-game scoreboard. Low
Oh
kill
my
affair,
God.
but oh my God, Leave, try as he might, was just not able to bring his team over the finish line. And solo
I'm
kill
taking a
had
straight
no
shot of
impact
that,
in this
guys. Like,
game. You have, yeah, you have to.
what the hell is this, bro? Leave literally has all of his team's damage. I'll pull out the calculator because really the series is already over. I have nothing important to really
Hit
say
100%
after this.
KP, 51% damage share.
Oh my God.
That's absurd. And you know what? Hey, as you said earlier, how influential Tarzan was on this game. Credit to him. Him showing so much attention toward this bottom side, pulling Aki down. A big reason solo kill could not get off the ground. He was just stuck against this Jace forever. So far behind, constantly playing catch up, and didn't really make much of an impact. I think he did 7,000 damage was the final total. When your Ambessa's dealing 7,000 damage, you're not really going to win a lot of games.
Yeah, the Jace matchup early is really hard for Mbessa to deal with, but once she gets at least her first item and gets access to her ultimate, does it become a little easier. I'm interested to see why Shanks kept going for Zeri ultimate. I mean, the AP ratio is really insane, so kind of being that like electric bomb that you kind of just throw into your backline. Yeah. But yeah, just a really well played game, I think, from AL, just kind of slowing that game down. And again, they were still able to keep up the pace. The problem is that after they took a couple structures, they're like, we're really short ranged. We have a Kalista, and they have like so much engaged from their side, and so much peel in particular from the Melio. I think, unfortunately, this might be another game where LPL, like, the LPL side of the teams may say, like, man, I wish we had Nami because we could make, like, a proactive engage. But I feel like this was not a Melio issue.
No, I don't think so either. I think you really needed the Melio to pair with this area to try to make sure that Leave was able to do something in this game. So I respect that. It's just really hard when your solo engage is this Sejuani who realistically is only going to hit an ultimate on one person. I mean, this kind of goes back to Doinby's pool a little bit, right? The Karma does provide so much in this team composition, so much shielding, nice amount of poke, but doesn't provide any engage, right? If you're relying on Tether to be your engage, you get a lot of problems. And that ended up happening, right? Because Solo Kill couldn't really get to this backline very often, and even if he did, he would have just instantly died. So it's a really tough thing to balance. And, you wonder that if Doinby is able to play some of these mid laners who have a little bit more engage, a little bit more CC, that this series could have been a little bit different.
All right, it's Flandra. Fine. I mean, he had way too much damage this game. 40% of his team's damage. Yeah, we'll end up seeing them again a little bit later. AL do get to take a bit of a break now, at least for a tiny bit, as we are rounding out towards the end of our broadcast. I know we have one more series, though, and this one's going to be the real battle of the week here.
Yeah, it's going to be Thunder Talk, who have already locked themselves for play-ins. Yes, they don't even have a ghost of a chance of getting top 4. Against Team WE, who are looking to stop their skid, having lost 4 straight series. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we'll start to sink our teeth into that series. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast. We just got done a marathon of a series that had the last 2 games go really, really long, where Anyone's Legend just barely edged out NiP. And now we have a battle of the bottom. Thunder Talk 3-12 versus Team WE at 5-10. And listen, Team WE, it's been weird. They're looking to break their incredible slide against the worst team in the league. It'll be a nice reprieve from some of the top teams that they recently lost to, like JDG, IG, BLG, TES. So, hey, listen, a win should hopefully be in the cards for them.
I wouldn't say this is the battle of the bottom quite yet. It's like an Oreo of the bottom, because you've got WE, NiP, and Thunder Talk.
There
we go.
Listen, it's not the total bottom, but WE is down there. They're near the bottom of the soup.
They win on a 5-series win streak in the middle of the season to kind of give us a little bit of hope that this team could actually be competitive potentially after starting off the season with taking games off of Top Esports and BLG and AL. But now in the back half, they're again on a 4-series losing streak. Thunder Talk in not much better position after finding an upset win versus Weibo. They immediately get crushed by AL, and in their last 10 series, they are 2-8 record, which is absolutely nuts for this team.
Yeah, it is really, really bad, especially with how they started out in Split 1. Let's take a look at Team WE's roster, because this is a team that has had a spark of life lately. It's Cube, Monkey, Karis, Taeyun, and Vampire, and Monkey has really been the driver for this team, has really inspired them, as Vampire has played so much better since Monkey joined the team, and that duo has done big things for Team WE in their wins.
Oh, yeah. Just having Cube on weak side top laners, he's been very low resource, but I think a very impressive top laner nonetheless, just middle of the road. And really the big 2 carries for this team, damage-wise, of course, mid and AD carry, but when we talk about people who are the support foundation, kind of the janitors of the team, Monkey and Vampire get so much dirty work done. Monkey in particular, creative early pathing, focused around mid lane. Vampire, his engages have been really tight so far in this split, so I'm actually really excited to see what this WE roster can do. When we came into this year, and even kind of watching them from Split 1 to Split 2, we're like, okay, this team is probably going winless, because they were already really terrible in Split 1 for WE, but they've been very surprising so far through Split 2, and already showing a lot of promise.
Yeah, it's been a pleasant surprise, because again, with the low expectations that they had, to even get 5 wins in this group ascend, we thought was going to be a big challenge for them. So really credit to them, and hopefully they'll be able to get a couple of more dubs there. But based on recent trends, it might be very difficult, as we've been on WE's wild roller coaster, starting off really poorly with 6 match losses, and then on the ascent winning 5 straight, and now we're back down in the doldrums.
We're back down, as you can see, bottom right of your screen. WE are here, and hopefully there's a bit of a hiccup somewhere. You win versus Thunder Talk. Maybe you lose to AL again, but that series was close to over in week number 3, and then you're ending out the season with Weibo, which at this point, might actually be a win for WE.
Yeah, might actually be a big win there. And one player that we really want to set our sights on here is Karis, right? We've talked a lot about Monkey and Vampire and how Taeyun has really been the rock, but Karis has been, enabled a little bit by Monkey and Vampire, but also has had some really, really rough times.
Yeah, Karis, I think that one of the things that I kind of looked at in this team was earlier into the split, this was basically a Taeyun and 4 awards team. Karis was having a really hard time laning. It felt like alongside that, the rest of the team didn't really gel all that well. Monkey was having a hard time of getting much done. And then sometime around like week 3, week 4, they kind of got this idea like, hey, let's give Monkey any kind of champion pick he wants. He is basically our best Pantheon in the league. He's also one of the few people actually trying out Trundle Jungle in a lot of instances. And I think his Skarner has been really creative in how he paths around mid lane, tries to take creative gank angles around just to make sure that Karis can get through the laning phase all right, and then set themselves up for a win around team fights. And that, alongside just having Vampire usually on engage, has been one of the key strengths when we look at Team WE.
Unfortunately, just getting him out of lane is, only half the battle, right? Because,
True.
and as you see in some of these clips, it's been a little rough outside of the laning phase for him as well. But again, you take a look at the level of teams that some of these clips are against. While they have been in some, winning and neutral positions at times, they are against really superb players. So, even if he is going to struggle a little bit, it's not entirely out of the realm of, what's the word I'm looking for, expectations, I guess. But really need him to step up here, especially against Thunder Talk, where you really want to make sure, hey, nice, clean series, get the 2-0 like you're kind of expecting. Yes, you're a little close together in record. No, you are not at the level of a Thunder Talk. You are better than that.
Yeah. We can take a look at their opponents. Thunder Talk, a team that this team is just marred with such sad gameplay going on. I mean, beginning of the split, they find very little success. They go on like a 6 or 7 loss streak. They take a win versus like a really weak FPX at the very beginning of the season, but aside from that, didn't find too much. And then in the middle of their season, Beichuan, one of the biggest leaders of this team and also a long-standing member of the crowd that was already here from last year, ends up going and moving over to BLG. Having your jungler taken out from underneath you already sucks, but now they have Xiao Hongren, who, I mean, had an impressive series versus Weibo and was able to upshow versus a player like Tien, but this team has just not really found any level of success, any kind of consistency coming on through.
No, it's usually the 1xN and Feather Show as the big drivers. But another player that we're expecting to step up at times is a player like Satab, who, on his melee carries at times has actually been quite good. It's kind of hard sometimes, especially for how Thunder Talk has been. But, still have a couple of solid enough plays. He's got the solo kill right here on the rise. Like, all right, we really love to see that.
Yep. We're already here for draft. Sorry for everybody. Our 1v1 is going to be between Monkey and Satab. Last time Satab did win this 1v1, he was playing against Cube. But we are seeing Orianna versus Volibear.
Okay.
Okay, well, Satab should have range priority, but Volibear is just going to kind of run at him and should be able to find all-in once he hits level 6.
Yeah, I'm expecting Monkey to probably take a flash here just to make sure that you're able to close that gap really, really quickly. Satab did win the 1v1 last time he played against this team. He ended up 1v1ing against Cube. So we'll see if he's able to do it a second time. We talked about how blue side, red side, very, very important when it comes to actually, having the game state come through, right? And making sure that, hey, no matter what happens in game 2, you're going to be on blue side twice in a series, which has proven to be just incredibly strong.
Turns out blue side is good. No one could have seen this coming. All right, well, when blue side is this important, and I think in particular for WE, if they are able to win this 1v1, I think it is so paramount for them to just make sure that they are, staying on top of the 1v1s, that they are also just able to actually use blue side here. Because, like you said, if you win the 1v1, you have access to blue side twice in a series, which in a 3-game series, even if you lose game 2, that is a huge boon for them. And you are, as nicely put it, you're going up against the worst team right now in Group Ascend. So they've also had a large time, I think have a hard problem actually winning on blue side just because there are so many issues for this team.
All right, Monkey kicking things off with a Negatron cloak plus the Doran's ring, double Doran's for Satab. Again, we're just expecting the waiting room for Volibear to hit level 6, flash on top of Satab, and just absolutely crush this Orianna, although going to scare him off at least a little bit early on to try to snag whatever CS he can.
Yeah, but this is going to be a situation where if anybody remembers old lane swaps where you're able to 2v1 versus your opponent when like Dyrus was playing, he was like, every CS that you can get in a 2v1 lane or in a range versus melee, that is considered a blessing. You're like, okay, I've been allowed to hit this minion and last hit it. Thank you very much. You are begging for gold and experience in this lane.
A gift from above. So, okay, he's going to try to get a couple of gifts here. He'll just turn it back onto the cannon. Sit in the bush and have Satab come at him. Satab's going to burn the Ignite on him. Monkey will hit level 5 first. It takes a big chunk.
Would you say that they are gifts ungiven?
Ah, great card. Recently unbanned in Commander, if you know, you know. I immediately had my buddy give me a copy and threw it right in my Commander deck.
Oh, are you buying any of the Final Fantasy precons?
So, I wasn't entirely sure. Oh, hang on, as Satab is going to get a big chunk as Monkey doesn't burn the Ghost here. I was thinking about it. I think I'm probably going to. One thing I'm definitely going to buy is one of the secret layers. I try to stay away from secret layers. I don't really like the concept of them that much. But the one secret layer
so it's okay when
when
the individual sells, singles, but when it's fine. Anyway, all right.
No, I like the way
okay.
they used to do it, where it was print to demand. Now that it's, hey, I need to make sure I contact my buddy so that at noon he's ready to go and try to get.
Yeah, I'm giving you shit. I hate singles. I hate the secret layers. I hate how they're formatted. I hate the fact that WotC will not just allow singles to be an actual market by itself. Whatever. Anyway, you were saying about getting like the secret layer and getting the Final Fantasy pre.
There's the one. It's got prismatic ending. It's got lightning bolt, but it's got cyclonic rift in it. Like, all right, we're putting a cyclonic rift in a secret layer. Like, give me that with like sick Final Fantasy art. Like, listen, I will fully admit this. I'm ready to get flamed. I have played very little Final Fantasy.
Only Final Fantasy I've played is Final Fantasy 14, so right there with you, bro.
Oh, let's go, bro. I'm a huge Kingdom Hearts fan, so tangentially, I like Final Fantasy. I kind of am required to. This art, everything in it, fantastic. Ready to go and spend untold riches. Congratulations, WotC. You hit a home run with this one.
Yeah, I looked at some of the decks. I wasn't like super interested. I also just don't care about Final Fantasy in that same way. And usually I'm just looking at like, okay, what deck am I actually going to have a lot of fun with? And like, are there actually meaningful reprints that if I need to sell this card for whatever reason, I can do it? Yeah.
There was a Reddit actually. A couple of the precons and the value of some of these singles in there.
I already went through them. I went through it. It's a freebie. Like of course they made the one with Cloud.
So much.
Yeah.
Like I remember when those things were just like a couple of bucks. They were like $5 after they got reprinted. And
filter lands are terrible though.
Yeah, they're so bad. Why are they? Stop putting filter lands in your decks.
Mm-hmm. By the way, if you don't know,
build yourself a good mana base.
Yeah, exactly.
Spend the money on duels.
Buy the dual lands, bro. Break the bank. Spend $700 on a buy my dual lands.
Oh
my God, Monkey!
He's still
alive. Just dead.
Wait,
brother.
Brother.
He doesn't know.
Aura. All right.
W shield.
Here.
Wait, he has no mana. Satab has no mana.
Satab's got no mana. Monkey's ghosted. Monkey's healing. Wait a minute. This is gonna be close. Monkey.
Oh no!
Oh, Satab with the clockwork passive on the auto attacks, able to get the first kill.
He tried to predict the flash from Satab, but Satab's able to get him out there in the end. 100 HP. Satab's gonna take himself as well a plate, and this Orianna feasting rather good. Oh my God! A Monkey recalled has a force of nature. Oh goddamn! Satab's figure out what he has to buy, bro. Sell that right now. Sell that right now.
Satab, please sell that. Satab,
sell this Sarah.
He's walking away.
It's not ARAM map. It may look like ARAM map, but you don't get fast stacking tier on this game mode.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's insane. Brother is really going to find out the hard way. All right. So, do you think it would have served him better just to sell it instead of being able to refund it?
Wait, he already has 124.
Wait, hold on. Maybe it is.
Maybe it is fast stacking. What the hell? Wait. How did he... Wait, he was literally at a... Oh my God.
Wait, what?
What the...
I guess it is.
All right, guys. I think it's fast stacking. Although, it's interesting because they have the buff as if it was ARAM. Like that little... The Dominion spawn platform.
Oh,
but they don't have the ARAM buffs. So... This is like a weird in-between of like Summoner's Rift and ARAM.
Yeah, and I kind of like it too because oh my god, if they had the ARAM buffs on some of these champions, I mean, it would be disgusting because like some of these champions have really, really disgusting ARAM buffs that they do not deserve.
I mean, some of these champions just have ARAM buffs that make them completely piss.
True.
All right,
Ash,
well,
I'm looking at you.
No summoner spells up for either of these guys. Ghost is going to be coming on through for Monkey in a time, but no plates now. Seitab actually just one-shots this turret.
Wait a minute. Yeah, this is getting close. Monkey has to do something, but he's half HP. I thought that Monkey was going to win this one pretty easily, but might be problematic. No. Wait, the Ring of Fire is coming in. Seitab does not have an opportunity to knock this turret down.
Seitab he won't even finish Saros by the time this ends. Oh my god.
Oh no. All right, hang on. Can Seitab finish the turret through the fire and win? I don't know. It's not going to matter. Seitab is really far away.
Okay, he got one heal.
Monkey's going to try to take all of the heals that he can. Drop
Oh,
the ultimate down,
perfect!
he buffers the shockwave, and now Seitab down to half HP. But Monkey getting lower as well. Monkey's going to charge right at Seitab.
He wins!
Heal up quite a bit. This is going to be close. Seitab trying to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. He's on the edge of the circle. And he says, I'll go out on my terms.
Seitab was just trying to microman everybody on WE. They get up, they get excited, they know that they just won side select, and more than likely just got themselves blue side for game number 1. Seitab, shake it off, buddy. You got another 2 games to potentially win here.
It's all right. I think he'll be just fine, but that is a tough one to lose, especially when you're able to get the first blood and then just lose on the Ring of Fire. It's so hard because you have to be the one to put down this kind of pressure to go and force that second kill, right? Most of the time it ends up going to Ring of Fire, and at that point, you know, any minor mistake will be immediately punished with losing that side select. And that's, as we've harped on and on, I'm pretty sure everybody has, every single series is really bad to lose these 1v1s.
It's okay. You look at their series score. Thunder Talk are 9-27. I don't think getting blue side or getting red side is going to change all that much for them.
You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. That's tough, man. It has been a
real quick. I'm just gonna take a look. I'm just gonna hit team stats. I'm gonna go to Thunder Talk. Now again, they've only won 9 games. Let's see their win rate.
Yeah, I'm interested.
All right. Again, they've been on blue side 23 games.
Okay.
What do you think their win rate is?
I think they've won 4 of them.
7. So they
won
almost
7.
have a 50% win rate on blue side. They have played 13 games on red, and they've won 2 of them.
Oh, 2-11 on red side,
not looking good, but one of those red side games was against Weibo.
Okay.
Who knows?
This was when Weibo was kind of rolling, if I recall, but
that was Weibo like 3 days ago. They got absolutely clapped.
Oh yeah, no, this is bad
that was also the Zyra game where Xiao Hongren put Tian in a pack.
Yeah.
And he may have smoked that guy.
Yeah.
So
oh my God.
All right, well WE here on blue side, we'll see what their first picks are going to be. A lot of focus here again in mid lane. Cars versus Seitab, our matchup to watch. Wow, that is a lot of old WE members on that. Wow, that is a beautiful banner. Hope, Kadaya, Teacher Ma even being on there. That is beautiful. Thank you to the fans over in the LPL. And Xi'an.
That's so cool, man. Love seeing the history. Love getting to dive into the history of the LPL from time to time when it comes time to do a little bit of homework on the teams and everything like that. Speaking of homework, it looks like both these teams have done their homework as they're taking out some pretty efficient champions here. Team WE already looking to hover this Taliyah contested pick between the two. It does go over to Karis for game 1 of the
I love that, though. I think taking away the Taliyah is so impactful. I think Thunder Talk need to be thinking about taking away this Pantheon. Obviously, one of Monkey's best champions, and just being able to break up the Taliyah duo is, I think, really, really important with these semi-globals and being able to move around the map very, very quickly. And I think, importantly for Thunder Talk, cheating priority. They have had a really tough time of showing up to objectives on time, whether that be 1xN taking late recalls or the rest of the team not really setting up in time, so they show up second to an objective like a Dragon or a Grubs. Pantheon lets them cheat that.
Yep, that'll go over to Zhao Hongren. As you see, they're going to go with the Misfortune as well. They'll give that over to 1XN. We've talked about Misfortune has had some difficulties at times. It'd be quite hard to deal with this Talia, and if this Rumble pick goes through, 1XN might not have too many safe places to stay.
All right. Rumble, Talia makes this hard for Misfortune to play, like you had just noted. Ezreal would give them more range, so again, they're going to be trying to play poke. I think that this does make the Pantheon's job a little tougher, and I wonder what the topside matchup is going to be, because Rumble's usually a champion we see Hoya and the rest of ThunderTalk really gravitate towards. I don't think they're going to be seeing Gwen, and Gwen somehow made it all the way through bans.
Yeah, that is quite surprising. It feels like she's just banned all the time. I mean, we rarely even see her in-game at this point, so the fact that she's going to get locked in here, give that one over to Hoya. All right, you know, you're going to give him the power pick. Why not? Let's see what Hoya can do with it. A guy who has really struggled with his finding himself ever since the lane swap changes. Maybe this game is the one that turns it around for him.
I think Hoya's starting to pick it up. He still has a lot of issues when it comes to not only his individual laning, but how he plays in team fights. So right here for ThunderTalk, really strong lanes already showing. Even with Gwen nerfs, I want to see how he's able to pilot this matchup into the Rumble. Both Misfortune, Pantheon, they have a lot of kill threat if they need it. And back end of this draft, more bans going over to Saytab. I think WE recognized the strategy, saying, look, if Saytab is uncomfortable, if he is not on a champion that he can really have a massive impact on, he is going to be a liability for this ThunderTalk team. So putting 2+ bans on him is a pretty decent strategy.
Yeah, and the fact that they had to ban Azir themselves means that he's not able to get that. Now, Ahri is a champion that he does play fairly often and does pair well with the Pantheon. They do ban out the Akali because he's done some of his best work on melees. So we'll see if we get the Ahri from him.
All right, it's going to be R5 coming on through.
Okay.
4 bans, though, alongside having the Azir. What is a jungle for Monkey going to be? Could be a Trundle. I think Trundle here is actually not all that bad. It is a little weak into what some of, I think, the Pantheon matchup in particular. You could go for Xin Zhao, especially if you're trying to stop something like the Misfortune from getting a lot of value. But there's a lot of options still up and available. I just
could always
think
go to the Skarner.
Could it go to the Skarner? I think Skarner's a little weak versus Gwen Pantheon.
Yeah.
So it is going to be the Xin Zhao, so a lot of skirmishing. WE, they're going to try and play this mid-ranged focus comp around their Ezreal and this Rumble poke, and then just have Talia on side lanes being able to press. ThunderTalk now, what is this last pick? What are you going to be giving over to Saytab? It's going to be his Ahri, most played of the split. He's had some troubles on this champion, so need to see him be really proactive and being able to find plays, because there's not a ton of champions that are going to be very easy for him to find picks on.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult. This Ezreal just going to be very slippery. Obviously, Braum, if he puts up his shield and you hit him with a charm, it's not really going to do that much. If Monkey already pops his ultimate, again, not going to do anything. And Cube is generally going to stay away until he really wants to get into the fight. But strong mid-jungle duos coming out from both of these teams. I'm interested to see what side is going to get more work done, because it would be really, really big if either of these mid-jungle duos are able to bridge their team into the mid to late game with some strong early game presence.
Coaches take the midway of the stage. Afe versus Teacher Ma, and WE and ThunderTalk get ready for game number 1 of this series. Again, both of these teams at the bottom of the standings right now. WE 8th, ThunderTalk 10th. A win here for either of these teams don't end up changing their position all that much, but ThunderTalk get a little closer to maybe contesting for 9th, and for WE, it puts them within striking range of potentially being able to move a team like Weibo or even FPX down the standings a bit.
Yeah, always an opportunity to bump them. Heck, this could be a potential play-in preview. You know, it's going to need a lot to work because I think Weibo, despite their difficulties, is just a little bit better than Team WE. But who knows? Right? They continue their slide. Listen, individual player-wise, I mean, I think
but they're on a 5 losing streak. I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, bro,
that
it's
sounds tough.
So is Team WE. Let's see if they can turn it around.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh God! I feel
no.
bad. I feel bad.
Oh.
Usually the WE crowd is actually pretty quiet, so I'm glad that, you know, in their home arena of Xi'an, they're actually able to have a little bit of a fan cheer go on. But that Thunder Talk one, I look. It's hard to be a fan of a team that is literally bottom in the standings. You've won 9 games, single digit here in split number 2, but I respect that guy. I respect that guy for holding it down.
Yeah, and you know what? Good attitude about it too. You know, and even laughing at himself a little bit, knowing that he is the only one. But hey, you know what? Thunder Talk with a surprise might make that guy very, very happy. Alk Battery, one thing we didn't really get to dig into is our featured matchup between these two teams. And it's Karis and Satab, these guys getting champions that they are both very well practiced on. Also very, very similar stories for both of these players.
They have 2 LCK players coming on through, weren't able to get that much done inside of their own home region and trying to build a legacy, build a career for themselves, maybe find a home here in the LPL. Karis has had a lot more of those like big flashy moments where we kind of can see him trying to look for stuff, but his laning phase hasn't been all there. And Satab, I feel like, has been a really big game hunter when he's on. When he is in form and kind of playing his like his Azir or playing his Yone, he feels like a really strong mid, but has not unfortunately really been able to get access to some of those champions as teams have caught on. So we'll see if either of these guys can have a better performance here today up against each other. Again, second time around. Last time it was WE still 2-0ing Thunder Talk. But Thunder Talk, every game win that they find, even if it's not a series win, is a massive upset and something that we should be applauding and kind of messes up some of the standings.
Monkey moving up here, very well aware that this blue buff is still standing. He's going to step on a ward. So, Thunder Talk going to know that he is going to start up this blue buff. This top side is completely exposed, so this does mean that Pantheon can move over at will.
I like this, though. I mean, Pantheon does 3 of his camps. He did Wolves, Gromp, Red Buff, Raptors now. I think this is really smart. Again, it's all about playing around mid, setting up Karis for success. They're going to help push this wave in. Monkey does have to be a little careful here, but he's going to get pushed off, and now he's going to contest onto his side of the jungle. This is really smart coming in from Monkey.
All right. A little bit of fighting in the bot lane heal, burned by Feather and by Vampire as well.
Cool. I mean, it's Ezreal Braum. This is tough even for an Alistar early on. No mana already coming on through for 1xN and Feather. So a duo that has started to slip, I think, in some of their prowess. And when we talk about Thunder Talk, every time we want to say nice and positive things about this team, we're almost always looking at AD carry. We're like, okay, 1xN, my darling, baby boy, don't let's get you a better team. We gonna get you out of this one. This is very fake.
Well up, but Karis throwing more rocks at him. He's getting quite low.
Another rock.
Slow to the play. The stun is there. Karis trying to make the play.
Oh my
nice
God.
Flash there, and he finds the solo kill. But Satab will trade it out.
Okay, first, that's kind of bad for Xiaowang Ren, but, you know, this does set up Satab for success. He had to use his summoner spells. Karis just TP'd back into this lane, and so not all that bad. Oh, we get to see how Feather lost his flash. Okay, try to make an engage onto the bottom side and push maybe Taeyun and Vampire off a minion wave. But there's actually a very big advantage now opened up for Satab.
Yeah, Satab, again, really looking for him to make big plays on this Aria champion that you mentioned he struggled with for this entirety of the season, and a champion that has been quite valuable. So we'll see if once he hits level 6, he's able to kind of help out a little bit, make sure that, you know, guys like 1xN and Feather can use their power. You know, this is a team that we really look for, like, Feather to kind of go around and make the plays, and if Satab is able to do that, could unlock a whole new gear for Thunder Talk.
I need to see him lock in, bro. I need to see him moving around the map, looking for plays. And Monkey actually still hasn't gone for recalls. Finally going to go to look to spend. Xiaohong Ren with him going down early does mean that he gets access to double longsword a little bit sooner. Probably should just be a Coalfield or a Tunneler completed here for this in Zhao. So it's going to be a little bit more tanky. Satab's going to get level 6 a bit sooner. So I wonder if Xiao Hongren is going to be able to sneak into this mid lane. There are so many wards on this bottom side river protecting Karis right now.
So many. He's going to at least get a clear out on this pink ward. Maybe he'll walk over toward that mid lane and clear out that other pink. We already see Karis moving around. Satab going to burn his ultimate here. They're going to find Karis there, getting right on top of him. Nice melee range charm as they are really going after Karis, and they're able to take him out. Xiao Hongren will fall to Monkey, but it is a second kill for Satab.
I love that, though. That's really good. And Feather taking a hell of a lot of damage here. He's going to get out with his life. But as soon as they saw him duck into that brush, I mean, Xiao Hongren's in the area. Hell, just walk up on this guy. He is not allowed to walk here. I just hit level 6. Great punish coming in from Satab and his new jungler for Thunder Talk. It's going to be the Dragon starting. You can already see that game plan that we talked about for WE, focusing so heavily around the mid lane.
Good stuff so far. Let's see if they're able to continue it. We really like to see Pantheon keep this sort of pressure up, and sure, while he's 0-2, he does have 2 assists to his ledger, so he is still doing positive things for his team. It just means that it is going to be up to Satab, as we have said. Team WE going to take out that dragon here, so could be open season for those grubs. Either of these teams could go for it.
I think I need to see Xiao Hongren actually farm a little bit more. I know that he doesn't have too many of his camps up and available, and especially with Monkey stealing some of them, he will have access to level 6. With all of these topside camps, I do expect Pantheon will have that ultimate soon, but making sure that you have this important breakpoint coming into this fight, I think, is a pretty big point of concern for Thunder Talk. I am looking at Vampire, though. If he can somehow sneak in, getting close to level 6, not during or before these grubs, maybe like a minute afterwards, maybe there's a play coming on through for WE.
Potentially, there's always a world where that could happen. See, if they're actually able to do much, we are going to see Pantheon will come down onto the top side. Feather 1xN, make the play onto Cube. It will be a feats of warfare going over to Thunder Talk, and the ping's going down in the Grubs area.
I don't know if Thunder Talk can contest this, though. They do have numbers right now, but no ultimate from Pantheon. They kind of just lost their timer. Cube is just going to be able to back and potentially go down towards the bottom side. He will have teleport on the same timer here as Hoya. So it's a bit of swap in terms of the lane allocations, but still going over to Thunder Talk. And feats of warfare are nice, but I'm just looking at it right now. It's so hard for them to re-enter into this pit, especially with Karis having this Weaver's Wall sword.
And Pantheon ult being down too means you don't have easy access toward one of these squishier members. Grubs are going to be started up by Team WE. Here comes Thunder Talk over on the top side. He was going to get first move in mid lane. As you mentioned, the Weaver's Wall is available. He used Ezreal, comes through doing a lot of damage. Satab going to be shoved off toward his team's jungle, which means Grubs go over to Team WE.
All right, we take those 3 Grubs, a team that's going to be able to split push a little bit easier, also taking that away from the Ahri and Gwen. I think it makes a lot of sense. Monkey could look for a flash here, but instead it's going to get that forced out from Xiao Hongren. Look what they're giving around the map right now. A couple of camps still up for Monkey, and I think taking that summoner spell is not all that bad.
Not at all. You know, mentioning CS, take a look at the CS difference in the jungle right now. I mean, Monkey is so far up right now, going to continue to clear out his. Obviously, Xiao Hongren is going to have a couple on the bottom side to grab for himself, but is down a full level at this point.
Jungle diff. I mean, he got all 3 of the Grubs, right? So he just gets a bunch of experience. Turns out Grubs were chock filled with XP.
No way, so good.
Yeah.
Now with more EXP.
And with less of the BS of having to contest 2 camps.
Yo, honestly, how do you feel about that? You know, I kind of like it. I like that there's not as much perma fighting.
I mean, I'm a player that always likes to play like really greedy paths, whether it's in card games or in League. So
sure.
Unless I outright am feeling like, yeah, I'm probably just going to body this guy in lane, so I'll pick like something else. But I don't know. I typically like to play scaling, so having less fights, more time for me to be in lane and just soak up farm as an AD carry feels pretty good. But we'll see. We'll see if ThunderTalk can kind of keep doing the same again. They have a minor gold lead, and I think the easiest part of the game for them is going to be able to move between these lanes. Between just having the Pantheon and the Ahri, the movement speed from Misfortune, and the ability to wave clear so easily compared to their opponents, should make it a lot easier for ThunderTalk to kind of push first and go into Fog of War, move into these objectives.
A stumble up there, landing on the Taeyun always stings. I'm sure you know that as an AD carry player. One missed sidestep, you take a chunk of damage, and I'm like, man, I really don't want to lane against this Misfortune any longer. 40 seconds until this Dragon is up. We're seeing the back come out from WE's bot lane. Really need to see them show something in one of these next couple of fights, specifically out of Cube and Karis. Karis with that Weaver's Wall, we haven't really seen any usage of it yet, but one nice Weaver's Wall could completely cut off ThunderTalk's plan of attack and get WE right back in this game.
I think that ThunderTalk are on some really weird timers right now, because I know right now 1xN wants to back. He wants to be able to recall, maybe pick up a BF sword. He's been sitting on Pickaxe plus Damp Scepter plus Cole. He's getting really close, probably even getting closer to his second item. All right.
Oh yeah, Hoya is just taking Cube to town right here. Very, very low. Get a little bit of flame spitter damage on the backside. That means no equalizer, so I don't think Cube will be showing up to this Dragon fight anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the exhaust. Cube can teleport if he takes the recall, but you can kind of see right now, ThunderTalk, they tried to answer, they pushed on bottom wave, and then they went into their top side. They went into the top side of this river. They lost mid push now, and so WE are going to be moving on through this side of the jungle. Again, Karis having that Weaver's Wall can very easily cut off ThunderTalk. Can even send it to try to stop 1xN in his ultimate.
Comes his Pantheon ultimate in the middle of everybody. Taeyun already had to shift away. Now he's got a cleanse too. They're looking to peel back. Bullet time coming out, but it's not doing a darn thing. Seitab manages to find the charm onto Karis. Zhao Hongren trying to stay alive over on the backside, but finally falls. Seitab, Karis still going at it, but Seitab has no dash charges left, and he really wants Karis, and he will not find him. A double kill for Monkey.
Wow, Monkey and Karis played, if you just look at their positioning in that fight, the way that they set up the fight, really excellent. And ThunderTalk feeling like they needed to go for something, but their backline is just completely stopped from walking in. Not only between the ult from Karis with the Weaver's Wall, but then just watching Monkey with the Crescent Guard, stopping all of this Misfortune damage. Look where the damage is. Feather goes in, sets up 1xN. Pantheon is in the backline, but he's under no threat versus Taeyun, can just very easily walk away from him. Again, Crescent Guard doing so much. And then 1xN, at a certain point, cancel the ultimate, brother. Just walk forward, hit this guy in the head, and now Karis gets to live. It's the flash invested by the Taliyah, but they get the Dragon, they get the kills, and they get another wave for themselves. WE get 3 grubs and now have 2 dragons to their name.
More importantly, they get the gold lead off Battery. 13 and a half minutes into this game. Monkey is feeling himself. He is quite far ahead at this point. Talked about it with those grubs, getting that privilege of being a full level up, and he's looking to continue that pace and really exert his pressure over the back. Seitab is going to pop his ultimate once again as he's looking to win this 1v1, but he's going to find out real soon. It ain't a 1v1 for much longer. Karis is still alive, and there is a seismic shove to buy enough time for Monkey to bail him out.
Seitab, look at him, gets a little bit frustrated. He's like, God damn it, man. Every time I want to try to kill this guy, this jungler is in my lane. So WE, they're going to use some of those grubs now. It's going to get at least a teleport in response, a bit of chip damage. And WE are feeling so good about their chances in this game right now. The Gwen only just barely up 300, but has had no influence in this game whatsoever. And ThunderTalk are starting to fall apart at the seams.
Team WE is just pulling them around wherever they want after Seitab's hot start of going 2-0.
He's back?
Too much of an impact. Oh my goodness, they're going to make the play again. Karis with another good damage coming out. Still alive, he's on the wrong side of Hoya, but he does manage to survive, and the exhaust got burnt as well. Is another kill for this dynamic duo for Team WE.
Low-key, that's a heartbreaker, because Hoya, he literally, if he just was able to press his Q, he would have gotten the kill onto Karis, but the dash over the Unraveled Earth completely shifts that fight. Even getting both of his summoner spells. Karis, oh my god. Oh! Get me out, we're going to game 2, boys. We're going to game 2. That one is like a, okay guys, we're tilted. Ah, man. So now Satab dies in bottom lane. Hoya teleports and uses his exhaust, dies in that lane. Xiao Hongren uses his ultimate, doesn't get the kill. Like, nothing is going well for Thunder Talk. They got the feats of warfare, and this has been kind of the same thing we have seen from them in their past series recently. Great early game starts, getting some of the first kills of the game, but then it just falls apart in the mid game. Their setup around objectives have been really sloppy. Now, we're getting this Herald start. Satab's on a flank.
Alright, Hoya looking to get in. Satab, Vampire just dealing with everybody else on Thunder Talk over on the side. Monkey using the Crescent Guard. Satab goes in, goes out. Chunks out Karis, but Vampire says, no, you will not escape from me. He does get to the Blast Cone. Here's the full time over on the other side. Tatum trying to do what he can to 1xN.
That's no mana.
But the Ahri has gone down. Now it's a 4v4 as the health bars are getting very low. Monkey once in, gets to the back line. Xiao Hongren goes down. Feather is low too. Vampire trying to stun up Hoya to make sure that Karis stays alive. And Team WE roll over Thunder Talk.
Full on ace. One person dies in that entire fight from the side of WE. It is 11-4. They're going to get a mid-tier one if they really want it. They say, look, we'll just delay the backs. We'll go ahead and take our recalls, try to spend our gold after a little bit. And that is a wonderful fight from WE. It looks messy. I'm not going to lie. You look at how this is set up right now. Vampire is holding 3 members of the enemy team. Equalizer is cutting off the rest of Thunder Talk from walking in. And right here, I kind of am thinking, okay, WE, who are we focusing? Because there's a Herald in the pit that's about to die. The Blast Cone Satab, it gets blocked by all the wards placed. Really smart play from them. And then Thunder Talk, what are we doing? A random ultimate from Feather. There's absolutely nothing to help this play. Hoya is the most competitive from Thunder Talk, but it just does not look close.
Yeah, they sequester themselves in the pit. And I mean, when Team WE is staring you down, you're like, huh. You know, this is a really, really bad spot for us to be in as a Misfortune and Alistar and a Pantheon. You are definitely going to lose that fight, and Team WE in total control. It's almost 18 minutes into this game. Next Dragon in 15 seconds. I imagine they're going to take this one too off battery. And man, this game in the blink of an eye went so wrong for Thunder Talk. It just felt like once Satab couldn't get anything going on that first play, yep, game's over. See you later.
It's just like, one, Satab, great in lane for the most part. He did fine for himself again. They got 2 kills on Takar, so were able to force him out early. But he died in a side lane, and that has been a big problem for Thunder Talk, is being able to stay safe, win on sides, and Satab not necessarily getting caught out. So they summon the Herald in mid. They now use 1 ultimate for Pantheon to get him into top side, but they lost 2 turrets for this and didn't even get the kill onto Cube. So they'll put members in mid, they'll push on this wave, but Monkey's just going to sit on top of this dragon, and there's nothing that Thunder Talk can do right now but go back, farm their waves, and basically say, okay, let's hope in 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes, we get to play the game again.
And what, you're really hanging your hat on Hoya for scaling here? I mean, you know, Gwen certainly does a lot when she gets these items and gets really fed, but 0, 2, and 1, very, very far away from that point, and especially on a player that has not really been able to perform to that standard on these carry champions. Over on the other side, I mean, Team WE's power is just, they're way too strong at this point. I mean, Ezreal's going to be on his 2-item spike very soon, and that's going to be Team WE when they're going to pull away completely.
Yeah, Karis is already unkillable at this point. When you just look at the lack of damage, the fact that he is a full level up on his opponent, and then you look at the other players on the enemy team, and you're like, well, hell, who's killing this guy? Maybe the Gwen, but Gwen is 1 item and dirt poor at this point in the game. And Monkey, who has been so impressive so far. I think a really big makeover. Again, last year, IG and EDG, these 2 orgs, despite being historic for the LPL, have not been great in recent years. Even 2023, IG, EDG, not very competitive, really going for, you know, newer players, trying to see if they can flip some of the developmental contracts into moving them onto other teams, maybe getting a buyout here and there. But I just think when we saw specifically Monkey on that EDG roster, it kind of felt like the death throes. We're like, okay, we're seeing the final dregs of like the old 2021 roster that ended up winning. We wanted to see something a little bit different. Monkey finally moves off, gets a starting spot on an organization not named Edward Gaming, and He's really been, I think, a main leader for this team, not only in strategy, but also you think about how diverse some of his champions have been. And I love to see it. Monkey kind of rebuilding himself here in 2025, and that's the Otacon going over to WE.
Yeah, let's be honest. I think Monkey is the big reason why this team has surpassed the expectations that they've had in Group Ascent, these original expectations of them not doing anything. And you know what? It's really been nice to see him have an impact on the growth of a guy like Vampire, who is still so young and last year was ridiculed, right, as being not very good, to put it in the cleanest and mildest of terms. But he has helped this guy out so much and helped him shine that it just goes to show that even if you're not a total superstar at the time you show up, you can still raise the level of everyone around you. And who knows, maybe Monkey can become that at some point in time. I don't think it's going to be here on May 15th in what is the second to last week of the LPL Split 2 regular season. But it could be sooner than you think.
It could be a Split 3. Well, who knows? WE had a really surprising run halfway through the split. We'll see if they can do one here in the back end. Feather has to use the heal to get out. Hoya is just going to be able to crash this wave. No one's stopping the Rumble from pushing on the opposite side of the map, though. So Thunder Talk, they're looking to try to get this last tier 1 here. A lot of focus. It's not a very big minion wave here, so Hoya should be very much fine. You can kind of see they're muscling their way through. Rumble's going to catch the mid wave. What are Thunder Talk going to do? Are we going to try to send on the Rumble in mid? You have this Ari ultimate coming on. You got a Dragon spawning in a minute and a half's time. That'll be Soul for WE.
Yeah, I mean, there's really just nothing that Thunder Talk are able to do. Again, we talk about, like, hey, maybe you're just waiting for Hoya to get a couple of items, but by that time, I mean, by that time, Team WE, if they haven't ended the game, will probably be taking Elder Dragon, right? It looks like they're going to be able to get this next Dragon in a minute and 20 seconds without any issue. I can't imagine the Baron will be too much of an issue for them either. It just feels like Thunder Talk have absolutely zero fight in them. After coming out with a punch early, they will have been brought to heel ever since.
All right, and what are ways that Thunder Talk can kind of fight back in this game? I think that they still have some really explosive damage coming on through, especially, again, you look at a Pantheon with this Ari. We should be expecting, you know, at least 1 or 2 members to fall for WE, but it's really that consistent damage that is a question here. 1xN on 2 items, that's great, but he only has an Infinity Edge and a Bloodthirster, so 25% crit there. You have Hoya on this Gwen, which I know that they took out a bit of her late game power, but should still be a pretty big menace with that 1,000 those 1,000 cuts from her passive. So hopefully we actually do get to see Thunder Talk be a little competitive. I know it's 6,000 gold down, but in the places that it kind of matters, I'm really looking for Hoya and 1xN to step up.
Let's see if they're able to do so. Hoya was able to pick up his second item, Asher's 2. He is going to teleport in. They're going to look for a flank play onto Karras here. They're trying to make a 5-man play, and he does get interrupted, and they are able to pick him off. Hold on, he's gone golden. More time going to come through. Karras flashes over to the side, trying to make a play. Ends up going down, but they bought enough time for the rest of Team WE to show up. And Thunder Talk are on the wrong side of the tracks. Feather with a double knockup coming through. Monkey trying to sustain. He gets exhausted. Satab off on the side, getting taken down by Taeyun. Hoya burns away. 1xN dies. That is an ace for Team WE.
Triple kills, Otacons exploding with the Thornbound passive and the Soul. WE looking to bounce back here in this game number 1. They were on a 4 losing streak after winning 5 series in a row, and it looks like they're going to try and break that tonight here against Thunder Talk.
Does this mean a new winning streak is in order, off battery? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they win out the rest of the regular season. Maybe they win out once they get into play-ins. Who knows? They got to get the rest of the job done here first.
Yeah, we get to see how this fight. Yeah, this is great. I like how Karras just wastes so much time. The Sarah shield, the Zonias, and then even this flash, he's able to get down the Unraveled Earth and still delay time. And then you're from Thunder Talk, I think you're just waiting to just have your cooldowns. I don't see why Satab needs to dash forward. You have such a long time, you have your ultimate here. Let's wait, let's get into a better position, allow for some of us to I know, I get it. You're 6,000 gold down. You just lost a member in front of you. I'm kind of coping for them. You gotta still be able to play these fights however you can. And WE now, they're gonna take Chemtech Soul, they're gonna grab themselves the Baron, and now we should see how cleanly they can close out this game.
Judging by the last couple of fights, I imagine it'll be quite clean off battery, but we'll have to see if anybody's going to throw a wrench into the plans. Xiao Hongren throws a wrench into the plans, and he takes away the Baron.
All right, guys. You know what? I should have known. I should have just known. We have been bagging on Thunder Talk for too damn long in this series. We're only in game number 1. But, you know, at least Xiao Hongren steals the Baron. I am gonna be honest, Yanni. I think that might actually push us to Elder. Unless Thunder Talk die within the next 45 seconds, I think we're going to Elder.
You might be right, and all of a sudden, it becomes a burger flip. Xiao Hongren able to get that Baron? Who knows? Maybe he can get the Elder too. And you never know what can happen when the enemy team steals the Elder from a really, really bad position. They are going to be down 7,000 gold. Let's take a look at this replay. It's on a ward too.
He's on a ward. I mean, it's really hard. Okay, again, he should be able to get into this pit in the first place if WE are actually like paying attention. But Pantheon empowered Q plus Smite is kind of unbeatable. It's one of those things where like the Varus fully charged arrow outdamages the Smite. When Jinx Rocket was really popular at stealing Smites, one of those things where you're just like, I mean, should have just been someone else marking this guy. What do you want me to do?
Should have been better.
Yep.
Not too much else to say. We will be saying that Satab is able to get away using his ultimate. Almost got stunned up there, but things continue to be hard for the life of Thunder Talk, as their jungle has not been theirs for a very long time, and it gets pillaged once more.
1xN, I have to ask, why are we going LDR? Who has tank stats on this team?
Pick up the seismic shoves. Karis uses that Weaver's wall, looking for a little bit extra damage. Hoya trying to hide, looking to do something here on Karis, but he gets stunned up, he gets knocked up, and he gets taken down. Vampire blocks the bullet time too, with the equalizer down for good measure, just to make sure that 1xN can't stay away.
If you thought it was hard enough, by the way, to try to kill Karis and the rest of his team, remember, when they have Chemtech Dragon, you have 25% free damage resistance and damage increase when you are below 50% HP. That is already hard enough. And then you look, he has a Leandri, so he has more HP. He has a Zhonya's and a Saris. This guy is unkillable at this point from the Taliyah, unless he makes a huge error coming out from them. And as we saw, Baron steal for Thunder Talk keeps them in the game for another 2.5 minutes. It's going to fall off in a little bit now. And while they're able to pick up some of these super minion waves, we are just going to Elder. We're seeing from WE, they're waiting to see if they can try to make a pick somewhere, really open up the game.
Oh, Satab was just going to engage on. He's forced to flash away as he got taken below half HP. Siege is still on here on the top side. Satab can use his ultimate to get away from Monkey, but Monkey just sustains through everything. Doesn't take a lick of damage. Down goes the Alistar. Down goes the inhibitor. Satab has to lick his wounds at the base of the fountain as this minion wave begins to push in. Hoya trying to do what he can to clear it out, to force Team WE away, to try to buy some extra time for Thunder Talk. Team WE will rotate down onto the bottom inhibitor turret, take that one out too, take out that inhibitor, pillage everything. Maybe just try to end the game here.
Maybe. They've got 3 grubs. They've got another mini wave in bottom lane. If they can't do it then, there's another mid wave coming.
This wall, Pantheon going to be targeted out. Can't survive through all that. The first Nexus turret will fall. Thunder Talk has given up. Team WE roll over Thunder Talk here in game 1.
And they tried, you know, again, that early game from Thunder Talk gave us some hope, but in like their other series, especially against Weibo, Thunder Talk were unable to kind of sequentially find themselves multiple wins throughout this game. And I mean, WE have looked throughout the season like a more complete team. Even in week number 2, when we saw WE, that was the most impressive week that we got from them. Actually, it was week 3. Week 3, they go up against TES, BLG, and AL in a single week. They go to 3 games with all of them. And that was kind of the point where we're like, okay, they're looking competitive against top-level teams. All they need to do is actually take 2 of them in a series. They've been taking games off of them, but can they actually convert? And it started with WE. It started with TT in week 4. They got a 2-0 there, and then they streaked to find themselves 5 wins.
Maybe Thunder Talk will be the ignition that kickstarts them to get more series wins. And so far, I mean, listen, things looked really good for Satab early, but his opposite number, Karis, just did so much more around the map on this Talia. Even when he had a rough play, right? When he took the Weaver's Wall down and landed up in the middle of 4 people with the double teleport play on him. Still, as you said, in that fight, lasted so long, allowed the teleport from the Rumble to come in and really have his team salvage that fight. And that was his worst fight. There were so many other fights where he looked really, really good. So a little bit of a feather in the cap to Karis here after game 1.
Karis, you just saw it in their strategy, right? Like, as soon as Monkey does 3 camps, walks into River, walks right through mid lane, doesn't find anything, just goes ahead and goes for an invade into bottom side jungle. Then wraps back around into mid lane, helps pushes out. Again, it did turn into a situation where Karis lost his flash, Satab got the kill, got red buff. There were angles there going on, but there is so much focus from Team WE around mid lane that I feel like it's really hard to try to break this. You need to get into a situation where not only do you have information as to where Monkey is, but you also are having a laner and a player who is going to naturally push Karis around and really force him to make errors.
Yeah, and we were expecting either of these mid-jungle duos to make a sizable impact in this game. And, for Thunder Talk, it started with them early, but then it just became the Monkey show from there. I think this guy... while, the damage isn't certainly going to be something that jumps at you, certainly in the contention for MVP this game, he was everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Monkey gets everything done for this team. Again, him and Vampire, kind of janitors. I think Vampire had a bit of a quieter game, but he is playing Braum, so all his duty basically this entire game is going to be like, I'm jumping to you, I'm pressing my E, sometimes I'm slamming Q in enemy face, and that's kind of all we get from him. So I really do feel like Monkey deserves it. Not only did he set up his mid lane for success, but he's also just kind of being there around the objectives in a really smart way. And again, WE trying to push themselves now in game score. They're going to be 16-22, which does tie them up with Weibo. If they win this series, they will still be 8th, as again, Weibo are 6-9 right now. But you look at the schedule, and particularly I'm looking, when does Weibo play? Weibo plays on Saturday night against TES. If everything goes to plan there, TES will bump Weibo down into the 8th place spot. Again, we are assuming that WE are going to be winning this series, but I think that there's a very real possibility that if WE goes 500 in this last 3 series split for the rest of the season, they could actually end up being the 7th seed. And that means you're playing against Thunder Talk.
And who knows, maybe that Thursday match, next Thursday, will really show a lot. As Team WE will be playing against Weibo on that last day before NiP and Thunder Talk. So, who knows with the way the rest of the regular season goes, we could see a little bit of flip-flopping. I assume that Thunder Talk will likely stay where they are. I don't really foresee any other wins.
If they, okay, you know what's so funny? Depending on how the rest of this split kind of pans out, particularly for NiP, if they win, let's say like 2 or 3 more games, individual games, not necessarily series, they make it impossible for Thunder Talk to get out 10th. And then the last 2 series of the season, WE versus Weibo, potentially for 7th place, and NiP versus Thunder Talk, which almost assuredly guarantees that we get WE versus Thunder Talk again. That's gonna be a play-in series. Again, if you don't know our format, bottom 6 of Group Ascend play a single best of 5 to get seeded into playoffs against the top 4 teams of Group Ascend. So we'll have an 8-team bracket. 4 teams are eliminated for the rest of Split 3. It's unfortunate, but I think it is a really competitive format to try to keep these teams on their toes, and I think it's a really fun one, all things considered.
Yeah, it is pretty unique. No one really does it like the LPL.
Good.
Monkey gonna get credit for the MVP here. 6-0 and 12 high KP. His 10th MVP. Again, this is the guy who has been getting these wins for Team WE.
Yeah.
He has been incredibly impactful for them, and can't wait to see what he continues to do for this team, and we will be able to see what he continues to do for this team after this break that we're going to take. When we return, we'll do a little bit more of MOBA Trainer, and then we'll kick it to Team WE versus Thunder Talk. See you there.
I love MOBA Trainer.
MOBA Trainer.
and the program is very fun to use. We're getting
It's
ready
fun.
for game
What a
number 2, which is potentially, again, a match point here for Team WE. They previously had already played, as we are in our second round robin. They 2-0'd Thunder Talk in week number 4 and are trying to make history repeat itself here, even if this is maybe a little bit of a different Thunder Talk roster than they faced last time.
Yeah, and what this will really do is this will put Karis up on the Lifetime Series over SATAB. Will be
True?
2-0 overall, potentially 4-0 overall. Sure, you know, again, we talked about this earlier, how the level of these teams are different. Yes, there is 2 positions that separate them on the actual scoreboard, right? On the actual leaderboard.
Yeah.
And these teams just are very, very different. Team WE has an identity as a roller coaster team, but not just that, but a team that plays through Monkey and plays through Vampire. They have their identity, right? Thunder Talk still are missing that for right now. That, you know, comes with the jungle change too.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because, you know, you look at Thunder Talk, 4 of the players last year stayed the same with Hoya, Beitron, 1xN, and Feather. UCal was sent over to DRX. DRX sent back over one of their mid laners in SATAB, but really hasn't looked the same with Xiao Hongren, and he's been in the Thunder Talk developmental pipeline his entire career, but just wasn't quite ready for LPL. But, you know, when BLG calls your name, a lot of people are going to be picking up that phone and opening their checkbook. So Thunder Talk now, they are going to be on blue side here. Again, a very prestigious side select. You know, everybody choosing blue side especially. But big bans coming already through here. I think the fact that they're getting rid of Azir is a little worrying for me. Again, I do think that in terms of effective champion pool, SATAB has had some of the smallest here in the league.
Yeah, I mean, this Talia is not available, right? His Ari is not available. And, you know, this Akali being banned out means that some of the work that he's done on these melee champions is just not going to be something that is available to him. So I'm matching your concern there, man. I really don't know what he is going to play, to be completely honest with you, right? I mean, he's played a couple of games of Rise, right? I mean, maybe we could get the Nefiri Rise combo, perhaps.
Yeah. Potentially, Thunder Talk going with a Scion, so
Sure.
you're going to need something that's going to be able to deal with this very well. There are a lot of AD carries still, and if I see that, I can just pick myself Rise. I can go ahead and take Nefiri for Monkey. If you're not afraid that Xiao Hongren is going to be picking up the Nefiri yourself, which he hasn't shown to be able to play, at least so far this season, even though, again, he is a mid-split substitution, I wonder if you just kind of throw the gambit at them and say, look, we're going to pick Rise, and we're going to pick Kaisa.
Ooh, all right, that would be pretty interesting. I'd really, really like that. This Team WE definitely showing that they are going to be ready to dive you at any moment. Lucian going to be an immediate lock in here. We're going to get the Nami as well. Listen, I mean, you know that I really like Lucian. I'm always happy when Lucian gets locked in, man. This is super great. I just learned the other day that Lucian has one of the unlocked statues in the Riot Game Shop. I'm gonna have to go pick that up.
Yeah, they have a amazing Lucian statue on the campus too.
Yeah,
no flex. Sorry guys. But WE, I'm a little afraid because, like, yes, there's this Scion who can act as frontline, but you are going to have to play against Lucian Nami earlier. We haven't seen 1xN and Feather really pilot this lane all that well. We kind of saw them do it last week, and to mixed success. I think that Feather not being engaged does put an extra burden on this team. So let's see what WE are cooking on the back end of this draft and what Thunder Talk are going to really be able to get for themselves. I like the Yasuo pivot here, taking that away from SATAB. Potentially a LeBlanc that they're going to have to be worried about, as these have kind of been champions that SATAB has reached for in potential series clinchers.
Yeah, make them play standard at this point. It's been... why not, right? Like, you just force him on the stuff that has not worked for him, force him off comfort. I mean, even that Yasuo game that he played a couple series ago wasn't fantastic, but he came on a little bit later on in the game. So let's see what this final ban is. It's going to be Annie, so taking off that power pick. You know, we haven't seen her at all today. I'm actually quite surprised by that.
Good. This champion's not balanced. They should not have given her an insane amount of spell pen on her ultimate for no reason.
No.
So what's the 4 here. I really feel like this should be a Nefiri, but maybe you're a little bit afraid of having to play against Sion. I feel like if you're going to play a Drain Tank, it's perfectly fine.
Come on, do it.
Come on,
Don't
Monkey,
be afraid.
lock it in, brother.
Come on,
Let's
bro.
get
You're
into the
up
back
1-0
line.
in the
Let's go for
series.
some dive.
Yeah.
Please don't say that. Don't say they got house money. Just let them win the game, go 2-0 in the series, and call it a night. Thunder Talk,
Listen, you're right.
what do we got? We can go for Skarner. We can go for, there's no Lilia for you to be able to go for, but, I mean, maybe you just go for Wukong. Okay.
All right, Wukong it is.
Say
Tab
tab.
For Xiao Hong Ren. Yeah, I don't know what Satab's going to pick here. I'm going to be honest. Maybe he'll just go to, like, a Victor or something like that.
Could be
but
Victor,
really-
could be Aurora here. You might go Galio, although I think it's really pissed this game. We're getting Hui. All right,
Okay.
Satab is just first timing champions again.
I guess so, man. That's what we're going to see out of Satab. All right. Now what are we going to get out of the top lane here? There's a couple of options. We do talk about how, like, oh, yeah, Kaisa, dive comps and everything like that. Right now, you only have this Nefiri. I do think a Cassante would also give you a little bit more dive, as you can all out somebody and maybe have them follow. And it looks like that will be the lock-in. It'll be Cassante going up top for Cube. Cassante has not had a lot of success recently in the LPL. I mean, remember this champion in Split 1 obviously was giga busted because of lane swaps,
lane
but
swaps,
now has really, thankfully, in my opinion, been taken down a peg. I really got tired of seeing him every game.
16 games, 31% win rate. I mean, I'm looking at Team WE, and I mean, you have great setup for the Nefiri. Again, Ryze Nefiri, a very, very potent combo. Kaisa for Taeyun, so you're giving him the kind of keys. But if we took the nameplates off, I do think that there is angles here for Thunder Talk. My worry coming out of this draft right now is that we have seen parts of this draft already been played out before. Thunder Talk, we've seen them play the Lucian Nami. Their laning phase wasn't that particularly impressive. We have seen we've seen Satab play the Hui before, up against JDG and again another Ryze, but that game wasn't particularly too impressive. And while you've given Hoya this Sion, which I think maybe he can be a split push menace like we have seen from Sions in the past, I am just worried that Thunder Talk setups are not clean enough. WE are an aggressive team that are going to try to take advantage of you, so we need to see Thunder Talk properly play a draft here and continue some of their winning ways that we've seen from them in these early games.
Yeah, the good news for the side of Thunder Talk is Kaisa can be a little weak early, especially into this Lucian Nami. So even if you get hit by a Wayward Nautilus hook, you might not be cooked just yet. But again, I worry about this mid-jungle duo. We talked about how strong Ryze Nefiri is. Listen, Wukong Hui, not really something that impresses me as we're on to Summoner's Rift.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎
We have life.
There's more of them!
Let's go.
They split like mitosis! They've multiplied! Oh my god! Like, if you're just joining us and you didn't see game 1 or you didn't hear the Jaios from game 1, there's like one dude in Thunder Talk side who was throwing up the Jaios. But we got more of them! That's what I was worried about. Really
I was going to say they were just up getting food, maybe hitting the bathroom.
Dude, the game is starting. The draft takes like 5 minutes. How you were like, hey man, start a draft. I'm going to go piss. I don't care about seeing what champions there are. I'll be back when the game starts. It's like, you're going to miss the Jaios. What's the point?
Honestly, the Jaios are the best part. I really love
Yes.
No matter what happens, no matter how bad your team may be, no offense to Thunder Talk and their fans, there was at least one, and now there are many.
All right. Well, we're seeing some modified starts here. Monkey getting an early ward onto the enemy Raptor pit. Also some good vision coming down from WE early onto Xiao Hongren's blue buff. I think wanting to see where the Sion was very important, as we've seen Sion kind of be taking part in some of these lanes where you can kind of do that lane swap and try to help out your jungler in particular. So he gave an extended decimating smash for Xiao Hongren. And Monkey, again, just using some of that creativity, getting over the wall. He took a single Raptors camp, is now moving in, gonna steal red buff. This is incredibly smart coming in from Monkey. And this is just a small piece. Why is 1xN? Jesus Christ, guys.
做好准备。
We just used our flash like that. Dry? What are you afraid of?
Yeah, I'm really surprised by that too. I was like, oh, I guess 1xN used his flash to like go in or something because he saw a good angle. No, he did it to dodge out on the hook. You've got this Nami sustain too? I don't know. That was incredibly suspect. As you mentioned, this Lucian Nami out of 1xN and Feather has not been very
And now
now
the
your
jungler's
flash
here.
Here he comes. Vampire gonna get up there, land the root onto Feather. Flash forced out from Feather. Monkey and Taeyun will chase him down, and it's first blood for Monkey.
Like, what were we expecting? It's Kaisa Nautilus. He now just lost almost all of his bottom side camps, and now look at this Nefiri. Nefiri's a champion that usually is going to skirmish very early on, and you can try to invade her to try to, get underneath her. But with Monkey showing, they know that he's done 3 camps. He has all of his bottom side jungle. Xiaohong Ren is going to try to invade, and if WE are playing a little bit aggressive and kind of thinking like, hey, let's protect our Nefiri, they could just send their Nautilus over into the topside jungle and protect his camps. And then this Wukong is completely SOL, and he's kind of screwed for the rest of the game.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't already call for the FF. I mean, it took 15 minutes and 20 seconds for game 1, but here in game 2, it looks like it might be a little bit quicker. Xiaohong Ren trying to get in there. He will flash after Cube. So will Hoya. Cube, no flash left over, and the Wukong at least gets a kill. He does his Cassante camp.
Sure, I mean, Cassante is just going to be able to teleport back to this wave. Same thing with Hoya. I don't think it's going to be that impactful. Just trying to get something on the opposite side of that. But look at Monkey, man. He gets all of his respawn camps. He's actually going to take his blue buff. He's going to do his entire top side, then walk bottom lane and get ready. He's going to be level 5 by the time this happens. And look at this play into mid.
Oh, man, that's MVP Vampire to you, baby. Zaytab will flash away and will fall regardless.
All right, there's the FF, boys. I'm throwing it up. Look, there's still a lot of game to play. I'm obviously being a bit facetious. I'm having a little bit of fun. But Zaytab now is going to be playing into a Ryze that's scaling. The bottom lane for Thunder Talk has already started to find some issues. This is just not a bot lane that I think they feel comfortable playing in their 2v2. And I think part of that probably falls into the fact that they are just one of the worst teams in the league. When you're playing from a massive deficit almost every single game, playing aggressive lanes like this is something that kind of takes a lot of practice, and you have to have the confidence to be able to do it. 1xN's best carries have been hyper carries, the Jinx, the Kaisas, like these kinds of champions, and this is just not something that we are really accustomed to seeing from Thunder Talk.
Yeah, we talked earlier about Lead from NiP and how he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders because of how the team kind of operates, and forcing 1xN onto this, hey, you need to be the big guy in the early game, and you need to really dictate our mid game as Lucian Nami can do, and get everybody else into the game, puts that sort of pressure on him. And I wonder if that's a big reason why this lane just does not work for these guys. And it's unfortunate because you expect them to be your cornerstone. This is something that you would expect them to be able to pilot quite well, and it's just not working.
Oh, Hoya gets it.
Yeah, he's going to be pulled all the way over. Good damage coming out from Cube. And the flashless Hoya will be pulled back. Cube will finish him off and get the solo molo.
All right, well, at least it's some grass procs going over, but yeah, great job from the Cassante, and this is exactly what I was worried about when I saw this. Monkey, he's just going to do a drive-by in mid. This is the annoying part about playing against Nefiri as Hui. All of her dogs have hit detection, so any of your spells that are trying to land are just absolutely useless. So Monkey's going to get the topside scuttle. Won't give him level 6, but he'll get damn close to it. He'll get his respawn raptors, and this Nefiri is very fed. I know it only looks like a small amount of camps that are going over, and it's a pretty minor goal lead, all things considered, but you look at WE, they just have a bunch of champions that are going to spike so hard on 2 items. They're also just going to be more effective, I think, than Thunder Talk.
Yeah, and they have a comp that is going to be really cohesive once everybody gets online, right? Once Monkey is diving hard, Taeyun gets to follow up on like Vampire ultimates that get to the backline. Meanwhile, Thunderhawk's team, they don't have that cohesion, right? I mean, Hui and Wukong, this is not a pair that you see mixed together very often for good reason. It's not something that you really expect to do crazy things.
I'm just watching Rise Aura Farm versus Hui and Nami. Just straight up walk up on him. He's like, I know you have no mana, so I'm just gonna walk up, press EQ, and there's nothing you can do about it. And now they've moved their bottom lane over. Lucian and Nami kind of late to this. They're gonna try to take control of mid wave here, but denying experience and gold on this top side. Also has the call for this Kai'Sa, so pretty strong opener. It does give ThunderTalk more flexibility as to which side of the map they want to play. And it seems like they really want to try to see if they can get something down on the top side here. Xiaohongren here all around the blue side. He has his ultimate now. Same thing with our two bottom laners. Vampire not level 6 most importantly. That could actually be a big make or break point for Team WE. Not having that ult in comparison to Feather.
Yeah, he's not particularly close either. Xiaohongren starting up these grubs. It's Team WE looking to try and take control of mid here. Monkey showing up, forcing 1xN away. Vampire out of that EXP range, still going to be down at level 6. Karis walking up here, looking to disrupt these grubs as one has already gone over to ThunderTalk. One of them is going to reset, keeping this one aggroed. Hook does not land. There's the 1xM dash. Boya going to try to big body his way in here.
All right.
Right now.
Way is behind. This is going to be the... Oh, they're just trying to make a play on a Satab.
Oh, no. Satab. They don't like you, bro. They said, no, listen, we have the better import. We're going to go right after Satab, knock him up. Monkey should be able to take him out, and does.
All right, well, 2 grubs going over to ThunderTalk, so that is pretty decent damage. Let's see how much Sion can get on this top side. Xiaohongren's actually going to try to help out his top laner in getting some plates. I like this idea. Finally, ThunderTalk not necessarily getting baited into a play, but recognizing, look, we can win if they're going to be playing flexible on the map. Let's just try to nickel and dime them. Let's take a cross map here. Even if we go down, we just got 3 plates on this top side. I think I'll take that if you are ThunderTalk. Oh, I think Cube actually just wins this. Oh my god.
I'm kind of surprised that Cube just didn't go after him, right? He does have all out available. So I thought he was just going to flash right after him and be like, no, I'll just kill your jungler, but he does let him off the hook. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, nothing that Satab can do to even get close. As Karis is almost a full level up. They're going to move over and start to clear out these Krugs and just allow Monkey to get even more of Xiaohongren's jungle.
Okay, now that he doesn't have the Prey Seeker, he does need to be a little careful here. You can kind of see that Taeyun does have to recall it up. It's going to be a split of the jungle, though. Monkey being able to take a lot of the bot side camps here. Xiaohongren actually only taking the Raptors and the red buff. So he's trying to equalize at least some of the differential between him and this Neferi. But, I mean, you're just looking at it right now, right? Like, Monkey's getting closer. He's probably already done with what seems to be a Spear of Shojin. And then Karis is getting closer to that Rod of Ages. Oh, he's going for the Eclipse. Okay, wants a little bit more damage, I understand. But
getting that shield
this does not get easier for WE to, or for ThunderTalk to play.
No, not at all. I mean, you still have this Rise who is scaling up. He's got his Catalyst. He's got his Tier stacking up. Going to take a back here. You know, maybe this is a Rod of Ages finish. Nope, sticks around. All right, Karis, make a decision, man. Either go up and
he's playing respectfully. They don't know where Wukong is. Yeah, they have a lot of wards, but like he could wrap through Raptors. I think it's a fine decision. And he just wants to see if Satab's going to really overextend.
All right, here we go. A couple ultimates burn up on the top side. His Cube no longer has his flash. Let's see if he can get a flash out of either of them. We're going to try to turn around on Hoya. Monkey is here as well. Looks like Hoya is going to be the initial focus. Cube still low. Being chased out. Monkey's going to try to protect him a little bit. This makes smash not going to land. It looks like everything is fine.
Yeah. Now they're sending 4 members. They want to try to take this first turret here.
What is teleport
coming on in? Jesus Christ, okay.
Yeah. Hey, listen. They are playing with purpose right now with ThunderTalk. They only have 1 minion here. Teleport going to be matched by Karis, who now has that Rod of Ages. Just looks like maybe an opportunity to hot swap Hoya out of there. Monkey is going to hop over the wall. Ooh. The Rune Prison is there. Nice dodge out. Satab forced to flash away. Realm Warp means that Karis is going to be put right in a good spot, but under the turret, under the Aqua Prison with the knockup. Oh, big mistake by the Rise as he goes down, and Feather gets credit for that one.
How does Xiaohongren decide that he's going to finish that recall in front of the enemy team? That was crazy. Extra ballsy coming in from him. but that'll mean that that's at least a kill going over. It's going to be a trade. Unironically, I think that WE actually come out the losers of that, because now you've lost 3 flashes on the top side. Yes, it is Hoya and Satab losing access to flash, but you're getting more plates on the opposite side of the map. And while Sion is picking up gold, a little worried here for Thunder Talk. Even though they were able to go a little bit even on that trade, I think that short term it's good for them. Long term, I just don't know if Sion's really the recipient of gold that you want here. In particular with just having the fact that there is a that there is a Kais on the enemy team. Yeah, that recall still going through. And actually, picture-in-picture, Sion is just dead. All right. Okay, cool. I mean, this was really funny coming in from Karis. The fact that he's able to get it, but they're just trying to make sure that that first turret doesn't immediately go down there, especially with those 3 grubs.
Yeah, you know what? Credit to Karis. No flash, no teleport, no problem. As they're able to get the job done there. And again, as you said, make sure that the turret does not go down initially. So good stuff there. We have a minute until the dragon comes up. A minute 45 until the Rift Herald. Let's take a look at this replay. As Xiaohong Ren was down there too, and he just lets his boy go.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing he can do. Also, Sion Sunfire Cape. That's all you needed to know.
Oh,
That's all that happened there. So, Sion, the Sunfire Cape, will run for an invade. Xiaohong Ren doesn't know.
Okay, the clone with the knock up there. That was nifty.
Oh!
Hook doesn't land either, but it does burn the flash of Wukong.
Well, that's just Dragon going over to WE. It's up in 30 seconds. They're going to have access to that. That's going to be really nice for them to deal with. And we're kind of seeing this battle for mid priority. Again, Lucian should have an easier time, but Taeyun having the static shiv does make it, a little bit more competitive between these 280 carries as to who's able to farm. But with Lucian and Nami sitting together and with the electrocute Lucian, make it a little difficult for Taeyun to justify stepping up. Especially, again, that objective being close to spawning means that make sure that you have all your HP, making sure that you have all your cooldowns is going to be that much more important, as, again, still no flash for Satab, and Xiaohong Ren's not going to have that Cyclone nor the Summoner spell.
In credit to Taeyun, and I only wanted to say this because you and I are on the broadcast, dropping CS sucks as an 80 carry, man. It stinks. It's like the worst feeling in the world.
I want to walk up and hit that minion, but Jesus Christ, I know I'm going to lose 50% of my HP. And then
yep, and you know what? I still might do it. It's like Monkey just did right there. That could have been Taeyun. That could have been us.
Could be us, but they're playing. So. Monkey goes
nice.
back mid to try to help. He's going to jungle privilege at least a little bit of his HP back. You're just seeing with Hoya, or with the Hui and the Lucian, it's that much easier. W are opting to drop waves instead, just to make this objective theirs. Again, Xiaohong Ren, no flash. You have his Cyclone coming up in 10 seconds. Can TT stall out long enough to get access back to this massive teamfight ultimate?
Hook goes down. They immediately target out this Wukong, and he will fall. Hoya tries to break up the fight, but can't really do much of anything. Spiraling Despair doesn't land either, as Monkey will finish off the Dragon.
Well, that's a bit of a heartbreaker there. I mean, Karis getting the Realm Warp, kind of getting him out of position. Actually sends the Realm Warp bottom lane so he can pick up that wave, have access to it first. This is just WE not calling their shot. Yes, you don't have this ultimate, but I feel like Sion needs to find and engage first. Feather, if they're ever in a weird spot, you need to be able to find something with your ultimate. And now they're just going to be able to make this dive.
Yeah, Satab is just dead. There's not too much you can do. Yeah, sure, Monkey gets feared, but Aris is going to be the one to tank up the turret. The turret will fall. Oh, no, hold on. The dogs end up dying. These were not minions, these were dogs.
Yep, they have more HP. They just tank up the turret a lot better. All right, WE, they try to force onto this bottom side. They did get the dragon, and they will get some damage onto these outer structures, tier 1s. Thunder Talk, don't ever pull the trigger. They never try to find out an advantage onto Team WE, and now they don't even get to bother to contest around the Herald. So it'll be first start going over WE here at 16.5 minutes. Means that that'll be feats of strength completed. Hoya finally walks up to this. Little too late now coming in, and that I feel is most of how Thunder Talk plays a lot of their games. Just a little too late.
And the big problem with that is when you play a little too late, guys like Monkey get to go real big. He's got 2 items. He is 5-0. guys like Cars are allowed to just scale up into infinity. He hasn't really been bothered. His one death was a misplay by him where he run more into the turret, essentially. And we are going to see a fight over Rift Herald, and Thunder Talk are the first ones there. Let's see if Team WE can fight their way in. Okay,
Sion is just... Okay.
Going down, the bubble lands, as well as Spiraling Despair. Rift Herald is secured, and Monkey's going to go way deep, but fakes him out. Burns that Cyclone. Big Nami ultimate too, as well as Hoya knocking up too. Hong Ren on the backside after getting all out, and his Cube is trying to do what he can. And Team WE, the rest of them are safe. Hoya's dead body looking to try to get some kills. It's burning a lot of flashes, but there's a turnaround. Karis doing the damage.
Taeyoon!
Finally getting in there. Big hook lands on the Satab as he goes down. Monkey now looking for the Wukong as he's going to run him down. Some monkey on monkey violence happening here as Wukong is able to flash away, but he goes and gets Monkey anyway. Taeyoon and Vampire, they see the low health bars, they're lusting after them, but they can't grab them.
Vampire just had one of the worst fights I think he's ever had, especially this season. Just missed Nautilus hook. I want everybody to be watching Nautilus. A massive investment there from WE, and Thunder Talk still come out ahead. They get the kills. They also are able to grab out on the Rift Herald there. And some minor mistakes coming in from Thunder Talk, but I'm just watching Vampire. He had one hell of a team fight here. Hooks onto the Scion, that's fine. Most of this damage being blocked out by Cube, I think, is really well played. And then the back end of this, I'm just watching this Nautilus. Misses the hook, lands onto the wall here. So now Karis and the rest of his team have been baited. Taeyoon can never walk forward. Vampire's gonna look for another hook. Lands onto the Scion. I don't think this is worth it. I think you're trying to look for the Lucian here. Satab has now flashed forward. Karis, or Vampire, trying to find a hook, but there's a Scion in front of him. Where does the next hook land? It lands on the Satab, so finally we find one here. But even in the back end of this, getting so close, but no cigar for Vampire. Maybe he's able to find this hook. Somehow, in between the super large hitbox of a Wukong and a Lucian, does he still miss the hook? So many of these, I think, could have been game-breaking and potentially gone in favor and completely wiped this fight for Team WE, but that is the difference between a one fight and a much closer one here.
Yeah, it's classic Vampire. As Satab is dead. Again.
Well,
0-6-4.
Satab getting caught on a side lane or in transition. That is unfortunately just what's going to happen if you have a mage mid. Very important piece. If you're ever going to play competitive, and especially if you're going to be picking mages, you need to escort them between minion waves. You need to make sure that they have vision. They're able to communicate. Someone needs to walk with them in between lanes. Otherwise, they're going to continue to make picks. That continues to be an issue here for Team Thunder Talk. As it's going to be the Herald spawned in mid lane. They're going to try and see if they can get more, but the Otacon's being started here by Team WE.
Why not? They rip this thing very quickly. The Neferia, the Rise, going to get that one very easily. Hong Ren going to ride this one into the turret, take that one out. Twitch chat showing up to the party. Yes, you are helping Team Thunder Talk make a bit of an impact in this game. Let's see if we get a second charge off. Second appearance of Twitch chat, perhaps. Hell yeah, there they go. And all of a sudden, Cube forced to stay sturdy. Vampire over the wall, waiting for some opportunity that will not be the best.
I think Thunder Talk, you're not contesting this dragon, guys. We have so much gold to spend. We literally just got a turret and a half. We got a lot here that we could potentially look for. I understand that we're on 2 items. Satab's really close to finishing his. To teleport now from Hoya. He has taken his recall, but I'm looking at Taeyoon. He's finished the Rage Blade, as well as already having a static shiv, so he is going to be so massive in these team fights. And look at this instant repositioning.
Nice.
Such a better spot coming on through for WE.
Nice, and that puts Cube on the weak side of the pincer, which is exactly where you want him. Starting to run out of room here. Hoya with a big knockup. Vampire taking a lot of damage, but the knockup's going to come out. Here we go. Vampire already going down. Hong Ren looking for more knockups there, but Cube is face tanking everybody, but so is Hoya. Satab looking for a little bit of damage on the way out. Harris and Taeyoon relatively healthy, so is Monkey. After losing Vampire, they will give up the Dragon, so the stacking has been broken by Thunder Talk.
All right, let's go Thunder Talk. I had questions. I was doubting them. I did say I didn't want to see them contest for that Dragon, but Vampire slowly losing his grip on this game. That Scion is becoming an impenetrable wall. Part of the reason we've just seen this champion rise throughout the games, throughout in priority, is just he becomes an unkillable beast. especially for someone like Vampire. It is really hard to walk past him. So we got to see in that fight again, Hoya doing a fantastic job of just being a tank frontliner. Made it difficult. Him and Xiao Hongren doing a great job in that fight of disrupting the backline and stopping them from getting any progress.
That does speed bump Team WE, certainly. I mean, the gold lead isn't that vast for them. It's only about 1,200. Remember, we did talk about how they do have some damn good scaling, right? And, you know, Karis is on his 2 items, is only going to get stronger from here. Taeyun later on, we know what Kai'Sas do once they get more items, especially in the LPL. But, you know, even Lucian's a champion that as the game progresses can still have a little bit of strength, whereas back in the day he used to fall off quite hard.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of looking at this right now. Cars is going to get access to level 16 soon. And I kind of want to see Cube do a little bit more. I know we haven't really talked about him. He's been a player that has been kind of floating around some of these LPL. I think that Molecule ended up putting it quite well when he described Team WE, a team of rejects and kind of misfit toys from other teams and other organizations. Really kind of becoming the greater than the sum of their parts individually. But I want to see Cube on this Cassante. You have a lot of responsibility being able to push Sion out as well as maybe kidnap some of the backline. And I don't think we've quite seen that from him on this champion. So if he can have an individual moment, I think it becomes a lot easier for Team WE to actually push their advantage.
We'll see if Cube does better with this target prioritization over these next couple of fights. 1 minute and 20 seconds until the Baron spawns. I imagine we'll see some dancing around it as the items are getting evened up just a little bit here. 1XN got to his 3rd item, has that Infinity Edge. A big spike for this fight, while Taeyun is still a little bit behind the curve in terms of items.
I think it's fine though. Like, yeah, you're up 600, but I'm playing Kai'Sa. I'm also going to be looking to probably play AP Kai'Sa, so the Lucian's like, god damn it, I can't even auto attack him now. He's literally 3 screens
He's too far away.
How can I play the game? So there's a lot of armor pen, right? Like, even if Taeyun is going for this AP build in the back end of it, just having that Black Cleaver come in from Monkey does provide a pretty decent amount of utility, especially for like shotgun ulting yourself as Kai'Sa and having a fully evolved Acathian range, just hit your opponents in the face. Pretty good there. So let's see. I mean, WE, this game has started to stall out, and again, we've seen now 2 fights in a row where Vampire doesn't really get the fight that he wants, and it ends up stalling out the game and giving ThunderTalk ways back in. The gold has shrunk quite significantly here, and I mean, we have Baron spawning in 10 seconds. I wonder if Karis and the rest of Team WE get really experimental and try to realm warp their way into a fogged out pit, try to burst out this Baron with the Kai'Sa and Ryze.
It's going to be really hard to do so because ThunderTalk have been using their mid priority to get this vision down and clear out the Team WE vision. It's going to be pretty difficult for them as Satab up here is going to get shoved in just a little bit, not quite going to have that priority given the fact that he's fairly weak right now and has had some time on the struggle bus so far.
Satab is 2.5 levels down. Holy crap. Like, now one of them is a Rod of Ages level. So, you know, we'll give him that. He's a level and a half down, but I mean, Ryze gets such a big power spike on level 16, getting more damage into your overload. Your Q is very, very dangerous. So, all right, we've got a minute before the Dragon here. Again, Soul Point, if WE are able to grab that, the fact that ThunderTalk get access to 1 Mountain Dragon is actually pretty decent for them. Again, small amount of resistances still go a long way when you start to look at some of their champions, especially Xiao Hongren and Hoya. But it's all about this mid priority now. You see that 1XN trying to get some damage down onto Taeyun. Very careful. He needs to be incredibly cautious about how he steps on mid waves and where he's able to take positioning here, especially with Karis and Vampire.
They have no idea where Monkey's at right now. He's in a really nice creative spot there. They do have a good idea of where the rest of Team WE are at. Looks like Monkey will look to move up with the rest of his team. Teleport going to be expended here. Hoya going to TP onto this mid wave. Karis a little
just
slow
go for mid wave. Yeah, who cares? Dragon doesn't care. It does not matter.
Yeah, they have the inside track. This is going to force action from WE. Karis going to try to get around to the side. It's only him. Karis, what are we doing? He goes golden. This is a really rough start to the fight. Monkey and Karis get out of there, but they're on the wrong side of the map right now. Vampire gets hit with a bubble. He's going to have to flash away. Cube trying to do what he can. Taeyun gets to the backside.
Oh my god, Taeyun!
Finds these priority targets. It's another LPL Kaisa experience. Triple kill for him. Zhao Hongren, sure, you get the 1 kill on the backside, but Taeyun saving WE in this fight.
Oh my god, Karis, man, he is jeopardizing and making this game way too risky for my liking right now. Double Aqua Prison, gets his Seraphs, and even pops the Seeker's arm guard there, so he won't have this up and available. Can Zhao Hongren find the steal? He has Smite, but it's complete Fog of War, and he steps back in. He's gonna get bursted out by this Kaisa.
Alright, he's playing
Alright,
carefully.
he's gonna
and
get out.
Elect to just give it up. Yep, so
Alright.
that'll be sole point for Team WE.
But look at how this fight is played. I mean, I know we're gonna probably see a
This is
recap
disgusting.
of this.
Ugh.
Like, look at this.
Ugh.
Monkey goes in. That is complete right into a double Wukong ultimate. Seraphs plus the Zonias, both of them have to get out of that pit immediately. Vampire again does not find a priority target, and it's Seitab who's really the kind of the big linchpin. Cube finally having that performance on the Cassante, finds the backline, forces 1xN out with the kidnap, and allows for Taeyun to reposition. But if not for that play, this should be ThunderTalk completely wiping the map with WE and potentially taking us to a third game. It's going to be them starting up the Baron. Look at where their Fury is. They have no idea that this Baron is going on.
Remember all that earlier vision that they picked up Ulk Battery, a shotgun Baron coming out for ThunderTalk, teleport going to be used. Oh, they pull off of it for a little bit. Baron has not reset yet, just allowing a little bit of time for Monkey to get there. They have not gone back onto the Baron. They let the Baron reset. Seitab over on the side has gone golden, and you know he's going to go down. Karis is trying desperately to escape. Taeyun over on the front line takes quite a bit of damage. I cannot believe that they got a kill, and this Baron...
oh my god!
The Baron didn't fully reset! What the heck happened? They take the Baron anyway! And now Hoya is going to be the target, down to below half HP. Cube.
Look at the teleport! Oh my god, Karis!
Oh no! Oh, he's gonna do it again, but he just picked up his Zonias the missed time on the bubble. Karis immediately gets out, immediately goes golden, and Team WE run over the rest of that fight. Hoya gets all out, and it feels like he's healing, but he can't heal that much. He will die, and Feather will be the only one to wear purple.
By hook or by crook, ThunderTalk are getting that Baron. They say, look, if there's one thing in the series you're not allowed to have, you can have our Nexus, you can have our structures, hell, you can even take some of our kills, but you are not taking Baron against us here in this series. Another Baron goes over. I think that they were just way too tanky from WE, and since none of them are focusing the Baron, Cube and the rest of the team are able to find themselves to keep this Baron still entangled. More turrets fall for ThunderTalk. More gold starts to mount for WE. But Jesus Christ, some of these fights look awful from them.
Oh god, we have to watch it again?
This is a long replay, so whatever happened in live, I hope we don't get right into another team fight.
Please, no.
I'm just looking at this. Look, I mean, I think it's really clever. Again, using Realm Warp, they know that there's no one else there. They're waiting for Nefiri to show. And then just look at this Baron. It is constantly getting tanked up by Cube. Cube is constantly taking all of this damage. And while Seitab is getting caught, I think he's buying so much time. Same thing with Hoya. It literally never resets. Zhao Hongren just gets right back on it. I think he calls their bluff really perfectly. A mistime on the Aqua Prison there, potentially game breaking. Just a melody of mistakes from everybody involved here. This is exactly what we expect from our 8th and 10th place teams.
I need some bleach for my eyes, man. Would you like me to pass it over to you after this game?
Nope, I like my shots, okay? Just straight down the hatch, call it a night. So, all right. Well, we get some time to relax, do some water chasers down with it, and now we're at 31 minutes, 1.5 away from potentially a Mountain Soul if Team WE can grab it. And while I think the gold lead has started to run away in favor of Team WE, we've already seen that ThunderTalk, especially with this Scion, are really dangerous to deal with. And Mikhail's finished here for Feather. So not only is he helping the damage augment, okay.
They get a little bit of damage in. Knockup is down on the Zhao Hongren. Trying to get some damage on the Vampire and the Monkey. Not really able to do all too much. The team is very, very split here.
Yeah, you're losing access to mid-wave. I feel like this was very adventurous coming in from Hoya, but you are now just going to lose this, and Taeyun's like, yeah, I can just keep throwing down my W's. I have a Nashor's Tooth. I also have a completed Zonia's. So if we thought it was already tough enough to try to take down Taeyun, well, now it got a little bit harder. And he has all of his summoner spells back up. So Team WE, they're in position, and they rip this dragon to shreds. They've got a Kaisa. It's going to be so difficult. ThunderTalk need to make the steal of a lifetime. Xiao Hongren, I have not asked for a lot of you of this series, but if there's ever a time for you to be able to save your team, it has to be now.
He's able to dash away to make sure he doesn't immediately get blown up. Goes back in, secures the red first team. Monkey down to about half HP. Remember, there's still good damage on the side of ThunderTalk. Hook immediately lands onto Saytab. He's got to go golden, but everybody on Team WE scatters, and it's going to be Vampire, the one who's getting picked up. Karis trying to do as much damage as he can. Monkey down to half HP, but can they buy time for the dragon to actually be done? Taeyun is on the wrong side of the wall, just trying to land some of these W's through.
1xN, what are you doing?
Karis. And we get into the backside. There we go. A lot of damage coming down. Spiraling Despair. And Taeyun gets into the middle of the fight. And it's time to dance, baby. Big Aqua person, but Taeyun goes golden. Xiao Hongren trying to get away. And Taeyun just untouched pretty much throughout this fight, ripping the key members of ThunderTalk to pieces. Xiao Hongren goes back in, and sure, he kills Monkey. But Karis and Taeyun, the products from the LCK, reign supreme on the Rift, and they will take the Mountain Soul for Team WE.
Okay, Vampire says, look, I've had too many good games in a row. I gotta throw in a stinker. I gotta make sure that I do this. But Taeyun, man, it feels like we are getting early 2025 WE, where some of the team fighting looks very sus. Vampire getting caught out, but it is down to Taeyun on this Kaisa, putting up another performance that had us really looking forward to this Team WE. I mean, 1xN not playing the range well enough, gets forced out, even with 1xN, even with Cube, down so low in this fight for a majority of it, getting that Omni Vamp and getting all of that lethality right onto 1xN, pops the damage dealers of ThunderTalk. And Karis, I mean, hell, he's just playing level 18, 45-minute rise, so he is going to do a lot of damage and be very difficult to take down here. A Mountain Soul on top of that, so if it was already difficult to kill Cube and Monkey and everybody, it's going to get that much more difficult. And they even got a Baron spawning in 30 seconds.
I may have crossed the threshold into impossible Alk Battery. Mentioned that Baron is coming up. Yeah, sure, ThunderTalk got it under some dubious circumstances last time, but I can't imagine that's going to happen again. And I have to ask, is Taeyun one of the clutchest AD carries that we have here in the LPL? I mean, sure, he's doing this against ThunderTalk, but he's done this against a couple of teams in some couple of games where Team WE have won. He has been so consistently good in the late game, especially in the teams.
He is very good for Team WE, I will say that. I think our clutchest player still might be Jackie Love, might be Hope, depends on the game, but we'll see. Getting started up around this Baron. They now know that Vampire is on this side, so he's going to have to reconnect with the rest of his team. And I'm watching right now, Cube trying to muscle his way in. They still have this Karis ultimate.
There's Hoya. Hook does not land on anybody. Vampire gets rooted up, the calling as well. He's in big trouble. He's going to land the knockup onto Saytab. Saytab's going to go golden in the middle of the fight. Monkey taking a lot of damage, but Saytab completely cut off and he goes down, and they just can't chew through Cube. Now they're going to turn their sights onto Hoya, and Monkey's going to hop in, and they're going to take him out too. And Sion's dead body will just hit a couple of minions.
Well, look, they made the pick on a Vampire, but now you've lost two members. It'll be Baron going over to WE, and gotta watch how they close this one out. It has been fight after fight loss here for ThunderTalk. It has not felt like they've been very competitive so far. A lot of these fights feel, if you look at them, ThunderTalk kind of coming at them at a weird angle. Hoya, I think, is doing his damnedest in this game. Xiao Hongren really trying in this one to make this even, but the backline is just, I don't know how else to say it, but useless, man. Like, 1xN does not deal damage. Saytab is literally in the gutter right now on this wave. Almost 6,000 gold down at 37 minutes.
1xN cannot escape the dogs. The Hounds of Justice take him down as Monkey and the rest of Team WE are leaving the base in tatters. Karis is going to back, and he's going to TP right back in as the siege is on. Bubble onto Cube as well, Spiraling Despair, but it just doesn't do a damn thing at this point off battery. Hoya is the one who gets hooked. His ultimate's going to come through. The tidal wave does too. Zhao Hongren trying to get away as the first Nexus turret will fall. He's got to deal with Cube. They're going to get onto Vampire. Monkey is there. Taeyun's got more shields than damage actually being dealt to him. And that will do it. The second Nexus turret will fall. And Team WE complete a 2-0 sweep of Thunder Talk.
Now they go up to 6 and 10. They'll be able to maybe get one more kill. It's Hoya instead of Feather. But another 2-0 here for the side of Team WE. They break their 4-series losing streak. And I think, again, we look at this team, they're really starting to compete for that 7th, maybe 6th place spot. They are now tied in terms of game wins. Again, 6th and 7th above them, 6 and 9 in series score. But it's all about those game records. Now 17 and 22 for this Team WE. They're going to be asking for FPX to kind of lose a couple more of those series. And you know, a lot of Team WE's fate is in their hands right now, especially with them going up against AL in a couple of days' time, and their last match of the season being up against Weibo.
Yeah, interested to see if they're going to be able to get that movement up, if they're going to be able to end up rematching Thunder Talk, because listen, the way they dealt with them, that 7 seed is looking very, very delicious right now. I think that, you know, that's where you really want to be, unless you're 5 or 6. Obviously, it's kind of hard to judge 5 or 6. They're definitely really good, and you're really happy to play against the Group Nirvana teams, but you don't actually know what they're going to look like. I think I'd rather deal with the more known quantity in Thunder Talk, so that 7 seed is going to be coveted. Weibo Gaming is going to have to hold on to it for dear life.
Weibo are not looking good either. They're on a bit of a slide. They're on a 5-loss streak. They're about to tie Thunder Talk with the worst loss streak in the league if they end up losing their next games.
It's good, yeah, and it's going to continue. They're playing against TES next.
They're playing against TES, yeah. That would put them at 6. I'm taking a real quick look at Weibo and what they have in their series. They have FPX and WE. If you told us at the beginning of the season that WE versus Weibo was going to be a competitive series, I'd have laughed at you. But now we're here, and the present is a lot different than the past. But it sucks for Thunder Talk, not even winning a game, so they'll move to 3 and 13. That almost assuredly locks them for 10th place. But, again, actually, with that, NiP are also now locked for play-ins. All right.
Congratulations!
Yeah, because they can't beat anybody above them in game score. They can't reach top 4 with 14 and 23 game score. So NiP are now confirmed to be in the play-ins. What their seed is going to be a little bit different. And some finishing thoughts on Team WE as we close out tonight's show. Just I really do think that while this is an aggressive team, the one that looks really good in the first 15 minutes, there are still a lot of things that they need to work on.
Yeah, and one thing that was mentioned a lot is that how Karis can really get this team into trouble sometimes. And he definitely did that in that last game. Oh my goodness, dude was literally trying to gift wrap the game away. He said, I want to play a 3rd game against my best friend Seitab. Thankfully, Taeyun said, no, I want to go home.
Yes. Karis, again, has had some risky plays. Again, that's why we talked about our mid lane matchup to these guys that have some games that make it a bit difficult for their team. I think we got to see that from Seitab tonight. But Vampire, he got caught out a fair few times here. And that ended up making it really slow for them to walk in. It didn't help that Karis was also kind of doing his part. But that damage coming out from Taeyun, he deserves the MVP for this game. He was really carrying his team across the finish line. And that has been a through line for WE throughout all of 2025. The Monkey and Vampire stuff, that came in the middle of split number 2 here. That came recently within the last week or two, not 2 weeks or two, the last month or two. But Taeyun being a carry and being a big part of their wins, that has been a consistent theme throughout all of 2025.
Yeah, he has been their rock, their hope diamond, the one that they lay their worries on and their stresses, and they say, please carry us to a victory. And that mid lane fight, it was so chaotic and such an awful start. Everybody says, man, AD carry is useless. Yeah, sure, he had a lot of magic damage there. Taeyun single-handedly drags WE kicking and screaming into a winning position after that fight, dude. That was a really crazy, well-played fight from him. And if he doesn't get the MVP, it's a goddamn robbery.
Yeah, that's true. And
Oh, here it is.
yeah, yep. I'm sad that a lot of the replays are probably going to be coming in the back half of this game, just because there was not much doing for most of it. I don't know. For Team WE, I think it's very clear that they're probably like a 6th, 7th best team in the league. Especially with the slide that Weibo is going on, and depending on how they look against FPX, excuse me, later on into the season. But there's very clear losses. I mean, again, WE, they just went on a 4-series losing streak playing against the best teams in the league. JDG, IG, BLG, and TES. Only picking up games against IG and JDG, which I think speak more about those teams than necessarily WE's strengths. They're a good team fighting team. You have a solid enough AD carry to win you games. But some players, I want to say this is an uncharacteristic series or game from Vampire, because he played really well in game number 1. He had a quieter game number 2 where he's getting caught out a fair bit, but again, he's playing Nautilus into Scion. I think there's some ways you can draw some excuses for him and give him some grace, but I mean, clearly the solo lanes for Team WE, sometimes, I'll be honest, not even the solo lanes, I don't want to give Cube any of that blame. Karis and Monkey put themselves in positions where they make the game a lot riskier than it needs to be.
Yeah, and that is a big worry, right? Because you need to have this consistency. We said it earlier. Consistency is sexy in the LPL. You need to be consistently not putting yourselves in position to lose very winnable games, right? And, you know, as you were alluding to, right, after them, sure, taking games off of JDG and IG, but still losing to them. Yeah, it just shows that, you know, right now this is a 6th, 7th place team, as you said. And, you know, maybe they will be able to punch above that. But I don't think it's going to be the split. I do think they need a little bit more time. But hell, I'm here for the ride, man. You know, it's if anything, it's fun to watch these guys play because they never, ever quit.
I'm actually more excited about this Team WE roster. I think that there are, you know, obviously things that we were just talking about that they need to work on. But I think the exciting part for me is there's actually a reason to watch this team. Because beforehand, we came into this split and we were just watching WE lose games. We were like, okay, they're probably 10th place. Like, Thunder Talk were kind of terrible, but at least, like, you know, they still had that, like, copium take of, like, hey, they beat BLG. Maybe there's a way for them to kind of, you know, with 1xN, maybe there's some angles there that they could do stuff. But Team WE, there is exciting pieces here. Again, Taeyun playing well. We're giving it to Cube? All right. Producer, get this off our screen.
All right. Yep,
I'm just going to pretend I didn't see this MVP vote. Yeah, I just like the way that they play. I think it's very clear. Again, mid-jungle, playing around Karis, making sure that Monkey can be creative, let him play an aggressive jungle style where he's getting into the face, he's kind of stealing camps away from enemy jungle, and then just kind of allow for Vampire and Monkey to kind of be those engine drivers for your team. I think very exciting. It's clear that that's how they want to play. They've obviously found success, and hey, at least they're working at it, right? They have a very clear and defined style, whereas kind of Thunder Talk, they're like an amorphous blob almost. They have some team fighting. They kind of just like walk up. They play well in some of the early games, but they don't really do anything. And it's a bunch of rookies that I think are also kind of quiet in terms of personality. Who on that team is really stepping up? Maybe Hoya, as someone who's been playing for a long time, but 1xN and Feather are not saying anything for the most part. I know we had an interview with Feather a long time ago here on the LPL English channel, and he didn't seem like the most talkative person. So I think losing Beichuan really has hurt this team, and it's going to continue to be a free fall for them.
Yep, Team WE, a very clear way they like to play the game, which, as you said, is more than we could say for some teams. Really strange that we didn't get an MVP, but, you know, we'll just gloss over that, right? You know, let's not worry about that. What we do want to worry about are our Elite Coffee supporters. We want to thank them. Aaron, Soup, Mung, and Forrest. Without their pledged financial contribution helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strives to give you an English LPL product every single day. Every single day. You know what that means, Off Battery? That means we have more games tomorrow. FPX versus JDG, IG versus NiP, same time, same place. We'll see you tomorrow night.